One extend and missing, holding up the mid lane here. Just checking some stuff on the YouTube streams, just checking everything's okay there. Unhook misses in mid lane. Just like a hey duo, how's it going? Thanks for the stream streak. Hang on, ball in from Leaf. That's a lot of damage. He doesn't even have the 2 items yet. He doesn't even need them. Kill for Nymaera. They did pick very early on. This Nymaera Lulu. Crazy damage. Didn't even need their second item, as you were saying. It's going to lead to the Herald start here. Stream stable here. Yeah, I was just looking at Onivia and I was just wondering if it was actually like live at all, because the numbers were very low for a second, or at least I thought they were. I didn't actually see any concurrent viewers. Herald goes down there. Taken by EDG. This bot lane causing issues, and as much as we talked about 1xN being a very good Aphelios player, you know, really it has been, you know, a couple of good hooks in the early game from missing, but then beyond that, it's just Leave just getting buffed up by Jway, new support player for EDG, and then just running over them. JDG clearing out that top side. 1xN pushing in mid lane. They do have a look, I do just get quite worried whenever the, you know, Aphelios goes 40. If he has the Lantern, you know, obviously it's very good for him to jump back, but when the Pantheon ult is up, it just feels like Aphelios is just waiting to die. He's gone for the Hex Optics first, by the way. Now, typically, Aphelios is firing at range, makes sense, gives you that crit as well. And it means that you don't have a build which falls off quite as heavily as the Collector can do, especially if you don't get optimum kind of like early game value. Hang on, he's potentially got himself a Roots here as well. There's a Cleanse on Leave, which makes it a little bit harder to go for the Aphelios Thresh. Grab some Roots into the hook. Another hook land missing there. Missing hasn't hit one onto Leave for a long time now, and now you've got the Fiend Hunter bolts up, which is a Zeal item. You know, he's got boots, or tier 1 boots, and he's got 2 movement speed items. It's really hard to play Thresh. You know, Nautilus, the hitbox is a lot larger, and there's much slower wind-up animation for the hook, which means that you can catch people off guard a lot more. Thresh hook is just very easy to dodge when you have movement speed. It's one of the reasons why Thresh just hasn't been played as much. We saw some Aphelios Thresh, right, especially when there were more immobile carries, but when you get, you know, high move speed carries going into mid-game, it's really hard to actually catch them. It is. Potential jump over the wall there, get onto Angel, who slides away. He has the Lantern, it'll be okay to jump back. Lulu is one of the strongest support picks right now, perhaps the strongest besides Karma. That's a potential route there. Do they blow the Cleanse onto him? Yes, they do. Means he can get away from the follow-up hook. 1xN showcasing what you can do with the Graviton. Good damage from Leave though back. Again, the Fiend Hunter bolts first few autos are nasty. 1xN is onto the roll. Hang on, didn't quite land the hook there either. There's a minion in front of it. The minion blocks it. Look, missing. He's got a decent history on the Thresh. He does, but this has not been his game. I miss Scout Tarzan Gala LNG. Me too. I really missed the 23 LNG. It was a very special time that. Dragon goes over to the side of EDG, stopping the 3 early dragons from LNG, and EDG do have a 2.5k gold lead. EDG, as a team, were meant to be so much better than a Nirvana team. This team, on paper, has some pretty strong players. We thought they'd be better than, oh, a potential NIP, a potential, you know, WE when they lost Vampire as well. It felt like the chemistry was gone there. Hell, they actually, EDG should have been better than that WE, actually. No, but they ended up kind of, that was the Arn EDG before Leave rejoined there, and Arn got caught out by a Skarner ultimate mid-Kaiser ult, so he was fly swatted, like catching a fly with your chopsticks. Is Thresh picked for the W? Yeah, it is. It's also picked because you have Aphelios Graviton into the hook, but you kind of like, Aphelios either has to get close enough range to start DPSing, and then the problem is then you get like a ton of cleanse value from Leave. Or you land the hook first into the Graviton, which is obviously the worst version of that combo. So LDR second from 1xN picked up that cull as well, so he's managed to cut the gold lead a little bit. Kill for okay, a tower kill for Angel in the bot lane. Very low kill game so far. ZDZ, by the way, 1,000 gold ahead of Sheer currently in that top lane. He's gone for the Leandries second. Good heavens. And Onivia actually going for a Leandries. Who possibly could have known that item is really good on this champion. Pretty much no one goes for it anymore, which really annoys me. Herald summon in mid lane. Onyx is on a pretty good point of power though. That LDR is crazy high value actually. Tower very low here. The wall is obviously max second there. The shockwave doesn't really get that much value from Bulldog, and it means that EDG can just walk forwards, flash away from Croco. Didn't want to use that ultimate. The equalizer is a little bit mid, and 1xN's ult is flashed away from. So LNG lose the tower, lose a flash on their jungler, and a handful of ultimates to stave off the assault from EDG. Lantern for 1xN means that he can clear the wave and move away. LNG are really struggling to get inroads here. You know, earlier on they managed to get the early dragons, which looked pretty good for them. But this bot lane has not been able to get much control. They've been stuck under turret because the hooks have not been landing. It's hard to, again, versus so much move speed from Leaf. He now has his tier 2 boots. As we were saying, he has those 2 movement speed items in the Kraken Slayer and the Fiend Hunter bolts, and then also you know, has the E before it gets upgraded to get movement speed. So that mid lane turret being down now means that Pantheon could just ult 1xN from anywhere. If he stands there, it's a big problem. Missing now can't really leave N1xN ever. Not that he really should be leaving them anyway. EDG getting some really good control. ZDZ on a great lead himself, as you were saying. No, has the Rod of Ages, has the Leandries. He is really going to be doing a ton of damage. There used to be a while where you'd never see an Onivia without Leandries because it's such high damage. And then for some reason we just saw like Onivia players were like, nope, I don't want it. And then it just stops it, which is crazy given how easily you apply it and how continually you can apply that burn. So nice. So LNG, if they don't get thrash hooks, if they don't get, you know, a big hook to start the fight, they kind of run out of ways to start the fight besides, you know, Croco flashing in with, oh my god, we have a Protobelt Orianna. I'm so sorry, everything else I was just about to say just doesn't, why do we have Rocket Belt Orianna versus Rocket Belt Azir? I mean, Rocket Belt Azir is actually okay in this game because it means you can have like a clutch hook dodge with it. That's actually okay. Oh god, the Protobelt phenomena has gone too far, folks. I loved the item back in season 6. I loved it, fantastic item. And then it got nerfed to hell, really. And then really it was just kind of like your melee divers which used it, like your Diana, Echo, you know, champions like that. It does give you a bit of that mobility, but it's a cheap power spike. I just don't think it's good enough. No, there's so many better items. It was like when the Horizon Focus, before it actually got good, got built second, because it was a really cheap second item spike. Shield from Drayon to leave just to give him the item sensor buff. Dragon spawning now. Do LNG feel like they can get towards it? I suppose they could just give it up and say we can scale. We get 3 items on a Aphelios, hope we can one-shot. I don't think they even outscale though. They're just not ready to fight right now. Good vision control from EDG, completely uncontested. Their LNG taking a very slow run of it now. Croco's gone for the Titanic Hydra build, by the way, for the instant knock-up value. I think he realizes, look, I need to get that. I need to get that ability to flash in for a knock-up. So what you might do is, because what you can do with the Titanic Hydra is you can, because normally if you auto-attack with a target with a Q, like if you find a ward before you hit a champion. Hang on a second, Angel's caught out here, maybe? He can slide out? No, not even there. Okay. At the turrets anyway. But yeah, one of the things about, oh gosh, what was I going to say? Oh god, I completely lost my mind. Yeah, you can get basically auto-attack a ward before you hit a champion. You can get the instant knock-up if you flash in. Jumping down towards Sheer. Do you have the Lantern? No damage here. Neither team really pulling the trigger that hard. I mean, I suppose EDG only really have the Pantheon or the Azir combo for engage themselves. It's not like you have a big engage from top lane or from support. You know, poor little Lulu, not exactly the best engage character of all time. So it looks like we're in this for the long haul, folks. Hex Optics and both AD carries now, actually. Didn't expect Leave to go for that 1/3. Means the Infinity Edge spike is delayed a little bit. Do you think there should be a Borg Oriana skin where instead of the ball she has a cube? I don't know, it'd be breaking all kind of convention. And if that's the case, who is the Picard of League of Legends? You know how it is, you know, a Star Wars show just released, talk about Star Trek instead. I don't even watch that much Star Trek. I really wanted to go watch the Next Generation. I hear that, yeah. There's a lot that I wanna watch in that show, actually. You have to show with a very different view of the future from pretty much everything else that was in popular media. What's your opinion on Hex Optics? Aren't there better items to rush? I think it's a fantastically cheap item. Also means you can, if you get the first kill in a fight, the extra attack range goes crazy. We were talking about this the other day, but if you're playing Ashe, you can go Hubris Hex Optics and get like double reset items or bonus on kill items, which go insanely hard. Pantheon's running out of base now, could potentially ult a side lane, but oh god, it is just a slow game. Glacial. What's that quote from White Christmas? It's like these two people trying to get their friends to go on a date together or something. And it's like, oh, like you don't know what you're dealing with here. He's the champion is slow moving. He's just like glacial. They're in there with the champ. Great movie, White Christmas. It's a good one, like that. Bing Crosby's voice is inimitable. Potential fight in the jungle here. They do have the Oriana giving the shields to the Shinzao. Definitely gives him an extra bit of room to fight. Angel could go for a sweep. He's got a blast gun to do that too. There was no outer turret in the mid lane for that to happen, but of course, we're in group Nirvana. No one fights here. We must contemplate our existence, figure out what happens before we go for our next round of incarnation. Baron spotted. Yes, yes, dude, yes. Kill it, the Baron. Baron would have been a good way to start things. Yeah, it's not the most interesting match ever. You know, I like talking about these players. I love talking about these teams. Would like some, you know, some action, some kills. Bisschen kill bitte. Bisschen killen bitte. There's an Infinity Edge of 1xn. He's happy now. This is actually a pretty strong Aphelios, even though he's, you know, he's a little... The gold which is he's behind in is, you know, the completion of his boots and then some components towards his next item. Although he has the Infinity Edge, he'll be happy. He'll one-shot some people. They swapped out Palkia. Yeah, they did. The Pokemon God of Space is gone. He's been put back into the Pokeball, put into the box. I know, it sucks. I think Palkia's good too. I'm surprised at that. Potential fight over the Scuttle Crab. Croco does have his ultimate. Can't get the Scuttle Crab in time, so that means vision control to EDG. Yeah, Croco is Korean. Yep, he was playing, and Bulldog is too. Both of them are. Croco came over to the LPL before, then went over to Bro, then came back. Bulldog was in the LCK for a little bit, and then of course came over here this year, so he's a newer addition to the LPL. LNG should have been so much better than they were last split, but the problem was basically if they didn't just have huge lane leads, they didn't really know what to do. And now, right, again, it feels like, again, they just kind of stall out. LNG are definitely a team which doesn't really have... Oh, God, they're giving over a triple Infernal Dragon to EDG. Now, they're going to start the Baron on top side. Xiaohao does have ultimate. He can get there in time. The rest of the team will get there earlier. Can he get to the Baron in time? I don't know if he can, actually. He's getting pretty close. He's going to come down potentially to a smite fight. Can't get there in range. So it's going to be Baron for Dragon, and LNG will get out with all 5 question mark? Yeah, they will. So that's going to be EDG not getting the Baron. They couldn't take the Baron quite quickly enough. However, EDG will still get the mid lane in a turret. So they still have the waves pushed out across the map. So it's going to be initially a negative Baron power play for LNG, or, well, it's almost barely even, actually. Now, LNG, with the Baron buff, can they do anything with this? Now, typically, they'd need to be worried about the Pantheon kind of ulting them as they go for the push onto the turrets. However, and because Pantheon just used that ult to get towards the play, they don't have to. Funny how that works. The cooldown's been used. They don't have to worry about it. They'll finally... Guys, LNG don't have a single turret. This Baron could be a massive windfall for them. It's a Protobelt away from the queue. Can they even hit these turrets, though? They're Ferguson is Onivia. What do they do with this? Now, the problem is, you know, you want to group up as 5, but because you don't want to leave yourself vulnerable to the Pantheon. But hang on a second, Lee tries to break the Baron buff. Potential jump onto Croco here, flashing away. So EDG realized, like, look, if we engage onto them however we can stop the Baron buff having much value. LNG just can't touch towers. No, Yunara's good wave clear. Azir and Onivia are some of the best wave clear champions in the game. For those of you that weren't around in 2014, the reason why we had the change to Baron to make minions hard to kill is because Ziggs, Orianna, Xerath were the meta for 2014. And Orianna as well. And Onivia to an extent too. There's a bit of Karthus around, screw it, why not? What kill score is this, LCK? Remember those days where LCK was like 0 kills all the time? Mid lane fight. The first turret that came for LNG. Give it up for turret 1. Can they do anything else? They've only got, guys, they've only got 1 minute left to the Baron buff. They're gonna get 1 turret and that's gonna be it. It's gonna be a break-even Baron, which I suppose for LNG means they can get more items. Do they think they can just outscale and look for 1 late game team fight? Well, suppose if you get like 1 good... Hang on, Angel is behind them. He could go for a shuffle. He does have the Rocket Belt and the Flash. Croco is... Oh my god, 1xing goes very, very low. And he flashes forward. Can he get the damage onto him? He gets flashed onto by the ACF. It's a trade of 80 carries. I don't think that's that bad for LNG. Shockwave is gone, stasis by Angel. CDZ is getting is isolated from his team. Xiaohao and Jue are low HP, and LNG are winning the fight. They went way too deep for 1xn. They went so deep and they've been roasted alive. LNG trade 1-for-1 on the 80 carries, and EDG find themselves dying at the hands of the other members on the team. LNG, with the very last of their Baron buff, will take another turret in the mid lane. EDG, what the hell went wrong there? What the hell went wrong? They couldn't kill 1xn in time. He got a huge ult just before he died. And EDG traded their very fed AD carry for one who, yes, had items, but it was still a 1-for-1. We'll get a replay of that. The game won't end here, but that's all. I mean, LNG now get themselves a bunch of gold. EDG, they could have waited until the next dragon. What happened here? So, Croco ended up walking away here. Walks back. Does he spot Angel on the way in? No, Angel had full vision of him. Jue got hit by a turret. 1xm put down a turret and got huge damage onto him. And just look at the amount of damage that they managed to get onto each other. Basically, both AD carries one-shot each other. Then Croco holds out that front line. Great play from him. Angel is in Narnia, who had to be there to finish off the FLS. He had to, I mean, because Leave was losing the 1v1. The 1xn got the shots on target, and then the rest of the team got separated. Honestly, that play comes from, well, Croco spotting out Angel very well. Then the rest of it is actually 1xn trading 1-for-1 despite being down 2,000 gold. Angel had to do the extra damage, and now suddenly ZDZ, oh god, his wall, he's just walled himself in. He's just walled himself in, can't escape, didn't have flash anyway, was likely dead. ZDZ goes down and everything is going wrong for EDG. 30 seconds till the dragon. ZDZ will not be there for that. They did end up using the equalizer. That's no small cooldown to use. But you'll notice that Angel is like, well, I'm just going to leave. I'm just going to go to the other side. You can take 1 dragon. LNG currently on the 2. It's not like they'd be giving over an Infernal Soul. You want Angel to get a little bit more gold. That Zhonya is very important for him. How much else can he get on the board? 1xn, very close to his next item. We'll see whether... I mean... See what that item is, actually. I suppose it could be the fire cannon, actually, for the extended auto range. So ZDZ... Oh, he tried to... Ah, well, that doesn't help. I'm not gonna lie, he was dead anyway, but the fact that he tried to wall off Croco and instead of walled himself into the wall, like a trundle pillar, kind of pinching you against it, is, nicht sehr gut. Oh yeah, I annoyed Angie yesterday to the point where she started only talking German to me. Nope, no English allowed. Yeah. Oh god, oops. I think I got a little bit too far there. It's the Storm Raider for 1xn. Typically you don't see the Storm Raider this late into a game. But it means that first auto attack is disgustingly strong. It also gives you the move speed as well, which in this kind of game comes at a premium for 1xn, who has to be afraid of a lot of different skill shots and, of course, the Yunara running at you. It won't completely save you from the Yunara running at you, but if you have Ghost and that Ghost kind of wild, Leave is almost a full build now, though. Gets himself LDR built up. I think that's the item he just completed. Anyway, he's only got one item slot left. And AD carries have an extra one of those nowadays. So he is still very, very strong. Now, the thing is, when it gets to this point in a game, Nymaera isn't actually as good. Oh, hang on. That was actually the shockwave cast onto Angel. They get some shields onto him. He doesn't have the flash, though. He might end up dying to an extra QW. It's very, very close. Does Bulldog want to flash for it? Yes. Yes, he does. And the rest of the team will follow too. Flash away from the hook. LNG managed to find out Angel is... It feels like... Look, EDG have lost patience now. Angel gets caught out going too far forwards. I think the loss in the mid lane has lit a fire under EDG's butts. And I think the problem is they're reacting the wrong way. They actually need to stay calm in this situation. They should have done, but now they've given up a couple of kills back to back. There's no dragon on the other side. Teleport in from LNG. They're down there. Azir. This will be a very easy kill onto the Baron, especially because you have the rifle turrets. It's one of the best ways to kill the Baron in the game. Stacks up a chakram like nothing else. Baron goes down. LNG have fought their way into this game magnificently, but EDG, they've panicked to give them those openings. Look, Angel is a player who has had some magnificent playmaking moments on the Azir and champions like it across his career. You know, he's a player who, even as recently as, God, I want to say 2024, got himself a third all-pro finish in one of those splits. And the guy has been, even though he's been on less good teams since, you know, that Suning era and the EDG era of 2023 when he was their mid laner then, he has shined at points. Now, of course, he's had some lower moments too. He's definitely been a player where he's gone for... He's been outplaying himself in the way that... we used to say the same thing about Haichao, actually. Where there are a certain class of players who are just likely to outplay themselves. One thing I've noticed as well is that Xiaohao has just not been pulling the Pantheon ultimate. I think that's been a big problem from EDG, whether that's a lack of setup or lack of decisive decision-making. Xiaohao has not been ulting into the side lanes and using the global value of the Pantheon. I don't think either jungler has really been pulling the trigger. Well, I suppose Crocky's been pulling the trigger when he can do. It's harder for the Shinzao too. Angel trying to split the map, doesn't have the teleport up just yet. Split push there. Xiaohao has flash, has to use it. Does Croco go any further forwards? No, the equalizer has been very good from Sheer, actually. I think he's actually pretty close to player of the game for me, actually. Sheer's equalizers have been critical to the way that LNG have played out this game. 1xM looking for that single hit onto the turret, and he gets it. He's going for a Dirk item last. We'll see what that is, actually. Because he's already 100% crit, so he can kind of go for whatever the hell he wants, really. Might even go for a spell shield, you know? Might even go for that Edge of Night. See what 1xM wants. I trust 1xM's builds on the Aphelios. Oh, yeah. What am I talking about? Be a Serpent's Fang. You're into a Lulu. Yeah. I keep forgetting about items like that. Yeah, the Serpent's Fang's good. It's really good. It means that if you get the AoE burst, it's insane. That's a very good pickup, actually, for 1xM. I like that. I like that a lot. Bulldog, good game from him so far, too. I mean, early game was... No, actually, you know what? Bulldog's really not put a foot wrong. No, he's been shielding up for Croco when he's needed it. Got some decent shockwave value down. I missed the Angel of Death. Yeah, Angel during peak was a very special player. His LeBlanc, his Akali, his Azir, all very, very potent. There you go, 7's fan for 1xM. Good call out, Blade. Sometimes I forget the items that AD carries can build. Oh, W does land onto CDZ. I don't think he wants to jump forward onto that, though. Had the shield from this. We've got a dragon which will be sold for third. Hang on, Croc is going very, very deep. Has the GA, gets the burst down. It doesn't get a huge amount of value. He's now very, very low HP. Missing flashes and misses the hook. If that had called it up, would have been huge. EDG managed to hold their battle lines, and that's really important. Croco, he needs to go towards Cross, secure himself some extra damage. Leave jumps forwards, ends up jumping back. 1xM is very low HP, but Leave gets roasted alive. He's gone too far, and he's left for dead, and he doesn't have a zombie form. The horde of LNG is coming. They've been alerted, and LNG think that maybe things have gone wrong. 1xM's gone very low, but he ends up getting the lifesteal down just in time. 1xM lives, and Leave went too far forwards, looking for the aggressive play. I think EDG forgot that discretion was the better part of Valor. They'll chase down into the mid lane. I don't think they'll catch Dway, but they'll get themselves. Hang on, maybe they just will. Flash forward, Bulldog. Bulldog not able to get the damage down. The wave is here, though. Your AD carry's alive, and LNG will stall out and clutch out a game 1 versus EDG. It was a long one, a 40-minute game with just 15 kills, but they'll take the win. LNG 1-0 on the board versus EDG, whose patience was tested and found wanting. Can anyone answer why teams keep picking up ZDZ and Xiaohao? Is it still because of that one anyone's legend split? I actually think ZDZ and Xiaohao are good players. I think they've shown that they can compete against pretty good players. They were even pretty good on Weibo for the one split they were there with them too. I thought that they were okay, honestly. Well, I mean, somehow that game did end up becoming an AD carry battle at points towards that middle late game where we saw that Leave tried to go for the one-shots, but he was somewhat there alone. I think Angel had a poor game. And ZDZ, despite the fact that he had a huge early game lead on the Onivia, as we were talking about, while it's a pretty good pick versus the Shinzao and the Rumble, it's not really good versus the rest of the team. That Onivia didn't really provide value anywhere else. I'm going to go put on an ad break real quick, folks, to make sure that we don't hit you with any unintended adverts. So we'll go do that as well. If you are enjoying what you're listening to, what you're hearing here, if you've learned something, please think about dropping a like, a comment, subscribe, or of course coming over to the main channel here as well on a Nymaera, dropping a follow and a view here. Basically, this is my job. I stream LPL every single day, and we hope that you enjoy it and you enjoy being part of our community. We'd love to have you here more consistently. We have a Discord, but I have other socials as well. You can keep contact with me, and we'll keep talking about LPL. Okay, folks, I'm gonna go on a quick break. Let's get Hubert in here. Be right back. I've got an apple as a snack. That's what I'm going to eat. Wonder who the player of the game is. I mean, player of the game, I think it's probably ZDZ. Not ZDZ, sorry. I think it's probably Sheer. I think Sheer's equalizers were really good. The rumble damage is going to be huge. Bulldog gets smaller. Interesting. It's a green apple. Always preferred these. What are my opinions on Leave? Leave when he's locked in is incredibly good. Leave is not always locked in. Camera's off, it's all good. What's up? Hello, Angie. Say hi to chat, Angie.
I'm so sleepy.
I think that counts as a hi.
Hi.
This play was funny as heck.
What happened?
Well, Croco jumped over the pit, somehow managed to stand his ground and buy time for the Rash Lantern and got a kill and the dragon on the way out. Things got kind of crazy around AD carries in this game. Like, look, I think Leave probably could make it on a top team. I just feel like the problem I get with Leave is that I feel like he gets bored or he just zones out. Like right here, he so nearly kills 1xn, but he dies for the attempt. He trades 1 for 1. He felt like he was just trying to do one-man army, I'll do it myself, and it just didn't work in the way that he thought he was going to. No one else could follow up. Elo, thanks for the follow, I appreciate you.
I like that there's a Thresh.
Yeah, Thresh Velos is the duo, really, because we saw the Yunara Lulu, and basically every other support got banned out. So in terms of the lanes which can survive Yunara Lulu are quite limited. So when you don't have Corki Nami, some Nautilus lanes, Ezreal Bard. They actually could have gone for the Ezreal Bard, actually. In fact, it probably would have been better this game, arguably.
Hi, Mecca.
EA is cringe. Yeah, they are. EA is cringe. But I do love the sense of pride and accomplishment they give me when I have to grind 100,000 hours for a single character in Star Wars Battlefront. That's why Star Wars Battlefront the original version was better, folks. Actually, both versions of the Xbox/PS2 versions were really, really good. Oh, Leave just got blasted by the shockwave. Final Fantasy VII. I love Final Fantasy VII. There's one. Well, Crisis Core is one of my very favorite games of all time. I'm a Zack Fair stan. Can you explain why this game is in slow-mo? This is a replay. That is a replay. That's why.
Highlight.
So we're in it. So we finished the first game, and now we're waiting for the second game to start. Zach is good. Yeah, Zach's scene at the end of Crisis Core. It's one of my favorite moments in gaming, in like a sad way, but it's fantastic. Crisis Core's a fantastic game. Yeah. That yeah, I think that you know, that whole I know look, realistically a lot of people think that Final Fantasy VII is a very overrated part of the franchise now, but I think it deserves the hype. I think it's a really, really good entry into the franchise. How did
Another coffee.
I would love another coffee. Let me down the last bit of this one. Leave is too cocky and overplays. Yeah, that's what I mean when I think he gets bored. I think he gets bored. It's Crocker which gets player of the game. I mean, he was pretty... I'd give it to Sheer. I think those equalizers were really good. Oh, sorry, why did this game feel so... Like, oh, sorry, my bad. I thought you were talking about the replays. Look, we get some people in here who don't watch much League because they're watching it for, like, you know, other reasons, monetary reasons. So sometimes I actually have to take that at face value. Yeah, you know what I mean. But yeah, I don't know. So basically, Group Nirvana, we have a bunch of teams with while they might have good players, they're not very confident teams, and because they're not very confident teams, they don't really know how to make plays. So a lot of the votes did go towards jungle. There are a couple towards mid lane, only one towards top lane. I think Sheer was hard done by. I thought that Sheer had a very good game on the Rumble, and he was in a hard lane matchup, and every single team fight, every single equalizer is very good actually. EDG had a lead on leave. He went in and traded 1-for-1, then one after, and then after one after another, EDG got caught. That felt like most of the story of that game. Yeah, that sounds about right. Although Angel also got caught out a lot himself, so you can't really absolve him of anything either. I find it funny that so much had to get cut from Final Fantasy VII that they had to make a bunch of companion games to properly flesh it out. Also, in the original Final Fantasy VII, that is much more of a tech demo, but given context of time and history, I think it's fine. Well, I think the tech demo is really cool in terms of the way that they did the painted backgrounds and then the 2D, you know, the 3D character moving on. Of course, 3D characters were very relatively new at that point. Yeah. I think through a modern lens, I personally don't think Final Fantasy VII is as solid as it should be. I think it's a very solid story. It's got a ton of content to it. The soundtrack's fantastic. I think the characterization, the messaging of that game is very progressive, by the way. I think it's very ahead of its time. You know, like... that was, you know, released in the 90s, but stuff like talking about like the ecosystem to the level which they did as militantly as they did was not something that would not be as you know, that we didn't see so much of that until it didn't really become quote unquote cool until probably like 2015 onwards, really, when things were getting really bad. Because it was just seen as like, it seems a really naff thing to talk about the environment, because it was the knock-on of stuff like Al Gore and the things which happened around the early 2000s. It was really naff to talk about that. But Final Fantasy VII did it in a very cool, like it did it in a very engaging way, you know? Yeah, I completely agree, Jury. I think that the, or Jurix. Sorry, how do I say your name? Is it Jurix or Jury? Or something else which I've missed. Yeah. The environment being a problem. Tales of series had that in basically every iteration earlier than Final Fantasy. That's true, and I do love the Tales of games too. I do love them too. Tales of are very underrated games. They never really had the international appeal. I think the other thing too is that, like, just the aesthetics of Final Fantasy. Oh, hang on. Cool. Thank you. Appreciate that. But yeah, I think that the aesthetics of Final Fantasy VII were really, really good. It nailed the kind of the grungy cyberpunkness as well. There are parts of Final Fantasy VII which do really remind me of like bits of London, which is very cool too. I am
happy on the floor. It's
okay. Angie doesn't like being on camera, so if I wanted to come sit by me, I've got to turn the camera off.
I need to shower. I'm stinky.
Well, okay, right. Do you feel bored watching the low group? Look, for me, I love these characters. I love these players. I love the teams. So for me, I like watching Group Nirvana. I do. I mean, I love watching all of these games. That's why I do this. I have a very specific kind of hyperfixation, which just so happens to be the LPL, which has been my life since 2023. You know, that's just the way of things sometimes.
Bye, Katari.
Bye, Katari. Thanks for stopping by. What is this?
I don't know.
Is this a studio tour? I think it's a studio tour.
Look at her shirt.
Hello.
I see Lagama. Lagama spotted. Lagama spotted. Fun fact for Pentulus. We'll get to that in a second. I'm sorry, I spotted Lagama, and now I'm so hyped. It is my favorite condiment. Oh, I made some like spicy beef salad yesterday. Oh, it's good. There's still some in the fridge.
都很辛苦，他们每天都很刻苦的训练，也不容易，太辛苦了。 希望他们每天能开开心心的吧。
LPL's especially, yeah, LPL is my hyperfixation. It exactly the way you're thinking.
哦
That's really good. Oh.
哦，
I have to say, while I was out in China, when we had like just random takeout food, oh, it's so good. Oh, the food in China is so
又
good.
来吃饭了。
It's a bit harder if you have a soy. It's very hard if you have a soy allergy, or if you're like, well, vegan's okay. Vegetarian, trying to get like good vegan and vegetarian food in some areas is rough. But if you just like food, like and you're happy to eat anything, if you're brave with your food and you eat stuff which you're not used to in your own culture, fantastic food in China.
哇，哪打呢？
Yeah, like duck blood and soup stuff like that. I hadn't had that before. I was like, okay, well, it's not something I'd have in my culture, but oh, right. This is the LNG tour. Basically, this isn't so. They've basically done a venue tour of every city which they have a venue in. So LNG will be
是一个
Suzhou. So this will be LNG Suzhou tour basically. They did one for Xi'an, they did one for Shanghai, was the neutral venue. JDG for Beijing, and then what's the other one? Shenzhen for an MP.
I have a gay baby jail.
Oh, jury's your. Yeah, okay, cool. That's cool. Username is cringe. Angie would never know anything about cringe usernames, or
You shut your mouth.
Angie would never know anything about that.
No.
I won't tell you about my cringe usernames, of course.
Yeah, because
They have a meditation room.
everyone can see your cringe name.
Everyone can see my cringe name. Hey, my name's great. Yeah, the thing is, if you know where my name comes from, message me and I'll tell you whether it's right or
号
not.
怎么感觉？
I've had like 2 people know where my name comes from. One person did blurt it out in Twitch chat once. I'm like, okay, so some people know about it because they guessed it. Right. You want a cringe username, unrelated related fun fact? Sure, okay.
集中吧。
My initial username on RuneScape was XXX Draco Infernox XXX.
游戏有点像
Not from that franchise, but it was Draco in terms of like Dragon. And Infernox came from Ratchet and Clank 3.
That is
The Infernox name, like armor from that.
Das ist so autistisch.
Yeah.
不好意思，兄弟。
Your name just reminds me of yeah, Nymaera. That's not where it's from though. I got it from another very famous franchise, but not from that. Cut with the edge on that name. Look, I was just yeah, it was very edgy. You're right.
I'm glad you also used the XXX in your.
Oh yeah, it was classic back then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because with my name, I had it in the middle because it was taken.
And then I had Hawkeye for a mobile game which I played a lot.
Okay, but that is cool.
Hawkeye was just generic, but yeah. Yeah, and it had like star emojis on the outside of it. It was cool. Because they allowed those at that point. Yeah.
You're
Okay.
so cringe.
I am so cringe. To be cringe is to be free.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you, Montes. I would never be cringe.
yeah, Angie would never be cringe. Games either have too much space in an open map and it's easy to finish up, or have too much and it's tiresome. That's why I appreciate like a cultivated single player experience. I really do. I think that, you know, a game which respects your time and understands how to make the most of it is really nice. Which is why I don't mind. Look, there's I saw this TikTok. I can't. What's the guy's name? I can't remember, but they were playing Crimson Desert and they were really enjoying it. And I was like, okay, that's cool, whatever. And then they said, look, Resident Evil 9 costs too much because it doesn't have enough content. And I'm like, but you can replay it and you get value out of it. It respects your time, and all the content in that game is good. It's good content. It is respectful of your time. And I would much prefer that to something like Crimson. Like I hear people are really enjoying Crimson Desert, especially once you get deeper into the game. But say, for instance, Breath of the Wild. I had issues with Breath of the Wild because I'm like, I found the game quite empty and unengaging. It's a good sandbox. It's a very good sandbox, but I didn't find it that engaging. But Resident Evil 9, I'm like, well, I'm actually happy with the quality of this content. And the problem is, if you go with that kind of logic of you must have enough content to justify the price point, then you end up getting watered down open world slop where nothing is that high quality, and you end up being, you know, just kind of like putting through some very simplistic quests over and over again. No, my name is not from Game of Thrones SES, actually. It's not from that. I made this name well before I knew what Game of Thrones was, because I didn't know what the books were at that point. Was it before the series was airing?
I think so, yeah.
I think maybe, because I kind of made my name in about 2013, 2013? 2013 maybe? And I mean, I know Game of Thrones was around at that point. Obviously, the show hadn't like gotten as huge at that point.
I have a fun fact about my username, which is Nymaera.
Anyarina, yeah, that's Anji's name. Yeah, username.
I just put it through Google Translate in Japanese, and a friend was like, "Wow, that sounds so cool." Anyarina de.
Oh God, really?
Yeah. And I've kept it since I was 12. So there you go.
LNG 23's Tarzan Scout did irreparable damage to this org, going from 5 games versus JDG to losing versus T1. All right, yes, okay, I didn't get the tone of that message. The thing about reading 3 chats is that sometimes it's like sometimes I struggle with tone anyway because it's like overwriting, right? And I've got to pay attention to the stream at the same time. Paying attention to 3 chats is bloody hard, folks.
Just read better, Fivehead.
Yeah, which franchise? So I kind of let people guess, and if people guess it, then I'll let you know. But I don't know. It's a little thing I have fun with. But basically, if you end up guessing it correctly, I'll let you know. Basically.
What do people get if you do that?
I don't know. Basically, what I need to do is I need to have a list of people that have guessed it. In fact, that's a thing actually. Maybe I should have a channel point. That's what I should do. I should have a channel point reward for like people guessing the origin of the username.
How much?
Oh, I'll do like 50k or 100k.
Give me. Just give it to me. I need like hydration and posture check points because I come in to micromanage you.
That's fair. Yeah, maybe I gift you like channel points. Maybe you have to spend some to guess, and then you get like a huge bonus if you get it. Okay, folks, I'm gonna turn the camera back on now. So.
Okay, but get hydrated.
I will get hydrated. Actually, I've got a little bit of water here. If I drink this, can I get a water bottle refill, please?
If you ask nicely again.
Please, may I have a water bottle refill? Yeah, I will get a pulse check as well. Nymaera is more Latin. Nymaera sounds more Nordic. I think. Okay. I'll narrow it down. It's a sci-fi franchise. It is a very famous sci-fi franchise. But to be honest, if you just run through enough sci-fi franchises, you'll probably find it at that point. But yeah. Also, you can't give out channel points. Oh, I guess I can't then. Damn. I guess all I'll have to do then is like I'll have to have like a special list somewhere of people that have managed to guess the name. The AE, so okay, I'm not going to give any more hints because I don't want to make it too easy. The name is not directly taken from the setting. I changed it around a little bit. It's pretty similar to the word I took it from, but it's pretty similar. Okay, so I did put on an outbreak. That's fine. Thank you, Blade. Appreciate you. Let's get into game 2 of EDG versus LNG. First game, slow one, folks. Slow as heck. Second game, we hope will speed up a little bit beyond the glacial pace of game 1. LNG managed to clutch it out. Leave got a little bit bored. It felt like jumped forward a couple of times. Angel was out of position. Both the carries tried to make plays themselves. Although I have to say, it wasn't really... Thank you. It wasn't really like... Xiaohao was pulling the trigger well himself. The composition had issues because it did feel like they just didn't have ways to start fights very consistently. The Rise is banned away this time, was unpicked in that first game. I do wonder whether they should have just gone for the Pantheon Rise. They chose to go for the Azir later on, of course. Okay, so what are the big picks? We still got the Seraphine gone, so no Ash Seraphine. We have Jarvan, which is now banned. Something like a Vi composition, I think, raises in priority at this point, particularly with stuff like the Shinzao and the Pantheon, which can normally deal with that a bit better. We don't have the Orianna or the Azir. Oh, the ZDZ hovers that. He hovers that. To be honest, I actually do think that Kale is actually very good. I think that Kale is vastly thing. It's not from Star Wars. No, it's not from Star Wars. Although I love Star Wars. If I found a cool name for Star Wars, I would have done the same thing. I do actually have a lot of Star Wars memorabilia. A lot of that. The Vi is picked up, as we were saying there. Xiaohao, notable player of the champion. Now you're looking at Vi Aurora. Navi Lee, good to see you. Rilak, one of my very favorite players in the world right now. Very, very good jungler. I learned a lot from him, and I think he's starting to really pick up steam as well. Hope that you keep on the results there. Nami locked in D Nami Corki, just lock that in. Disgusting duo. Of course, you can Nami Lucian as well if you want a different variation of it. I think the Corki Nami's just better, all stages of it. Hope you're doing well there, friends over at Navi, over in Twitch chat. It's been very cool to see that org involved in League, by the way. Man, I'd actually really like to see NIP versus Na'Vi just for all of the CS things. We need to get you both to internationals at some point. Korkinami easily locked in. Now, what do LNG do in jungle? You could Poppy, actually. Poppy's not looking bad for Croco. Yes, the poopy. Aurora okay for Angel. You can go look. There are a lot of champions you can lock in with the Vi. I think particularly since Aurora's release, it gave us an extra string to the Vi bow. Where, you know, before that it felt like you had to get like Vi Taliyah, Vi Ahri. Those are the two ones you needed. Over time, teams have gotten better at using Vi, and now we have like Vi Cassiopeia. Vi Aurora is a very easy point and click one as well. Vi Kali's occasionally come through. The Aurora is a flex. Now if you lock in something like a tank or a Renekton topside, you can flex it up to ZDZ, who does play the champion. You had a cat named him? Oh, that's cute. I had a cat named Socks because it was a Tux cat with white feet. It's adorable. Hey, thanks for the shout out there. I appreciate it. And it's the Jace locked in, so they immediately say, nope, Aurora mid lane, Jace top. So what do you do against the Jace? Now, you can play something, you could, okay, you could lock in jungler now, go for the Poppy. How many important champions do you lose if that's the case? You can Sion, you can Yorick. Mid lane I think is fine, there's enough champions which deal with that. You've got stuff like Annie, you can go Ahri, you can Galio. So you've got 3 there already and they can't ban out all of them. Sion's locked in to give a front to back. Sion Nami is so nasty in a front to back. I know that SES you've talked about, you know, like the Sion Azir scaling team fight. I think that Azir takes a while to come online. So for me, when I think about the front to back team fights right now, I actually think that Sion Nami is the duo I look at and say you just can't front to back that. You know, Sion's just too strong in the front line, and Nami gives the extra disruption to mean that you just can never front to back versus. It's just too disruptive. And you've got Corki who's already scaling up as well. This duo of the Sion Nami, really, really nasty. Neferi banned away from Croco. Nautilus away from Jway. What have they got left now in terms of bot lane? You got Bard. See if Jway wants to play that. Got stuff like the Ezreal Bard. A Lucian Milio, maybe. Although to be honest, Lucian Milio sounds really bad into Sion. They never kill a Sion, I don't think. Not like Ezreal's the best tank killer either. I mean, you've got Aurora and Jace. Well, actually, EDG have a couple of issues here where if Sion ults at them, what do? Sivir? It's actually not a bad call out, actually. I like the Sivir there, actually. Yeah, Sivir's a good call out. I mean, as long as he survived lane, Varus is banned. Do you need an enchanter for the Sivir to survive lane? The Nico banned away, the Annie banned away from Bulldog. You still have Galio, you still have Ahri. You can pick either of them, and I think actually the Ahri's fine here too. I don't think you want to Syndra into this. You need something mobile. You could LeBlanc too, actually. LeBlanc's not bad because it's a very squishy team right now. It wouldn't be the front-to-back identity, but LeBlanc could be good enough for the early game. Not sure I love the Mel. Mel bad into Vi. It's pretty good for a death ball. I don't love the Mel. We do have Mel. We have a lover's quarrel. We have Mel versus Jace. No Victor to be seen. Yeah, and on the other side got the... Yeah, see, the thing is, in Arcane, Jace and Vi were just awful. Every time they're on the same page, the same screen, it just went badly for them. And League is a little bit better. Okay, so EDG got to lock in their bot lane now. Do they go for the Lucian Milio? They do. I don't love the Lucian Milio. I don't think it cuts through the Sion very well. I think that the Corki Nami can be contested. I would have personally preferred maybe the Ezreal, you know? Does give you the extended range. You have 0 tank here. I think Maokai... I mean, look, Maokai does get stopped by the Milio ultimate. What do you want to do here? Wukong's really good. You can't Milio ult the Wukong. You can Milio Q him out of some of his angles. But I think LNG have outdrafted here. Now, there is a range advantage. You do have poke from the Aurora, the Jace, the Lucian. I just don't... Look, I don't think they can hold their battle lines. I think that Sion or Wukong ulting at you should end the game. I don't like the Mel for LNG. I don't think it's a clean draft win for LNG. I think that the Mel has some issues. You can reflect back bits of the culling, the shock blasts as well. But I don't love it. EDG, if they can hold a range advantage, that's great. If they can win loads of lanes, that's great too. If they win every lane and then Xiaohao gets to invade, obviously we'll have a different conversation. But I don't think it's going to be as easy as that. Right, I'm going to go and put on a quick draft break. Not draft break, ad break. While I talk about those drafts, let's get into Game 2 of this first Nirvana series of the split. If they win the game, it'll be good for them. Yeah, exactly. You know, people... Did you know that people die when they're killed? The archer class really is made up of archers.
People like winning?
People like... I know. Winning is a good thing.
I play to win.
And I always do. Crap. Sion is damn near unkillable. That's my worry. That's my worry. No, in fairness, Aurora is a pretty good tank killer if you build for it. My worry is Aurora needs to build to kill the squishies, and she won't be able to go for something like a Leandri's build, which really does threaten the tanks later on. The powerful thing about something like a Leandri's Riftmaker is that the percent damage increases increase the passive damage as well. Which means that eventually you just get crazy base values and things go crazy. Right, we'll get into game and listen to those gyos. Let's get on to the ref for game 2. Does Mel outrange Lucian here? Sometimes maybe yes, sometimes maybe no. There's a there's a fantastic phrase from the Reverend in The Simpsons, which is short answer yes with an if, long answer no with a but. Basically, Lucian, if he throws the culling, it does outrange. The W and the culling are really scary. So in mid-game, when you get to 2 items, Lucian technically outranges Mel in times when it matters. But if your culling's down, then Mel outranges you, then Lucian really hurts. So in most of the ways where it matters, Lucian does actually outrange. Ooh, W for W traded, missing and doing really well there to give the movement speed to 1xn to make sure he can get out of the follow-up double tap auto, because of course the big thing is that you really want to get that W, get the shield, get the vigilance passive on, because it's, remember a while ago Lucian got the changes to the passive, which were not just the double tap after you cast an ability, but also if someone is hard CC'd near you or you get a shield or a heal, then you end up getting an empowered amount of damage onto your auto attacks as well. LNG win draft, but I like the EDG players more, way more. I think it's that, like, I like a lot of the LNG players in certain situations. Like, I think that Sheer can be a very good player. I think Croco can be a very good player. They're just not always, right? Croco's going for the invade. If Xiaohao uses an ability here, he is screwed. Just smite away. That's a really good invade from Croco. Now there's no smite for Xiaohao on the bot side. Now, the thing is, I actually really like Xiaohao as well, but you can see that in the early game pathing, which is so much of current league. And I do think that LPL is the best early pathing region in the world. For jungle, I think they're very, very good at finding out the best ways to get ahead in the jungle matchup. Croco is someone with very ambitious early game pathing, and if he does manage to master that, would be a big difference. So Croco's managed to get onto the bot side of the map. Now, if they trade quadrants here now, it's actually going to be a win for Xiaohao, because Xiaohao can get all 3 camps on top side, whereas Croco can't get the wolves because they were smote away. I don't think you can dive at this amount of HP onto bot lane. Not that the Vi can really dive top lane either. Even if you do, he's got the zombie form. So he's going to take away 2 camps. Yeah, I mean, Xiaohao's actually going to get himself the extra camp. He's going to get himself wolf camp. So actually, Croco's going to be behind in terms of farm. He'll get himself Scuttle on bot side. He won't be able to get top side Scuttle. So Croco, I actually wonder whether Croco should have taken 1 camp and then... Oh my god, that's really close to getting stolen by Angel there, actually. Gets the control ward down there. Does get towards his Raptor respawn. It's credit to Xiaohao. Actually does manage to recoup the extra camp with that smite. Why does Mel need to outrange Lucian? Because Mel is immobile and can get burst out. Lucian's pretty good versus Mel, I think, on the whole. He can dash out a lot of the skill shots, and the culling, as we said, is a big threat. Now, Leave isn't running the cleanse. So if you dash forward and pull the culling, if you get hit by an E, you do die. Mel does get to the point where she one-shots, and this should also be a Luden's build. Good damage from Bulldog onto Angel. Even-ish mid-lane matchup. One of the things that we talked about Bulldog previously, from multiple points of his career, actually, the LCK analysts and ourselves as well, is just that he has a very limited champion pool. You know, he was a good Lucian mid player, he was a good Tristana player, a very good Tristana player, but it did feel outside of some of the AD carry mids, he was very limited. You know, his mage play was not as good as we would have wanted it to be. Jump to the side there, gets the double tap, trade back with the Foss bomb, but does land onto the Milio, Q back onto 1xn. Lucian really trading well here. I do think that the Corki Nami scales a lot better than people think. Corki Nami's a scary duo. Isn't LNG's draft better? Yeah, that's what we were saying. Yeah, we were saying LNG's draft is better. We agree with that anyway. Sheer, 10 CS behind ZDZ. Kind of expect that in the J Sion matchup. The thing is, as long as Sion gets into the game, who cares, you know? If Sion gets into the game, it doesn't matter. Not really. If Sion just starts ulting people, sideswiping the team, there's no one on EDG that can survive a Sion ultimate. EDG, ooh, hang on. Bulldog actually denying some of the damage there. I did not, hang on, I didn't realize it worked like that. Okay. Well, that's something. That's not a good ult from Bulldog. That was not a good ult. The W was fine. But the ult was unnecessary. I guess he didn't feel like he was going to use it in any other way, but surely there's a better time to use it. Half of Lucian's culling is going straight back onto him. It's not that much. The actual duration of the reflect is not that long. And remember that the culling is, it's only going to get reflected like 30% value for a lot of it. Oh, that's the thing. Now, I might have to change my opinion on this matchup. Does anyone know if Mel reflects like 5 culling bullets back towards Lucian, does it apply her passive stack 5 times? Does anyone know? Dragon goes over to EDG. Because if that's the case, and you do only reflect a few bullets back to Lucian, you may still end up one-shotting him with his own culling because it stacks up the passive. Because, of course, the big thing about the ult is that you need to hit with multiple abilities, multiple projectiles. Because if you end up hitting, like, a Q and then, like, reflecting, you know, 5 bullets to the culling back, then, yeah, that gets really, really scary. Bulldog not killing the whole way there. Choosing to push it anyway, though. Comet from the Sion, just noticed that there as well. Sion often runs the Comet in range matchups because, well, back on release, do you remember release Sion very early on where Sion had such insane base damages where he could actually kind of just one-shot you anyway? Then, of course, you saw lethality afterwards, but Sion with Comet could do ridiculous damage. Good Q damage there. See what build Bulldog goes towards. I think Bulldog should go towards the Ludens. The burst is going to be insane here. It's going to be quite... I think this game is going to be very quick burst windows. You know, of course, it's got a Vi in the game, but EDG, just every one of their characters is very bursty, but then stuff like the Mel and the Corki can very much be quick burst champions too. Okay, folks, what is... I know people talk about the worst release state of a champion. You know, like, okay, wow, release Akali rework, release... You know, Zoe, one of my least favorites, release Yumi, things like, oh, just managed to reflect the Q there, actually. Hang on, Angel, not too happy there. First grub goes down. There's still a smite available. Goes to the side of Croco, I believe, that second one. So it'll end up being 2 for 1 in favor of LNG. Smite key good from Croco. But what's everyone's favorite release champion? You know, it was, damn, this champion was good on release, you know? Maybe the numbers changed a little bit, but actually the champion was just good when they released it or reworked it. Smolder? No. Smolder release. There's no way you just said that in my... In this Minecraft server. Oh, God. Will we see Mel Protobelt? Now, the thing is, for Mel, it's actually good because she has no mobility and it allows her to go for, like, Protobelt E at the kind of, like... Because people often stand at the very edge of Mel's range trying to outplay her. If you Protobelt, it's much harder to do that. Nami on release? Nami release is pretty good. Yeah, she was... Yeah, she was actually in a pretty good spot. I'd agree with that. That's fair. Sion is a loud boy. I think that Sion's rework release was genuinely very good. Fantastic champion. Now, I'm not a tank enjoyer because I think that... Look, I'm not a fan of characters whose ability is... whose main ability is I stop you from doing things. I'm not a big fan of that. Which is why actually I really disliked Release Braum, who was just infinitely tanky. You couldn't do anything to that champion. I suppose Lulu was worse at that point, really. Although Lulu was a solo later at that point, so that was actually more manageable. That was okay. Best champ was Kasance. Oof. Y'all are choosing some wild ones. Croc on top side, potentially fighting here. Both have components. Croco's going in for the full play here, actually. Does he think he can just kill? There is a flash on Xiao Hao. Croco still has himself the Cyclone. Maybe should have pulled that a little earlier. Angel goes down low as well, so junglers both blowing flash. What does that change, though? Can Croco stick around, go for a Krug steal? No, he's going back into his own jungle. It feels like it's a bit of a washed play there. A bit of a wash of a play. I guess he gets Scuttle Crab. That's what he gets. I'd say Galio if he can ignore his Q ratio. The Q ratio came later. No, I think they buffed that a little later. Yeah, Galio rework was pretty strong. Although the funny thing about that was that Galio's rework was just as old Galio was finally picking up some popularity for the first time ever because Faker played him at All-Star. I don't miss All-Star nearly as much as I thought I would do. It was okay when we had so less interaction with our players. But now we have so much content and this kind of, yeah, it feels like All-Star, the players stopped caring about it, so I stopped caring about it, you know? Although I miss seeing some of our old legends be wheeled out to face each other. Oh, Croco failed the auto reset. Not that you would have been able to clear the ward completely anyway. Huge comet values. She is trading well here. Battle Academia skins with like all of the reverb on it is so funny. The delay and the reverb, fantastic. I really like Diana on release. Back in like, what, season 3 or whatever when she was released? She was very strong at that point. Then Diana had one of the biggest set of nerfs ever given to a champion back in season 3. Well, they nerfed so much about Diana. Poppy rework, yep, Poppy rework was very good. I think that was a successful one. Xiao will take second dragon. It is an Ocean Rift. Not great for EDG because they're not tanky enough to use it. If the engage comes through and they have an Ocean Soul, I think they die anyway, basically. Let's have a quick check of our CS lead. CDZ on about a 20 CS lead. Has a Black Cleaver first. I wonder if that'll actually end up being a mistake. I suppose the Black Cleaver helps out the Lucian, but you're not going to be as powerful as a poke champion, which is annoying. Galio rework was stupid because he went full tank and one-shots wave. And then it has to be nerfed like 10 times. You know what? The more I think about it, the more I remember that Galio was nerfed like a million times in a row and was ever present in Pro. The more I think about it, the more you're right, actually. Rise reworks were all broken on release. Who was good in release state? Kindred was OP. Bard was awful and then OP. Tom Kench was boring and OP. Yuumi was just... God, wow. Aphelios was Mr. 200 years, disgustingly broken. Renata was... Yeah, you know what? Renata was actually in an okay spot when it came to it. Even though she was nerfed eventually. Hang on, jump on towards Croco. Do they jump onto him? He was just jumping forwards a little bit there. They still have the Bio ultimate. The Cullen comes through, and that's a lot. Yeah, that's the damage. Leave actually ends up flashing backwards. I didn't see a crazy amount of the passive being put up there. I didn't see the execute on the HP bar, although I'm not sure it shows it in this Observer UI. Thresh release. Now, Thresh was also nerfed like a million times, but he was a very fun champion on release, I'll say that. Yeah, you know what? Thresh was actually really good. I know he did get nerfed, but I still think it was a good release. He was very, very popular. He was very, very interactive. Everyone loved playing him. He was North America's most played champion on release as well. It's very rare that a support player gets that. That's a crazy amount of damage from Bulwark, by the way. It's gone for the pen boots. Senna was fine when she came out. No, Senna was super broken. Senna was super broken. Oh my god, that's a great jump over. The whole Croco comes out of the abyss and leave. Who flashed earlier has nothing to escape the play. Croco in the murky waters snaps up a first kill of the game. First blood 14 minutes in. It's a slow one. But Croco is the one to get it. And Leave goes down. Leave, a player who does like to play on the edge of his position like we've seen before and has often caused him some heartache. Briar was not playable on release, really. She was so weak. Zarya release was awful. She was just, yeah, 0 counterplay. Kazakh release? Kazakh's release was pretty damn strong. But I think that was in a time where people were a bit more accepting of assassins, unlike they are now. No, Kazakh's release is pretty good. Rengar release was kind of... No one knew how to play Rengar was the problem. Viego was incredibly buggy and then also broken. Silas was also incredibly buggy, and I think he was he I'm trying to remember the meta when he was released, because sometimes it's a problem with the meta, right? Azir release was one of the most buggy releases ever, again, yeah. Really hard to pick this stuff out. Herald is alive, EDG are positioning around it, Lever's back on the table here. Again, no Cyclone for LNG. Do they choose to fight it without that? I think they need the Cyclone, really. Herald goes down. Gold is even. EDG do have a big objective lead, although LNG did have those 2 grubs, as we were saying. Sheer getting some turret play is pretty big for him, actually. It evens up some of that early game gold deficit. You know, he's down still that 20 CS. Not the, you know, the worst gold lead ever. You know, Sion, if he's behind 20 CS against a fighter matchup, doesn't really care. Gragas was... I can't... No, Gragas was super broken on release. Remember him like AP one-shotting whole teams? You get like, was it the 4-man combo from Kerp in the Battle of the Atlantic? Who just throws a Q ult and kills like 4 people pretty much? Crazy. Surely the Mord rework is the through time led to the most possible bugs. The Mordekaiser rework when he had the dragon. So funnily enough, the person who did the list of Mordekaiser bugs was is actually in our chat occasionally. He's a friend of mine. But I think the most bugged one was still Viego. I think Viego was the most buggy one. I think Viego was more buggy somehow. Although the Mordekaiser one was absolutely insane, I think Viego had more bugs. Azir was very buggy, but Viego was just something else. There was literally like dozens of pages of bugs. Teleport in, dragon spawning now. The LNG want to stop the Ocean Soul point, that threat of a soul later from them. The poke's coming through. It's not the full glass cannon of the Jace because he has a black cleaver and not the lethality item first. And they do have some Nami sustain, which is very helpful. Leave looking for that double tap. He gets a little bit of damage back, but then of course the Enchanter on the other side gets some value. The honey fruit used for a bit of sustain. Double poke there. That's better from ZDZ, and a bit of poke from Angel. You see the range advantage from EDG is good. LNG, are they scaled up enough in their front to back just yet? The range advantage from EDG is looking good. I think LNG might even call this play off. If Sheer gets a good ult, that's when they can play. Dragon down to half HP. It will be a front to back. Sheer is strong. No one's really damaging the Scion here. Vi potentially going forwards. Shock blasts are good. They're holding the range advantage. The Herald is summoned for the Battle Herald. The Scion army front to back's looking good though. They end up using the ults of the Herald for the Battle Herald. How many knockups are they going to get? This is looking pretty impactful right now. They get the one onto the clone. They do manage to just about rearrange it so it goes onto the Corki as well. Shao gets the ultimate onto Bulldog. However, Corki's is back line. It's a very good Cyclone. The inclement weather starts rolling through. Not enough damage to kill the Jace just yet. Lever's full HP. Flash away from 1xn. Do they have the Mel ultimate? No! And the Shock Blast takes down one at the back end. EDG managed to hold themselves the advantage. However, a good Cyclone did mean that Croco managed to avoid the worst possible scenario for his team. It ends up being a 2-for-1, and Dragon went to the side of LNG and missed all that. Actually missed the smite coming through. Shock Blast not landing there. Fair play to EDG. They used the range advantage well, but losing out on the Dragon will hurt them. I know I said that the Ocean Soul's not fantastic for them. They still like it, of course. The Battle Herald, very important. You can see the Scion Nami front to back is really nasty. Scion charging with the wave, blocking up another angle, really nasty. You see that the rest of the team is really afraid of the Aurora though. Of course, Sheer goes down. The actual zombie form does a lot of damage here. Sheer ends up basically auto-attacking the entire team throughout the passive. Great fight from Croco. Somewhat surprised that Croco couldn't finish off the kill onto ZDZ, but I suppose ZDZ had flash and he just used it. Flash for the Shock Blast. Xiaohao got into the Herald one, knocked up. It might have been buffered, I'm not sure. He might have had a window to cast something. I've definitely noticed that you can jump into the Herald from a very long distance away now. Sometimes that's led to some very bad misclicks. Let's have a look at these builds. It is the Ludens from Bulldog. Kraken Slayer Hex Optics on Leave means his auto attacks are pretty strong there. Doesn't have the sheen, but his, you know, his actual procs of the Kraken Slayer, nasty. Haven't seen the Hex Optics on Lucian though. Guess with the Lucian, with the Milio, it makes it easier to proc it at max range. Sometimes you dash too far forwards with the Lucian, you don't get the max range for that. He's only a 550 range AD carry? Oh, actually, he's a little less than that. No, he's way less than 5. He's like a 500 range AD carry, right? EDG, decent vision control on the bot side again. I think Croco on this Wukong is going to do some crazy work this game. This is a Wukong that can actually carry team fights. It's this kind of draft where everyone is squishy enough and he has enough gold now in the early game where it's going to go crazy. So Milio ended up getting the control ward, put down a ward there. Did he have to blow flash or what? Yeah, he had to flash, I'd imagine here. Yeah, he was afraid of someone cutting him off at the pass. If I was stopping between LCK, which games are on in the LCK today? Second series, very cool here in the LPL, by the way. Make sure you stop in for that. JDG versus Anyone's Legend, two of our top 3 teams, really, from, well, no, not top 3 teams. JDG ended up 4th. Hey, I'll end up 4th, rather, sorry, my bad. But from last split, AL were meant to be our top team coming into this year. Not quite so simple. Oh, T1 DNS? Oh, T1 are playing in HLE. Okay, so there's some popular teams playing in LCK today. Makes sense. Xiaohao getting onto the Krugs there. Shit. Not able to do that much. Tower goes down. EDG do have gold advantage. Good damage onto Leave somehow in the mid lane there. Of course, the sustain from the Milio helps over time. Milio's release was utterly broken. Remember how high pick bound he was? Need Ohm Wrecker back? You know, funnily enough, the devs were saying that they don't consider the Ohm Wrecker part of Volibear's ult very impactful anymore, which I think is off base. I think that Volibear in top lane matchups goes insane with that. Turret goes down, so 1 turret apiece. It was the first turret of the game in bot side, actually, for ZDZ. Although the mid lane turret is more important. The mid lane turret is the most important strategic objective of the game. If you can get that mid lane out of the turret down, it really changes the way that you play the game. Ona had a great series. Oh, really? Well, Ona's been really struggling recently, so that's really important to see. T1 are a team which has often been kind of like carried by Ona quite quietly over the last year or two. You know, at the start of his career, Ona was often the most criticized member of T1. I think over time, he's really had to garner more respect. People have to respect him more. ZDZ just going off a bot lane, has the Mirana transform now, so strong 2-item spike. Again, not the glass cannon. They're teleporting in for this. Dragon, of course, up in 20 seconds. That'll be what they're coming to here for. Shit. Tanks up the Shock Blast. Does have the World Quest teleport. Doesn't mind doing that. Of course, would like to keep that shield alive a little bit longer, of course. Xiaohao on the flank, spotted, so no creative angle for him this time. Watch for Croco. Croco has flash, he has ult, he's level 13, he's really happy. If Croco gets a multi-man Cyclone again, I think EDG do just lose. I don't think they can withstand that. Can EDG use the range advantage again? Angel on the flank, going to be spotted out here. Bit of damage onto ZDZ, a little bit of that. She's going to try and tank as many skill shots as possible. Xiaohao is in the pit. Now, LNG could give up a dragon here, but they don't want to push mid lane. They've already taken the mid lane out of the turret, so it doesn't change as much for them. They're trying to hide away from Angel's flank angle. The Aurora is nasty, going to the back. Klein is spotted now. Dragon below half HP. One extent jumping forwards to the Angel. He's gone backwards. ZDZ eats some damage. Dragon is going low. Who ends up getting the smite for that? Tidal Wave comes through in the side, goes through there as well, and Croco gets the smite. The ult from Angel is okay. The culling is also pretty okay, but it's not leading to kills. Then that's going to be the continued jump forwards with the Cyclone. Angel gets into the backline. ZDZ goes into melee. Bulldog manages to escape the play. The Mel is alive, and Corky does go down, but there's another carry available. No one can kill the Scion. Knocker into the queue. Leave has the barrier. Auto attack reflected, but it won't be enough. Double kill for him, but he'll fall at the expense of it. It is actually a 4 for 3 in favor of EDG, but the Dragon goes to LNG. They'll stop another attempt at stacking that Dragon, and the Scion, the biggest tank in all the world, is the one to not fall from LNG. Surprise, surprise. Oh, hang on. Angel has 0 mana. There's actually a chance that Shea can actually kill here, by the way. This is a problem for Angel. What cooldowns he has no mana for anything. He might have a W just left. Shea can just chase him down. Angel overstays. The Milio comes to save him. Flash forward for a little bit more damage. Shea, does he have an ult? It's coming up in about 5 seconds. Can't quite get the cooldown. Angel will survive with a little bit of help from a cozy campfire. Ends up losing the flash for that. It does mean that Angel is now on a very late reset. As is Dway as well. Of course, Dway coming in for his first series here for EDG. Palkia no longer the support or starting support of EDG. And here's the fight again. 1xN jumped onto Angel, forced his Proto Belt backwards. I don't think it's a bad idea, but he didn't get any damage down. And then they ended up getting a little bit cut off at the pass. How many people does that hit? The ultimate hits 2. Bulldog and 1xN. They end up stacking. Yeah, Angel gets a double combo onto both carries. The Croco gets a good cyclone. It's not bad from him, although EDG ends up bashing him away a little bit. Croco only really gets the 1 with his ultimate. Could have been a lot worse for EDG, that. And then Croco just ends up kind of getting spaced quite a lot. Does he end up getting killed? He gets 1. Can't kill Angel afterwards, I presume. Yeah, too much damage from the Q. Pull back in the passive activation. Goes invisible. Yeah, not the best fight from Croco, especially with someone with such high ability to put out damage in these fights. EDG fighting quite well there. Now, the worry is that's a high roll team fight for EDG. Can they do that again? That's my worry. Now, Sheer, even though he's behind a decent amount of gold, I don't really think he cares too much. Serpent's Fang out from ZDZ will stop some of the Scion W value, some of the airy value as well. You'll notice that Lucian doesn't really do damage without a Kraken Slayer. Xiaohao is on the flank. Doesn't have flash, does have 2 items. Shock Blast ends up there. Mel needs to be really afraid of the Vi. Can't he do anything about the Vi engage? And the Reflect doesn't work on any of her kit. Angel gets hit by Slow. There was actually a potential of Sheer pulling the ult there and trying trade ult for ult with Angel. 1xN getting some good damage, very good damage there actually. Still has the ult available, Proto Belts to relative safety. Croco finds out Xiaohao on the flag, he's just gonna die. They pull out the Mel ultimate to make sure that this kill is secure, and they'll indeed do that. That's gonna open the Baron. Xiaohao, it's not been a great series from him. No, Croco has been the better jungler. EDG not coordinated very well around Xiaohao on the flanks, but Xiaohao's not been helping himself. Now EDG, they have a moment where the Baron is still up and they have a range advantage. Sheer is going to try and absorb as many skill shots as possible. How quickly is the Baron going down? The Black Cleaver gets a lot of damage onto him, and that leaves things in a bit of a questionable scenario. Can they finish off the Baron in time? Their tank died a lot quicker than they thought they would do. Angel comes through with the ultimate. It's a good combo from the Mel. The Baron's getting low. Can they get the smite in time? Yes, they can. Bulldog will probably end up dying on the side, very close to going down himself. CDC has died in the play. 1xN is alive. Angel ends up connecting with the skill shots. 1xN will go down, and I believe every member of the Baron buff will die. Angel were chased down. LNG vastly overestimated how tanky Sheer was in the face of the Black Cleaver burst, and they will lose every hard-earned Baron buff. I think the huge mistake there was LNG thinking that Sheer would live longer. No, Sheer, I don't even think he pulled his ultimate there, no? I think that's a mistake of Sheer realizing, well, not realizing, well, there's a Serpent's Fang and a Black Cleaver to stop a lot of his tankiness. Black Cleaver from Xiaohao as well. Well, he was dead, but, yeah. I mean, EDG just, you know, they lost their jungler, then ended up just getting the ace and denying the Baron buff. Dragon's up in 30 seconds. 1xN shut down by ZDZ. A very good fight from ZDZ, by the way. Of course, he died at the end of it, but managed to get into the pit, do a ton of damage. Good fight from Angel too. The Aurora's been working wonders for him. 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. Leaves now 2.6k ahead, has Amelia buffing up with a 4-item Lucian. Has the LDR now, so he's going to absolutely crap out damage. 3 items for 1xN. He's strong too. But leaves the one with the gold. And that hurts. Dragon started, EDG not on soul point yet, they're just looking for the fight here really, they'd love the dragon as well. Angel once again going for the same flank he did last time. Control Ward helps him get a bit of angle from maneuver there. 1xN goes low HP, flashes the Aurora, ultimate. Angel gets a combo down, but I don't think it's that good actually. Angel's going to die here. What's that going to lead to in the rest of the fight? Does end up dying as he flashes over the wall. They lose 1 for the dragon. What do LNG get after this? Angel's Aurora has been an incredibly large part of the threat onto the backline. He's had a good game so far. Does Croco want to try and cut the enemies off at the pass? No, they're going to go towards the mid lane inner turret. The crystalline overgrowth is going to help them take down this inner turret. So they get gold for the occasion. They don't end up getting themselves the dragon. EDG are the ones to claim that, get onto that threat. A third dragon, potentially a soul later. Croco, is he spotted there? I guess he is. Where's the Scion going? Where is he going? I didn't see the angle he chose. perhaps LNG the ones to fumbling a little bit in the mid and late game now as things get a bit more difficult. LNG last split felt like if they didn't hyper smash early game, they didn't know what to do. They'd often lose in difficult late game scenarios. Croco farming up as best he can. You know, one good Cyclone could change everything. It's a squishy team from EDG. They don't spot him again here, actually. Bulldog's there. Do they end up... Hang on, Dwayne could get jumped onto here. Anyone could get jumped onto here. Chooses not to pull the trigger fully. Xiaohao down a significant amount of gold. Croco is genuinely getting anything threat. Does get the smite there too. Very good. Good poke there from one extends rockets as well. Corki, of course, with the Imperial Mandate. Corki, Corki Nami E. Gets some crazy damage down with that. I call this blessing. Just cresting 30 minutes past in the game. Angel on his way to his Zhonya's wants to be able to do those one-man flanks without getting shut down himself. Now, if you just throw the Aurora ult, the Shock Blast, and the Jace ult, the Jace Shock Blast, you know, at similar times, just from all directions, there's only so much that LNG can do against all of that. Now, Bulldog's against the point was pretty scary, but as you said, the Mel's sort of outranged here. Can't really get crazy amounts of damage, no, not conveniently. Missing's tidal waves and Shear's ults have been pretty disruptive, but EDG have been doing well to choose an extra angle in each fight to make sure that they don't get a full front to back. I thought that LNG would be able to pull the trigger with Shear and Croco a little bit better. Haven't really managed to consistently do that. That's one of the problems with that group Nirvana teams. They just don't pull the trigger very effectively. Even though some of the players here have managed to do that on previous teams, whatever's happened with the chemistry, the drafting, the read on the meta, current player form, multitude of factors means that it's a little bit harder to find the way into the games that they did maybe on previous rosters and previous runs of form. Third item for 1xN has gone for the Serpent Slaying fourth item. In terms of the shields, I mean, it does help against the Millia. Millia does give you a decent amount of shielding, of course. Not a crazy amount, but a decent amount. Does mean that he's lower on crit. Nothing like that, nothing like the Infinity Edge or an LDR. Not that you need the LDR this game, really. Not nearly as much, anyway. No sustain for him, of course. Corki, one of the big problems with him is he doesn't really have... Well, I mean, Nami is your sustain. Nami's your sustain. But when there's so many people getting poked out, you might need a little bit of that anyway going into the late game. Maybe. We'll see. Almost a GA built up for ZDZ. That's important. Same with Xiaohao. If they get GAs and Zhonya's, it's a little bit harder for LNG to burst out the same first target with, you know, Scion, with Cyclone. There is a GA for Croco too. I think this game is so much on Croco's team fight. Can Croco get himself that huge Cyclone into the backline? He has Flash. He has 3 items. He's level 16. The Wukong is an incredibly good late game scaling team fighter from the jungle. Incredibly good. Can he do it here? Dragon up in a minute would be Sol for EDG. EDG. Oh, we said, you know, might not be the win condition for them. Maybe it will be actually. Hang on, Bulldog. Potentially getting a combo. Oh, good damage onto leave. How much damage could you heal up with a full campfire from Milio? Yeah, decent amount. Decent amount. Got to hit the... Oh, he's got lift. There's a bit of lifesteal as well from items. That'll help him. Took the Scuttle Crabs. Wondering whether Croco would go for a full play there. There was a flash on leave. Giving up that Scuttle Crab. That could be important. Now they get themselves that permanent vision. A little bit of vision control. They know where the enemy wards are. Just before the Dragon Angel. Staying very far away from vision on the other side. Deep down the mid lane. You'll probably kill that wave first as he teleport into a better position. Oh, nowhere really to teleport to. Xiaohao in the back of the pit. CDZ also on another flank, trying to choose more blinders. Out of the pit. Teleport now into position. Croco a little bit low, actually, from bits of damage from leave earlier. Jump forwards. Hang on. That wasn't a good reflect there, actually. ZDZ trying to pepper them with shots again. Only the ults onto Bulldog. Well, I suppose onto Shear as well. Matters a little bit less to him. Not bad poke from 1xN. It's a real ranged artillery battle. Angel flashing for the combo. He goes too far. Oh, Angel! Oh, Angel, we're sending you to the 9th circle. That one's not good. Oh, it's a disaster. Xiaohao caught. He has the GA, but he might be forced out into it. Do they pull the Mel out? It's already been used. Dragon to the side of LNG. Angel, huge mistake Flash for a combo which ends his life. I guess they just rush the Baron now. Without the Aurora, without him there for 30 seconds, can EDG really look for the big play? I'm not sure. There's going to be resets coming in from LNG. They're not going to rush the Baron. I thought they might do. They won't, though. They'll just take the Dragon. Slow game is really on the cards. Angel misuses a lot here. His ult wasn't fantastic. Didn't land that skill. And then what happens here? He sees both carries together and tries to one-shot them. And he does get the combo, but he doesn't get the pullback for the full passive. He CC'd before he can press Q again. And it means that he can't get the damage down. So Baron's available, Angel's alive again. Dragon, of course, gone. Going up towards Infinity Edge for 1xN now. There was a question about, well, why is 1xN not going towards Mortal Reminder, going towards the Serpent's Fangs instead? Yeah, I agree. I think that's a fair point. Of course, you do end up cutting through things like the Vi passive. That's about it, really. You'd love some anti-heal into the melee, I agree. Typically 1xN a very good AD carry item builder. I'm not that happy with this one. Getting to the point now, singular skill shots from Bulldog become very, very scary. He's trying to judge where Leaf's going to jump towards. Xiaohao on the flank. LNG holding the Baron side of the map. Shock blast onto 1xM. Doesn't matter too much when you got the Nami for sustain there, as we've been saying. Xiaohao trying to take away some camps on the other side. Croco. Does he slip over the wall here? If he does, he could find out. Very important target. Spot Xiaohao. Just there. Croco was on the just within range to spot him. I think he did anyway. They've got some very deep vision with that control ward. Xiaohao really looking for that deep flank shear. Oh, Culling's put forwards. Not bad damage onto him. Sustain comes through. Xiaohao is really looking for something into the backline. Shear's gone very, very low. Leave is very high HP. When does Xiaohao make his move? Shock Blast, not bad there. W misused by Shear. Do they end up spotting out Xiaohao? This could be insanely important. There he goes. He gets onto the core. They can jump onto him. It's a Cyclone. Ends up buying a lot of time. How much damage can the Wukong do? The clone doing a lot there. Double kill for the Vi. I think that's enough. The cycle won't be enough. And LNG will lose the team fight to Xiaohao's creative flank. He takes a long time. I was certain they spotted him. I suppose they didn't, and EDG might have won the game off of it. I mean, there's not enough that the Corki could do. He had the flash. I just don't think there was enough way for him to get distance there, though. Perhaps could have flashed into the Baron pit. Very hard to get out of range of the enemy team, though. Mel is alive. How much can they do? That's not bad. They get the GA down. Is that enough? Not certain. The wave clear's pretty good on this champion, but is it going to be enough? They're going to try and go for the game and uses the protocol to dog down. Something flashes away from the engage. First turret down, second turret down. The wave clear was not enough, and Bulldog Smell, sadly, a footnote in this game. Right at the bottom. EDG will win game 2 and even up the series. 3-game series for our first of the day. I was very surprised Croco couldn't take over that game. The range advantage from EDG worked very well because LNG just couldn't find consistent engage. Change over the music as well. Well, there you go. 1-1 on the board. I think we're definitely seeing the difference between our Ascend and Nirvana teams, just the cleanliness of the engage, seeing the angles. Definitely night and day difference between Ascend and Nirvana. Hey, what's up?
Hi.
How are you?
Not so bad. I'm about to make some lunch. I was going to ask whether you wanted some.
I'd be very happy with that. Yeah,
I bought some more potato things.
Oh, they're pretty good, aren't they? And they're pretty cheap as well.
Yeah, I got them on sale for 30% off. So even better. But we're going to do some fancy hot honey eggs on them, I think.
Oh, let's fucking go. Nice. Yeah, Sam, we're realizing that Nirvana, much like we learned last split, not very good at forcing plays. Not very good at forcing plays. Everyone say hi to Sam.
Hello. I am indeed. Basically, because I've got 3 additional best of 3s that are starting in about an hour.
Yeah. So you rest your voice, all good. Sam will be, Sam will be doing tomorrow because I've got to take Angie to the train station.
That'll be it.
And I might be back for bits. I might just take the day off tomorrow just so I can.
Hi, Zareth. Good to see you.
Good to see everyone. Yeah, I'm thinking about adding a channel point reward in to like you can basically whisper to me on Twitch or wherever, and guess where my name comes from. Nymaera. And then we can have like
It is a very niche reference.
It's not that niche. Well, okay, no. The actual thing it's from isn't niche. But you might, unless you're really weirdly familiar with the setting, it's... Look, well, there's a reason why I want it to be like a select few, because I want it to be like a, oh, that's what it is. So don't, and just like, obviously it takes a little bit of, you know, it takes some audience participation in terms of, I'm going to trust that no one's going to start, if they do get it right, telling other people.
Damn, Leave.
Yeah. Yeah, Leave was just kind of jumping forwards to the Millia. He had a good game. He had a good game on the whole. I think that EDG did very well to hold their battle lines and play around that. I actually think Angel was almost my player of the game, and then he flashed and died pretty badly. Xiao Hao had an incredible late game flank, very creative angle. Stayed behind the enemy team for like a full 2 minutes. Managed to find the angle, which won the game.
Nice.
Leave, probably player of the game. Very good trunks from him.
How's my boy been?
One extends actually, he had an Aphelios game again once.
Oh, did he win it?
He did.
He won an Aphelios game.
And I was about to say, yeah, I mean, like, there was a point where basically, like, Leave and 1xN in teamfights were just both one-shotting each other at the same time.
Right.
Because both of them realized, well, I've got to kill the enemy AD carry. Game 1, Leave was dashing forwards, very cocky. I think he got a bit bored, you know what I mean? And he just kind of ended up dying
The discipline
a bit.
wasn't there.
Yeah, for
I know
sure.
Jamada's talked about that before with Vitality quite a lot.
Yep.
Like the discipline's a thing.
Yeah. And I think that EDG, well, both of these teams can have some issues with that, but like they kind of have this odd problem of like they don't really know how to make the correct aggressive engage, so they just kind of like, you know, don't really. So then they just kind of throw something at the wall and go, oh, that'll work, you know. And of course it doesn't. Okay, folks, I'm gonna go on a quick break actually because I've got to go to the bathroom real quick. Do you mind looking after the stream for just a minute?
I can do that, yeah.
Cool. All right, it's set up how it normally is. So
That's absolutely fine.
cool. I just put my phone on charge, but I just want to check in everything. Okay. Be high back.
Hello, chat. How did I choose my name? So my original gamer tag was Shaded Reality, which, if anyone who comes to my stream will see that my League of Legends tag is still that. Basically, because I used to do graffiti work under the tag Shade, but Shade was taken on every gaming service ever, because of course it was. So I extended it to Shaded Reality because no one would ever have that, and it pleased edgy teenage Sam's heart. However, when I sort of got around to doing casting stuff, I was like, you know what? A, it's a bit of a mouthful. B, it's kind of a little edgy, and I'm not really sure it speaks to who I am as a person anymore. I'm not really doing all the arty stuff on the side of it anymore. But I was, however, doing a lot of music stuff, because I was kind of coming from doing a fair amount of music background stuff. And my tag for the music I was doing was Initialise, because I'd written a song back in the day called Ignition. And I kind of liked that concept of, you know, getting things rolling, being first to start things off, that kind of liminal space and semantic space. And that's why I decided I would move over to using that as the tag. There you go. Yours was The Package. Very good, Michael. Shady Sam, yeah, that's the one. But there you go. I probably ought to change my League account name over to Initialise just because it's better branding stuff, but I have not done that yet. Has Navi just followed us as well? Alright, hello Navi. That's the official Navi account for League. I appreciate you. Oh, great flank, I see. Oh, yes. Oh, okay, Xiao Hao. Yeah, I see you. Very good work. I've been enjoying Navi's League team. I think they've had a rougher spring split than split one, but you know. Oh, Xiao Hao. Exceptional flank. Okay, yeah, that might honestly earn you MVP purely for that flank, I'm not gonna lie, because that is extraordinary. About an hour ago, Grumpy. It will be Xiao who gets MVP. You know what? Considering how insane that flank was, fine by me. I can get behind that MVP. Xiao Hao got MVP for the monster flank.
Yeah, I mean...
They just did the highlight reel was mostly him on his magical journey to the backline.
Yeah, I mean, that play did win them the game, so... Oh, right, let me close the door.
Sorry, I actually got that. My bad. Right,
Actually, is Angie going to be around for food?
Yeah, she's... Well, ask her. She's in the bathroom. Okay, let's chill out. Did we put adverts on? Yeah, we did. Cool. Nice. Three for bot, one for support. Okay, so it was a split vote. Wait, I just got a whisper on Twitch. I just saw this from Nymaera. Hi Alex, I'm really thankful for your coverage of the LPL. I've been following LoL's esports since 2013. Your LPL streams have been keeping me sane while I work these late nights, and more importantly, they've helped me keep my passion for the game alive during times when I can't play anymore. Appreciate your streams, as I hope you keep pursuing League content as long as your passion for the game remains. First came across your content via Summoning Insight, but never really tuned into your streams. These days, I've been spending late nights working on my paper. You're a grad student, so your LPL streams have helped me remain sane. I'll be sure to acknowledge you in the if the paper ever gets published. That's very, very kind of you. You know, for myself, a lot of how I consumed LoL esports was through, I was part of the OGN Legion. You know, I subscribed to the OGN channel back in like 2013, 2014. And you know, I'd watch LCS on weekends, and then, you know, eventually I kind of ended up watching everything, right? But, you know, particularly a lot of my student life, a lot of my kind of like teenage growing up into adult years was watching League in the morning, and then whenever it was available, it was my big social system. And yeah, it's very flattering to know that I can be at least a part of that for some other people out there as well. Obviously, it's a very different scale, you know, with the fractured nature of the internet now, whereas everything starts to go into individual streams. Nothing's really going towards main streams anymore, really. It's harder to have that same experience, but even in just a small way, it's very cool to know that I can do that for some people. So I really appreciate that. It's a very kind thing. Did I follow StarCraft into the League pipeline? No, I came straight in from League because Sam introduced me to League. Gosh, when did I get into it? No, I ended up there just because Sam introduced it to me. Because Sam went to uni, and he was introduced to the game at uni by a friend of his, and then he introduced it to me back in like 2013 sometime. And then I just ended up discovering. So I started watching some League content because I heard about the best player in the world, Faker, 2013 at that point, right? And I watched it like a complete, you know, I ended up like, you know, watching videos like things Faker does and like the Faker outplay. And particularly the thing which got me into League was watching a montage of Faker Ahri. And that's why I was like, fine, I'm gonna play this Ahri champion. And I'm gonna pick up League. And the rest, as they say, is history. Yeah, so thank Faker's Ahri for me being into League. Thank him for that. Well, might be in for a longer day today, folks. Because the second series could very easily go to 3 games too. You know, so anyone's legend JDG. That's a pretty tight series, I think. You know, I gotta do my Uma dailies at some point too. How am I gonna do that? Do I have a campaign that's close to finishing? A career that's close to finishing? Questions. I've been rebuilding my team trials a bit. Most of my Umas have been like ranked up like 2 ranks or something. It's crazy. I need to really get like a good Doba parent as well. My Doba's okay. Doba's okay. But what I really want to do is have like a late surger and end surge, late surges which can be like what end closes which can be have both Doba and Medjaro Ryan ult. Oh, which reminds me, the person Peng wanted your thoughts on items impact on Ari, but I don't recall which. This was Peng, right? Yeah, because I know that Peng really likes Blackfire. It's different in Pro. It's really different in Pro. Maybe, you know what? Maybe I should just have a chat with Peng on stream about it. Maybe we should make a video about it. Because solo queue is really different to Pro. I need to actually collate my thoughts on it, because honestly, I haven't like gone deep into the RE itemization thing as well. Like, I have my own grooves I go into, right? Because I really like Medjay's Lichbane. That's just the style I like playing, but I need to like branch out and like explore some of the other paths. Because there are definitely some slow burn builds which are very good on RE. I think AD RE is just a bit dead. I just don't think you ever get enough damage on AD RE. Yeah, so that's a bit doomed. There's some utility builds I don't mind. Alex Peng co-stream when Knight picks Ari next. Tell you what, I mean, if there's an international event where Peng's not streaming and there's an Ari game, I might just call him up and be like, yo dude, MSI, like Knight Ari, what do you think? Because like, I'm trying to think of ways that when Protobelt is a good second item. I'm sure you remember the 12-minute inhib. Yes, I do. OMG versus OMG, and the second round robin, they lost the first game, and then the second one was the Elise Ari. Yep. Yeah. That like the 12-minute inhib from SKT, from like outer turret to inhib, that is still one of the greatest phases of play that we've ever seen in LoL esports. Now, in a modern standpoint, basically the problem was like OMG should have realized that they had no right standing there, and they just kept eating skill shots over and over. But no one had ever punished people like that before. First game was that one Gragas kill after the pause. Yeah, when he bopped cool Zoriana back under tower. Yeah. There were so many good games from that tournament, man. I actually, a while ago, one of the things I did during an off-season, it wasn't this off-season, it would have been the off-season before that, was I watched back all of Faker's World's wins. And I watched back all of Faker's World's wins to figure out like what I thought his best plays of all time were. Actually, I still have that text file somewhere, actually. Do I still have it here?
A lot of text.
Yeah. No, that's not it. I do have a lot of text files, you're right, yeah. Do I still have it here? Maybe I don't have it on this scene. Anyway, I have it on a scene somewhere. But yeah. Yeah, thank you for those messages, Nymaera. That's very, very kind things for you to say. That's vaguely what other, the casters which came before me did for me way back in the day, like 10 years ago. More than that now, God. I remember being in a lecture at 9 AM watching Loki take a game off of down one where it was just like half dead. I can't remember why. So I was in Westminster at that point. That wasn't crazy long ago, actually. That was in like 2020, right? 2019. 2019 maybe. Yeah. Oh, Jeremy. Oh, it's Jeremy backwards. Right, that makes sense. Look, I read like 100 Twitch names a day. And I'm like, I'll miss one or two. Normally I'm okay with that. I find it interesting how much of early league was just learning to not suck. Yeah, I think that a lot of people misunderstood. Well, they didn't realize the value of not dying. Which sounds bad, but a lot of the time the value was just not dying in bad, gruesome ways. Although there were a lot of times where it was just skilled outplay. It was just 1v1, just committing to the fight. I think basically over time, A lot of teams realized, well, a lot of the game became about actually, let's just isolate variables. Let's not commit to this really risky 1v1. Let's not commit to that. Now, we still see that in TV2. Like, laning phase is still a very important, of course it's a very important thing still. But it's a very different style of playing the game, of course it is. Okay, well, now we see if LNG can close out. Well, LNG can bounce back after a bad game, well, an awkward game 2. Or EDG can keep to their guns. Leave been very active in both games. Man on your screen right there. As you said, sometimes it feels like Leave gets a little bit bored and just kind of all-ins and dies. Will he do so again? Questions, questions, questions. Leave looks pretty locked in today. Well, then game 1 happened. Game 1 happened. Well, pretty close to that draft for game number 3 now. It's up to you. You can sit wherever you want. I'm just going to turn the camera on when draft comes on because it's the right scene for it. That sounds like a thing which I've... Okay, whatever, fine. Okay.
Don't say skill issue.
I wasn't going to say a skill issue. I was going to say that sounds like a you problem. Which is a slightly different variation of skill issue, I guess.
It's gonna be a you problem.
Yeah, don't worry, folks. She's going to start speaking German at me soon. She said she was going to keep it up for like 4.5 hours, and I was like, okay. Okay, this is going to be... This is going to be sure something, huh? I understand a bit of German, just not all of it, you know? It's quite a lot of German to learn. We'll get there eventually. Yes, we will. By hook or by crook. What is this? What's up with that seat? The design is something like I'd see at Facebook Marketplace. Well, it allows you to put the sponsors on the side of it. Yeah, sometimes too. It allows you to have messaging on it. A lot of chairs, they're kind of obscured by the player, so having something stretch out to the side, I think it's actually quite good for like a camera perspective. Would you use it in your daily life? Perhaps not. I'm not sure. Maybe you would. I'm not sure. But it's pretty good for being able to have messaging on the camera. Okay, let's get into a game for game 3. What are the big picks still available? Jarvan, I assume, will be banned again. The Nocturne is as well. Xiaohao, a very confident Nocturne player, not going to be allowed to have that. Then we're down to what? Skarner, Poppy, Maokai. Especially with Emilio gone, weirdly, that actually buffs up a lot of those champions quite a lot. Like a lot actually. ZDZ Renekton, by the way, is a very confident player of that champion. In terms of mid lane, Annie, Akali, LeBlanc. Annie, Akali, LeBlanc, Ahri. Big picks there. Seraphine, by the way, because the Ashe Seraphine, the best remaining bot lane. We have Ezreal Bard still. Ezreal Bard, strong. Lots of different picks we've highlighted there, which could be definitely highlighted in this game 3. Jarvan unbanned, that'll be the easy one. Now, what that means is that I think Leave has to lock in the Ezreal like ASAP. You can go for Poppy Ezreal in your first 3, and you're very happy, I think. You want the Ezreal, I think. Oh, ZDZ Cassante, not a bad pickup here either. Jarvan really doesn't like playing into Cassante. Just press a W, you can't do that much. Ooh, might be a takeaway of the Ambassador instead. Ambassador's not a bad takeaway. ZDZ is a good player of it, and I think LNG would really want that for sheer. I think the Ambassador's a better takeaway. Even though Cassante is technically better into the Jarvan, that denies LNG something for their composition. Xiaohao Lee Sin, very proficient player of that champion. Played that a lot back in 2023. Think about Angel's Ahri. That does come through, and it does. Then you're looking at Annie LeBlanc, Akali for Bulldog. Could go Silas as well, although Silas into Ahri has actually gotten a lot worse over time. Feels like Ahri actually does manage to outplay the Silas a lot more nowadays. Then we were saying, you know, stuff like the Ezreal can be very powerful. Potential sheer Gnar, and he does go towards that Gnar. Twisted Fate, maybe, or the Annie. I mean, that would be the point-and-click lockdown. Now, the thing is, Gnar Ambassador is a very high-damage top lane. So if you locked in one of those globals, then it would have been valuable for. They do go towards the Annie. Annie's strong laning phase versus the Ahri. Both of them tend to run bone plating and just try and shrug off the burst. Ahri, what often happens is, Annie tries to burst out Ahri, Ahri tries to clear the wave. Typically. Neferi, potential for Xiaohao. He's a good player of it. He can hop out of the Cataclysm, press W on his engage as well. Can be a little rough to play into the Annie because her stun is so quick. You often don't get to react to W. It does mean that you have a very high damage, single target at least. And very high mobility topside from EDG. Jarvan is now playing into 3 champions which can really run him around. Now, Mbessa can't get out of the Cataclysm very easily unless there's an enemy stood nearby for her to ult out of the pit. Bard banned away. We did talk about the Ezreal Bard being very powerful for that. Now LNG, with that in mind, do they ban away the Ezreal? What other mobile AD carries do you have? Well, the Corki's gone, the Lucian's gone, the Yunara's gone, so not a lot of stuff which can hop outside of the Cataclysm. I suppose Caitlyn could, but I don't think you want Caitlyn as EDG. What do they want? Could be an okay Xayah angle, I guess. A lot of the lane dominant stuff's gone. I don't think LNG won Misfortune. It's too immobile. Kai'Sa could be there too. We're getting to the point where Kai'Sa's actually unlocked again, really. The shield very nice in this composition. Huh, Renata banned away from LNG. I guess Renata over the Jarvan pit is really nasty. I wouldn't have thought that would be a ban here, though. Last ban for LNG, banned away that Nico. So we've got a ton of support bans. 4 from EDG, 2 from LNG, 6 total, and then of course another 4 across the series. So 10 supports out of the pool. Bot lane left to pick for EDG. You could Rakan. Pretty versatile at this point. Much less things available that can really upset that. Yeah, I might go for the Rakan here, you know, although you can get burst out by the Annie. Annie's really good into Rakan. Go for the Alistar instead, so that doesn't get blown up by the Annie. So now you're looking at a Sivir last pick for Leave. Or Ezreal. Ezreal or Sivir. Sivir would scale better, worse against the Jarvan to a certain degree. Does kind of, when you just allows Alistar to exist in laning phase, though, is just the big thing. Ooh, potential Poppy support for missing. I mean, you are against 4 dash champions. Quite a lot of value. You just choose one of them to say, nope, you don't get to fight. Poppy can also eject the Alistar frontline out of the fight. So you go Ezreal Poppy, Xayah Poppy. Xayah's not bad here, actually, for Onyx M. The Ezreal's a better takeaway from Leave, I think. Now, it's Sivir or Xayah for Leave. Should be. Which one you choose in Leave? Which way Chinese AD carry? Unless he's got something else as a third route for this. Because you really want something with mobility. Or something that can... Wow, it's a Senna! Now, Leave is one of the best stacking Sennas in the world. I didn't expect this. Senna is very vulnerable to a Jarvan, to Annie. If you get jumped on, you die. Leave is the fastest stacking Senna and Smolder player in the world. He's broken the world records on how quickly you stack these champions. I didn't expect it here. I think it has some issues in the laning phase. It does allow you to have that global firing across the map. Very important when the Neferi, Ahri, and Ambassador start going crazy. 1xN is a very good Ezreal player. Can very much look for 1v1s against the Senna at points. I think that the Ezreal has a lot to be afraid of, though, in the Neferi and the Ambassador. They can follow you across the team fight. I'm going to go into a quick ad break, folks. So if you don't want to have ads, subscribe now. And of course, refresh if they add to you anyway. You know, that's how it works. In terms of the overall draft, I think I'm actually coming away favoring EDG a bit. Yeah, I think I'm coming away favoring EDG a bit. I mean, the mobility is so... I mean, even the Poppy can only stop 1 dash. That's going to be a big problem. You can only stop 1 dash, so, you know, the others are just going to be there, folks. Nice to see the crowd there in Suzhou, LNG's home arena. Into game we go. Onto the Rift, let's hear our Gyos. Level 1, fighting a little bit for Bush Prio. We're hearing any gyros right now. So we'll just keep on talking. Q onto the wave, looking for a minion, looking for a champion, can't quite get that. Oh, there we go, there are the gyros. Heavy trades, particularly from LNG towards EDG. The level 1 of the Alistair, yeah, not the happiest. Leave just keeps cancelling autos, man. Stepping back and forth. Dude, we see you charged up the auto. You're not fooling anyone here. Buckler charged up that. Missing. Oh, gets the wall stun. That could be a kill angle, maybe. Good stuff. Jumping forwards, 1xn. Jumping forwards has the lethal tempo. Wants to make the most of that. Of course, Ezreal gets the extra value from the lethal tempo because his Q also gives him a stack of it, right? He hits it. Lilo. Crocker clearing through his top side to bot side. Shahar clearing through bot side to top side. Jarvan clearing out a little quicker than in theory right now. Now, worth noting, we haven't seen any shenanigans about multiple support items, because there was something like that in, I think it was either Tier 2 or a Mere Masters, where basically in Tournament Realm, they allowed everyone to take the support role quest, or you could choose any amounts of role quests, which is obviously somewhat unintended, but there was nothing in the rulebook to stop it, so they just could. Things were very unexpected. Sheer picks up his boomerang. Of course, when you hop with Gnar, you end up getting the increased attack speed. He's got Zeus' Gnar skin, by the way, the T1 Gnar. 2xn. No, the thing about 1xn is it 0.1xn? 0.1xn, you know. Mathematical equations. Dre holding up the wave there. Ah, it's nasty as heck. So that means that the wave is just going to be held up completely in front of turret there. Missing... Well, if he'd gone forwards, he didn't have the flash to potentially stop a Alistair punting him back into turret. Wave's going to get pushed in here anyway, but it is going to save Leave a handful of minions. Both AD carries run barrier, worth noting. No cleanses, no ghosts. He doesn't do that. Hang on, ZDZ does have flash, does have a lot of dashes. Slow doesn't land from that. Oh, knockup just missing. ZDZ will get himself out safely. Oh, Wallstar, Missing doesn't have flash. He might die here. Has the heal. Might have to use it. I don't think he's making it out of this one, folks. First blood to leave. Misjudgment from Missing. Mixed series from the veteran support of LNG. A Thresh game, which largely was just him missing hooks, really. Good roam down from Xiaohao. Leave that first kill. See what his build is. I'm not really sure what center builds anymore, especially if it's a farming center. You know, in the past we'd see stuff like Muramana. Of course, the lethality is kind of gone. Stun traded for Chun. Leave actually doing, not Leave, Angel doing a pretty good job there actually. Shit, trying to get that hyper proc. Does get it. He can actually chase this down now. That's scary. Does he have an extra hop? Gets the extra hyper proc from the movement speed. Doesn't choose to chase down any further. Missing. Placing a controller in the jungle. Trying to fight over vision control again. Oh, we're hit by that root there. Another soul to leave. Give it up for soul 15. Oh, level 6 hit by Bulldog earlier than Angel. Angel doesn't get to have the extra stats, the extra HP. Down about 10 CS right now. Yeah, the Annie into the Ahri has been a pretty good matchup over time. Potentially the Crocker jumping bot side. Doesn't have the level 6 just yet. Too early in the game for that. Angel recouping bits and pieces of farm, but the next wave is coming in anyway, so Bulldog will still be fine on the CS department. Slower games here in Nirvana, folks. Much less explosive early games. Tune in for Series 2 if you want to see the pace increase a little bit. EDG and LG, they've been, you know, finding themselves, finding their feet. You know, two teams which didn't make it to Group Ascend. I think both of these teams had real hopes of it. I would have actually said both of these teams would have made it last split, but things fell apart for them. Oh, very close. Xiaohao taking that last camp there. Tier stacking up for 1xn. Oh, he was just spotted heading bot side with Xiaohao. They'll know about that now. And we say that the W is not great from missing. The CC from 3. I mean, you gotta stop that as missing, no? Soul's great there from Leave. 1xn takes a huge trade. Maybe trying to bait in Jui. And now with that, I mean, that's just a free dragon, presumably. I mean, the Ezreal gets stopped on the recall again. No teleport from him. Missing does have teleport. Does Jui have ultimate? No, not close to it either. Leave Senna getting really, really quite high up here now. Leave doing pretty well today on the whole, especially individually. Now, 1xn is an AD carry which I have a lot of respect for, but I think Leave on the whole is... Well, I mean, game 1, he definitely jumped forwards and died a lot. It's not been 1xn's best day at the office. Wouldn't say it's his worst either. CDZ just used that ultimate, didn't get the most out of it. Did, of course, escape bits of the CC from the Gnar ultimate there. Crocker level 6 now, as is Xiaohao. Ezreal on the recall, first dragon to EDG. $19 souls in 6 minutes, very good for an ADC center. Yeah, I was thinking exactly the same thing. No, Leave is the best stacking center I've ever seen. Same with Smolder as well. He's hit like 100 souls on center in like, I don't know, like 17, 8, like 19 minutes. 100 souls in 19 minutes in pro. 225 in like 17 minutes on Smolder at some points. I don't know. I can't remember the exact numbers, but they were like incredibly important break points before 20 minutes. He's just insane at the stacking champions. And he does treat them as a win condition. Credit to Jui. I think Jui's been alright, you know, he's actually been pretty good here. I mean, it's a shame to see Palkia off of EDG, and I think that Palkia does really have a future in the LPL. Jui is a player we thought would be on stronger teams throughout this split anyway, or this year rather. I think that was said as a question, but in the case, yes, yes, oh, sorry, is 19 souls in 6 minutes good for an ADC center? Yes, very much so. All forced away from Angel. Sorry, I missed the is at the start of that. Sharm traded there. Angel, buddy, you gotta be a little bit careful there. Extra Q landing. Teleport coming through from the support Poppy. Just a spellbook one, nothing to be afraid of. But yes, getting that amount of souls very early is very, very good for a center. Make no mistake about that. Bulldog charging up his passive again, does have ultimate. Jui's teleported in with his own support TP. Ezreal holding the wave. Does have a 10 CS lead as 1xn, but again, Senna cares a lot about those souls, you know? Very spiritual person. First plate, not quite go. Oh, there you go. Last minion autos, get it. Well, Xiaohao got most of the grubs for EDG, so they'll have that extra bonus as well. I think they got all 3, actually. EDG have had the objective advantage for LNG in every game this series, I think. How is Senna in this meta? Well, I guess we're figuring that out, because Leave is a very experimental AD carry with his builds. He was building stuff like Essence Reaver Shadow Flame on Kai'Sa. He was one of the first people to abuse static shiv builds, and now he's using it here on the center here, actually. Leave, if someone's going to do something different on AD carries, Leave is one of the first people we look towards. 1xn one of the others, actually. Both these AD carries, younger to the AD carry pool. Been around for a little while now. Of course, Leave debuting in 2023. Came into massive fanfare and then kind of crashed out. Do they try and all-in shear as he goes into mini? I guess they can't. Wave's crashing in anyway. Well, I don't know. He's sticking around on his mini now timing. If they just ping an ult onto him, does he die? Choose not to go for the play. Xiaohao wants to be bot side, I suppose. Shojin completed for him. Not going to go towards the Hubris. Going towards the more Bruiser build on the Neferi. Needs a bit of HP to deal with the Annie, I suppose. Joy missing trading some HP. Mid lane 10 CS lead, top lane 10 CS lead, bot side 20 CS lead. LNG do have good amount of CS in the advantage, despite Leave getting that first blood. Gold is even. Want to extend a little bit of XP ahead. Of course, one of the things about Senna, once you build the static shift, is that you push and you just delete waves very quickly and very safely a lot of the time. One of the problems with support Senna in the past is that, like, contesting stuff like mid-wave was a real problem. Because you just, you know, you didn't have a traditional AD carry for the wave clear. And it meant that you couldn't contest wave in the way that Lucian, Misfortune did. Push it in very quickly. Varus, of course, too. Quiet early game again. All quiet on the riverfront. Very good movie, All Quiet on the Eastern Front. Very, not for easy watching. Not easy watching at all, but very good. Important movie. Based on a book, I think. Wasn't really part of, like, my education growing up, because it's from a, you know, not from a British perspective, which I grew up with, but very, very good book, though. Movie. Saw the recent one. Ooh, ult missing from ZDZ. Looked for a heavy trade back there. Would have been just as Mininar came out. Well, a little bit before that. Would have potentially given Sheer a chance to just wallop behind him. Wasn't sure if that was on cooldown. Dragon started by LNG. Is there any real contest? Yeah, I mean, I don't think LNG can stick on it. Croco is his first item Sundered Sky. He's been a long time player of the job in Croco. First item, not quite in for either mid lane yet. They've stopped off the tier 2 boots as mid laners tend to because of their role quest. Mid laners got really hard done by with the role quest. I mean, with top lane and bot lane getting their crazy stuff, mid lane felt like they had the worst role quest, really. They don't scale up as well as the other lanes now because the other lanes have the extra scaling advantage with XP and gold. Bulldog lands that ult onto Angel. Completed his mid lane role quest earlier than Angel because it's predicates on the amount of damage you do to your enemy lane opponent. And he's really good at that. Is 38 good at center at 12 minutes? What we normally see is about 60, maybe 70 at 20 minutes from LG. Can they jump into Angel? Oh, that's a great flash force. Instant death. Angel goes down. No chance to flash or use the ultimate. Merc Treads be damned. Yep, the Annie's working very well for Bulldog. That'll buy them the Dragon. Lee's trying to get some damage with the Shiv. Let's get about half the HP off of missing. Xiaohao looking for a contest. Rocket jumps backwards. Takes the Dragon. No real steal threats. Ezreal jumping forwards, getting some damage down, but nothing enough to force them away. Force them off the lane or anything. Very clean plays from Bulldog. Contained Angel. Angel and Ahri hasn't always impressed me. Sometimes he kind of looks for a play and then forgets that he's in danger while he's doing it. Because I know that Ahri... Look, Ahri uses HP as a resource when you're playing her utility and looking for the engage. However, sometimes Angel does that a bit too much, really. Oh, the book is by Erich Remarque. Am I reading that right? Remarque. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, but still. That's the All Quiet in the Eastern Front. Oh, Western Front. Oh, God. Anyway, words escaping me. Sorry, folks. Words escaping me. Croco on his way to his second item. Bulldog 400 gold lead, leaves gold lead a little bit lower now too. 1xn at a 20 CS lead currently. Getting towards the point where the Ezreal will get onto his 2-item spike. Punch the microphone, gotta do it while Sam's not here, of course. Malignant's almost up from Angel. In terms of item build from the Ahri this game, probably is a Shadow Flame second angle, unless you want to go for hyper utility Zhonya's. Oh, ZDZ goes unstoppable with the ultimate, not great that. ZDZ has just kind of been dealt with by Sheer here. It's been an okay series by ZDZ, nothing special, nothing particularly bad either. This one's definitely a game which doesn't look like it's going in his favor though. Sheer's not very proficient. Sheer, ever since he came into pro play, was a very lane dominant player when he came in on JDG. He was a big Renekton Aatrox Jax player back in the early days of before he came onto JDG. LNG just looking to clip the wave, so if he could climb Senna, couldn't quite. Missing gonna find out Xiaohao. Missing, of course, had that awkward first blood earlier where Xiaohao found him out. No Ambessa ultimate. There is a Mega Gnar here, actually. If you get a Hyper Proc and then into a Mega Gnar, doesn't that work really badly for ZDZ? Goes into Mega. Good trade, though, from ZDZ. Takes a good amount of H off of Sheer before he can go in there. And Jue was on the roam as well. Interested to see how this ADC duel is going to end up as it goes on. Well, I mean, they're going to be 1v1 laning a lot, either in mid lane, really, because both their supports want to be on the roam, and they're both very self-sufficient, especially with the Shiv build from Senna. Your wave clear is quite long range and quite quick. And of course, Ezreal is Ezreal, always within Q range, really. However, they're not really going to be doing that much against each other directly, I don't think. That's not really their job. It's quite a squishy comp from both sides. Basically, both of them are just going to try and survive the initial engage. Now, try and survive the Ambessa ult pinging 1xn. Sometimes the Ezreal E is a little slow on the wind-up animation, so you can get caught with the Ambessa ult even though the E is in progress. You get pinged back to your location. Pay attention to that. Angel has flash, has ult. Bulldog charging up. The ult is a passive himself. Last ult charge available. Crocker doesn't want to go under turret like that. They force the ult. They get the cooldown. Leave it at that, buddy. And they will. Xiaohao on top side looks like he took a chunk out of missing. Center is back. Yeah, I mean, it is Leave. Leave is the guy, if anyone's going to play it in the LPL, he'll be the one to do it. Potential jumping forwards in mid lane. Does have Herald jumps in for a Cataclysm. Ezreal across the side of it is headbutted out by Jue. Okay, good damage check there from Crocker. Did have, of course, the Herald to potentially throw it into mid lane if something were to go wrong. I think you take Cataclysm for Sentinel. Makes it much harder for EDG to look for cross-map plays. And maybe Crocker just wanted to test his damage. Turns out the damage are pretty good, folks. The damage is pretty good. Bulldog building up towards the second item. W doesn't land there from 1xm. Leave 54 stacks. Typically, again, if you want to look at Senna stacks, it's normally 60 by 20. That's typically what you're looking at, really. A little bit more if you're in solo queue and pro play, it's a little less a lot of the time. So he's ahead of the average number I'd expect at this point. Herald into mid lane will be charged in quickly. No stopping this. Some plates off of that. Not the most impactful one. Dragon in 20 seconds. I suppose it might have been useful to use as a battle herald because, to be honest, it was never killing that mid lane turret. Angel's ult is off cooldown. Did have the Malignance, I believe, last when he first cast that. Yeah, it certainly did, actually. Has the Dark Seal, which means that if he does pick up those kills and assists, can start snowballing. Dragon alive, one apiece. Chemtech Rift, pretty good for the tenacity of this game. Individual Dragon's going to mean a lot to, Senna W's, the Annie stuns. You get a couple of Chemtech Dragons on top of the Merc Treads for a couple of the characters for EDG. LNG's combo becomes much harder to pull off. Dragon going low. Do LNG commit to this? Ezreal's not in position yet to start poking. Dre's holding the choke point, so they jump in for a big combo. Dre might try and just go something. That's stun used from Bulldog. Croco looking for the steal and he gets it. It's another smite secure from him. Flashes over, looking for the dunk on to leave. Can't quite get it. It's being kited away quite well right now. Where that's a very, very good wall set and leave is gone. Should not have stood forwards into that position, however. The resets do come through from the Neferi and the Ahri as well. ZDC pretty strong up there. That's a missed ultimate from ZDC. Xiaohao's gone down as the Sheer comes into the backline. And 1xn cleans up another kill. Missing a wonderful wall stun on the Poppy on towards Leave. Completely removes the Senna. No ability to flash or ult. Didn't use the barrier either. That just completely wins the fight. You cannot position there as the Senna. I suppose they lost vision on him. Poppy ultimate used to try and fling Leave away. Didn't work. You know he's in that bush. Tries to get away from Croco. Just why would he stand next to that wall? That is the Poppy wall. Same with the topside equivalent around Baron Pit. Poppy is a very terrain-reliant champion. And if you're fighting around Dragon, she's better on red side. If you're fighting around Baron, she's better on blue side. Because she has that giant-ass wall leading in from mid lane towards the Dragon. Towards the pit. Who has the stronger late game? Senna stacks on our team fights. Well, I think it's... Oh my god, well, Red's poured out. This is not crazy amounts of damage. There's a Senna ult too. I'm not sure I love this from LNG. They didn't have any damage there. I mean, Jarvan has a bit. Not crazy. And Annie's dead. Annie's dead. Just dies in a 1v1. Angel kills him. Great play from Angel. Credit to him. He's got 5 Dark Seal stacks now. Maybe Angel can start snowballing. This is actually, with that kind of kill, I actually wonder whether Angel can get to the point where he can start carrying. He's going to get a turret too. Angel's in a fantastic position. How did that happen? What happened here? Low HP, level down? Did he just get Charm Flash? What happens? I mean, drops the combo. Level down. Thank you so much for that, Sam. Did he just kiss all in? That was very surprising. Very, very surprising. Angel just kills him. I will post. Thank you, Mafado. I appreciate you. Well, I didn't expect the Annie to be losing a 1v1 like that, especially from a level down. But there we are. Such is the world we live in. Sam's made me some lunch. Sam will be taking back over again tomorrow, folks. Don't you worry. I know he's taking the last couple of days off. He's had a lot of casting to do, basically, folks. Yeah, that's damn good. Some spicy eggs on top of a potato pancake. That's a lot of garlic, holy crap. Leave tagged by the ultimate there. Of course, has his own sustain with the Q, but... Oh, and he gets the honey fruit as well. Well, that's sad. That completely undoes the Ezreal ult. Okay, one of my least favorite things in League of Legends. Hang on, jumping onto missing. It's not the first time he's been caught out like this. Easy kill onto him. Hit by the W, had no flash. Missing's been caught out now twice looking for vision like that. Angel is getting really fed. He has a death cap second. That is a luxury item. Now, typically, death cap, not actually a great second item. Costs too much. You have better individual power spike. Great damage onto Crocker. Crocker's getting taken low here. One extent stacks up at the lethal tempo. He has the ult from the Alistar is brought through. But now if Angel goes towards a Medjai's now, the death cap amps up the amount of AP you get from it anyway. And then Angel will be one-shotting anyone on the other team. I think if he just goes death cap now, he's so happy, actually. We're at 23 stacks. Leave's about to get his 80 stack demarcation. Big for Senna to get to 80 stacks. You know, the extra range increase every 20 stacks makes a big difference. One extend. Ooh, is hit by that W there. Is the Q going to hit him through the wave? Yes, it is. Good angle from Leave. No sustain on the Ezreal at this point. He might go towards something like the Endless Hunger at some point. Slow from the Q working well there onto 1XM. Half HP, 20 seconds before the dragon. Leaves had a good game on the center on the whole. Well, okay, no. He had that one play, last dragon fight, stood too close to the wall. Besides that, it's been very good. So it's been mixed, I suppose, with that in mind. Xiaohao at 2 items, as is Croco. Yep, upgraded boots for Xiaohao as the Merc Treads. Croco hasn't done that just yet. 1XN's going towards the Shojin third. Wants himself a little bit more cooldown reduction and a little bit more HP to play with. Sheer has the Sterax. Sheer is strong. Sheer is very strong on the Numb. He's effectively a second AD carry. Is Croco's smite key strong enough? I mean, LNG could give up a dragon here. Although, I mean, giving up the Chemtech individual dragons for the tenacity and heal and shield power, kind of scary. Missing on the flank. Wants to charge up that ultimate. Spots vision there. Angel could potentially angle onto him. Angel is strong on the Ahri. Teleport coming in from the Ambassador. Charge up from the Poppy. It's another smite secure from the Jarvan. CDC ults through the Poppy ultimate. It's a great 4-man combo from Trade. Doesn't matter though. There's no follow-up. Angel goes forwards, but he's not enough to secure the kills. So LNG get the dragon. They get out. They get the extra tenacity. They get the extra heal and shield power. Not that the heals and shields are going to be critical to their team comp, but the tenacity is certainly nice. LNG walk away with the dragon. They'll definitely want the solo. The Chemtech sold pretty good in this game. Lots of low health people running at each other in these fights. That's got to feel pretty bad for Dre, who blew the flash for that play too. I guess it delayed LNG firing back at them. Bulldog is now behind 1k to Angel. It's a bit scary. Got to keep an eye on that kind of lead. Like I said, if Angel hang on, he's going to get jumped onto. He does have ultimate. No, he doesn't actually. He's got flash. Here comes Dwayne. Might end up saving his life. Does he just capitalism onto? He has another flag drag. That's a problem. Does Croc go any further forward? He has the flash. Can he get himself another flag and drag? I think he can do actually here, maybe. So at the end of the day, blows the heal from Dwayne. That's it. Angel keeps his flash. Sheer jumping at ZDZ briefly at the move speed. He just came out of his Mega. No, he didn't come out of his Mega. No, he has his... Oh, he's charging back up again now. Ult onto him. Teleport coming from Angel. Can they kill him before he gets to his Mega? He has the Starks. Definitely helped. Can he get himself to Mega in time? The Stark shield has run out. Angel very likely to kill here. Misses the charm, though. Doesn't matter. The electrocute kills. 8 stacks on the Dark Seal. Where is your Magi's, man? Where is your Magi's? Would have been helpful. News stacks. How's the 8 Dark Seal stacks though? Happy with that. I just hate it when RE players could be snowballing harder. Angel, you know, previously I said that, you know, sometimes he uses HP too much as a resource, ends up dying for it. He should be very happy with his position in this game though. 3, 1, and 2. 5 out of the 6 kills through on the enemy team. So he's got himself either 3 or 4 Ultimate Hunter stacks, but actually, well, he did just get that kill into Sheer, so... I think he's been part of all of the kills besides the first one into Missing. So he's got 4 Ultimate Hunter stacks and a Malignance, which means he has, like, not quite half cooldown as Ultimate, but close enough. He's rank 16. His Ultimate now is going to be on about, what, 50, 60 second cooldown? I've called it about a minute. And of course, the duration of the ult itself is 15 seconds from the start. Resets the timer to 10 if it's gone below that. So basically, your ult is down for like 40 seconds at a time-ish. Not that much time at all, which means that realistically, at this point, you are very strong. I would strongly encourage Angel to just keep running at LNG with ZDZ on a side lane, or Xiao Hao, and just jump at someone. You can kill shit. You know, you've got yourself the Blighting Jewel to reduce some of the magic resist. You don't have to full send it. Just use your ult. Don't use your flash. Yeah, we see a bit of Inferior, particularly later on into the draft, because particularly when you get rid of Pantheon, Xin Zhao, Nox, and Vi, Jarvan, who is in this game as well. Yeah, the Neferi becomes quite popular. We've seen a couple of different builds. We've seen the Hubris. We've seen this Bruiser build as well. Crypt Bloom for Angel. Gives you the cooldown reduction you miss with the other bits of your build. The thing about Ahri is that Ahri wants ult cooldown reduction. You don't really need basic ability reduction, cooldown reduction that much. It's a bit different if you're going for like slow burn builds with Blackfire Torch, and you know, in the past we had like Leandri's Cosmic Drive, which was really nice. Infinity Edge for Leave, by the way. He's at 100 stacks at 29 minutes, so he has hit the 100 stack mark. Very, very long range. And if he gets that first kill, the Hex Optics, yeah, extra range on top of that. Nasty stuff. 3.5 items for 1xn. Has the Shojin building towards, I would assume, well, it might be the Cerildas. Nah, in this game, it should probably be the Endless Hunger, really. 20 seconds till Dragon LNG looking for the Soul. Very even gold. We have really been fighting largely around the big objective timers in this series. This is the kind of fight which determines a series. Leave, very strong. Bulldog has flash coming up now. Missing. Oh, you don't want to take that kind of damage. Leave can really start running at you. Great combo, though, from 1xn. Get some damage back onto Angel. That's important. Both AD carries trying to get a chunk out of the enemy team. Both these AD carries so important to their team. Leave and 1xn. I think Leave has actually got slightly the better of things over 1xn there. CDC trades it. Oh, missing. That is not the play. Another face check, another death. The third time for him this game. Not the best from him as a support. Dragon goes to EDG. LNG will not contest. They lose the kill and they'll back off. But they don't get a cross map now because they were looking for a contest. Lose the kill. Dragon goes down. Does EDG think they can go Baron? There's a good chunk from 1xn to Leave. He'll have to get some Q healing. That'll help. Has the fleet footwork as well. A little bit of lifesteal. Potential of Crocker jumping over the wall. ZDZ also has his ults primed and ready. Sheer not really able to go to the side lanes now. Had to protect his team. See, LNG, they don't really know how to approach objectives in the way that our Group Ascend teams do. One of the biggest difference between Nirvana and Descend. CDZ on the flank. They jump onto the flank on the other side. Shao goes very, very low. Sheer tries to judge back, and CDZ into the middle of the fight. It is a mess. Angel trying to get the resets. Where are the extra stacks? There they are. There's another ult charge for him. Goes into the GA. Won't quite get himself there. And the charm forward will kill the Annie. Mid laner kills mid laner. 1xM can't get the damage in. EDG through their mid laner of Angel get themselves the damage they need. That may well be the fight which wins EDG the Baron and the series. 1,000 kills for Leave in that fight across his history from 2023 in the LPL as well. EDG get themselves the fight. LNG fumble in the late game around the dragon and then the mid lane just after. They jumped onto Xiaohao, but they couldn't disengage on the other side of the fight. What happens here? They jump onto Xiaohao. That's good. This bit is fine. But what's happening on the other side? Sheer gets caught. I actually think that 1xN and Missing had to leave immediately. You know, Bulldog doesn't get his stun quite put up in the middle of that. CDZ, very, very tanky. 1xN needs longer fights on the Ezreal. Whereas, you know, Angel, very happy to just reset. Big damage, and credit here, I didn't see it on the screen. Jway with that first pick onto Sheer as Xiaohao was jumped onto, absolutely critical. Stop the Gnar getting a big play. ZDZ actually now ahead in gold on the Ambassador. 4,000 gold lead for EDG. 2.5 minutes left on the Baron buff. They're pushed up across most of the map. You'll notice there's very little vision control for LNG. Missing getting caught up for that last dragon. Really hurting them. Really, really hurting them. Croco desperately looking for level 16. What's the increased damage and the lower cooldown of the Cataclysm? There's a Void Staff on Bulldog, but Bulldog has just been so second best to Angel in this game. It's a death cap, as we said, onto Angel. 10-stack Dark Seal. He's overcapped by a mile on Magi stacks now. Would have quite liked to see him hit higher levels than that. Makes the carrying much easier. Leave walking up. 128 stacks on the Senna. Yeah, he'll take that. Senna, massive late game value, of course, the more you stack up. Often the thing is with Senna is that you're great as long as you don't get one shot at the start of the fight, but she's not great at stopping that. Angel, prepping the wave in mid lane. EDG do take that one. Gold lead increases. Drake going forward. Angel, that's some great CC. Yep, that's the RE getting set up for. Turns out the champion can do damage if you build the right items. Get yourself a death cap. Definitely helps. Angel going forward again. Charm lands. Again, even the Mega Gnar needs to be somewhat afraid. Angel will recall. Low cooldown on the ultimate, as we said, now at level 16. Malignance, the ult Hunter. Bulldog goes forwards, gets a stun onto lead, but it's not the best thing ever. 1xN, too many minions in front of him to land Q-Puck. DDC goes forward, he gets stunned against the wall, but I don't think he cares that much. Turns it around for a kill. EDG put on the afterburners, and they will end this series. No protecting the Nexus now. LNG will fall 2-1 to EDG, and Angel really the catalyst for success on the RE here in our first series of the day. LNG, first series of the split. It's not a pretty one. Not great play around objectives. Not decisive enough when it counted. Definitely some learning to be done, but the problem is I feel like that learning could have also been done last split if Stortman not managed to do it. EDG on the other side. Well, game one, definitely not the easiest for them either. They struggled with their own proactivity. That's the EDG bow, by the way, the hand over the heart, the Knight's bow. They are the Silver Knights of the LPL. Funnily enough, when Flandra first moved on from EDG, he had to struggle to not do that because he'd been doing that for so long at that point. One Worlds with EDG. Fun little thing for you. That's the classic EDG bow. In other news, BFX are beating HLE. Well, they did finish second last split. BFX are a good team. I think that Raptor is a really, really good player. Well, that's our first series of the day done, folks. Of course, it will be probably about a 20-minute turnaround time now. 15 minutes, maybe, until we get into the second series. So there'll be a bit of a wrap-up of an interview. Player of the series, player of the game. Then, of course, we'll go over into our pre-game for Anyone's Legend versus JDG. Very exciting series coming up next. LNG, what are we going to do about this team, folks? They actually have a handful of very good players, but They're not clicking. They're not clicking. I think some of their drafts are harder than they need to be. That's something that we learned from that first split. And the chemistry just doesn't seem there. Missing, just throwing himself into Fog of War and dying several times in that game really set them behind on the objectives. I'm not going to say it's all him, but there were some critical moments where he got caught out and it felt very, very nasty. Jue, fantastic game from him in game 3. I have to say I was sad to see Palkia go. Jue is a very good support though. I'm not, you know, I'm happy to see him get a job somewhere. He deserves it. So made. Very good lunch, folks. I enjoyed it. Oh, you had it.
Yes. I mean, you were yapping.
Yeah, I was yapping.
Angel was just like, I'm just a little fox with
I'm just a fox with 3
and I'll kill you.
Yeah. I mean, I'll keep sitting here saying Magi's where, but, you know, Angel played it well. I really like when Ari's play for overloaded side lanes. I think a lot of people get very attached to mid-jungle combos with Ari, and I completely understand that. But as long as there's a combo somewhere on the map where just someone is doing some damage to a target and locking them down, making your charm kind of point and click, you can play around that anywhere. Teleport to your side lanes lane, join up with a Nautilus, who cares? You know? Never stop being the Magi's merchant. I will never stop being the Magi's merchant.
I mean, he's got a librarian girlfriend, so like, we can make props.
Yeah, Angie is actually a librarian, so yeah, I mean, if you see any like particularly spooky books, you know, you let me know. On the search for the Magi's.
Imagine if Ari could read.
Imagine if Ari could read. Well, I'm sorry, the education in Ionia just wasn't the same 400 years ago, you know?
Mean, she lived like as an animal. You don't really see that.
Yeah.
In letters.
Yeah. Wait, this is legitimately a plot point in Spice and Wolf, by the way.
Yeah.
That's legit as Spice. That's literally a Spice and Wolf plot point. I forgot about that. It's funny as heck.
I am the all-knowing wolf goddess, and also I can't.
One of these words, yeah. Spice Wolf is a great series. We watched through it recently. It was very good.
Yeah.
I watched it years and years ago. Very feel good. Very feel good. I will drink. Thank you for the hydrated, Vasu.
Vasu. Both sillies, give me order.
Spice and Wolf forced me to learn, how dare it. I know, wow, medieval economics, incredible.
Ew, education.
Ugh, education.
Ew.
Ugh. Blech. Blech, blech.
Blah, blah.
Oh, missing. Tried to cheat that warden and just dies for it. Leave had a good game on the center too. Very, very good game from Dre though. In terms of player of the game, it's between Dre and Angel. It's one of the two. I mean, take your pick really.
Copy value though. No?
No, missing like face checked a bunch of times in this game and died.
Well, I mean, in theory.
Yeah, so this is actually, I should have talked about this during the game because like in draft I kind of had this talk as well, but it was like Poppy is sometimes bad against very mobile teams. Poppy is good versus one very important dash. So Jarvan is a soul engage. Jarvan can't play against Poppy. Poppy is bad versus 5 champions which can all dash, because you can only stop one of them. And in this kind of game, you know, what do you stop? What do you stop? Jarvan can sometimes ignore her W. Yeah, if you ult through it, you go unstoppable, but there's an interview and we'll let you listen to that.
赛后采访环节，我是主持人刘航。首先，我们要恭喜 EDG 获得了这场比赛的胜利。来到赛后采访环节的嘉宾是辅助选手俊伟，欢迎俊伟来先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是EDG辅助俊伟选手。
欢迎俊伟，也恭喜你们拿到了今天这场比赛的胜利。今天是俊伟来到 EDG 的第一场比赛，也是整个第2赛段对于你们来说的第一场比赛。所以你在赛前是一个怎样的心态来面对这场比赛？
因为那盘比赛有点少嘛，然后赛前的话就多珍惜比赛吧，然后好好打就好。
今天会有紧张的时候？
有一点吧，
有一点小紧张，但是拿的还是比较稳的啊。聊聊游戏内，今天第一局其实有点可惜，前期你们还是有比较不错的优势和领先的。你会觉得第一局的问题主要出在了哪里？
第一局就感觉我们打团的时候还是没有拉扯的特别好吧，每次把他们就是打得完不了了，但是 我还是得拉住一点吧，拉住一点就好。
第二局大家就改变了很多。第二局最后一波，大家的决策真的做得很好。小号是一直在绕，然后一直在蹲。当时最后那一波，你们大家在语音当中的沟通和决策是怎么去做的？
但是小号的话叫我们这边卖一下，然后他们绕。然后我们就故意去绕，然后让他们打，然后给小号多拖留点时间绕，这样我们打团就会赢。
时机把握得很好。那来到了最后一局决胜局，你们是在最后一选择了塞纳这个英雄。关于这一手，大家当时在 BP 的时候是怎么去讨论和决策的？
因为塞纳这手英雄是Liu玩的比较好的英雄嘛，就他觉得能选的话，他就会选。
Liu今天打的真的也很自信，而且他也拿到了在 LPL 的1000次击杀的一个成就。你也跟他组成了一个全新的下路组合，在你眼里，你觉得他是一个什么样的选手？
就特别欣赏他吧，然后觉得他特别敢打，然后就很好。
赛前采访的赛后采访，刚才开始之前的时候跟我说，我就喜欢这样风格的选手。我们也期待你们俩在后面能够有更好的这个化学反应啊。那下一个问题，其实对于你们来说，接下来还有4场的组内赛，每一场都太关键了。你会怎么看接下来这4场的组内赛？
就珍惜好每一场吧，因为比赛太少了，然后我们每一场都好好的去打就好了。
那你希望在接下来的比赛，让所有的观众看到一个怎样的俊伟？你希望你自己为这支 EDG 带来什么？
就希望能为 EDG 做更多吧，然后希望大家看到我就什么都会玩吧。
我们一起为俊伟加油，为 EDG 加油，期待他们在接下来的比赛有更加出色的表现。感谢俊伟接受我们的采访，接下来我们把时间交还给解说席。
Hey, very cool to hear from Joy. New player to EDG, legendary organization. This is obviously a team which has its own flaws as well. They lost their own best of 5s to try and get into Group Ascent, which EDG should be a good team. They should be. They have, thus far in this year, given us a lot to be worried about them. They've had to do a lot of soul searching. Angel gets the player of the game. I enjoyed Angel's gameplay. He was definitely good at finding those kind of comboed up plays. Ari in a 2v2 scenario is always very, very strong. It's his first MVP of the split. Of course, only played his first series here today as well. Dre, third best support in the league. I think Dre's fantastic. I think Dre is genuinely very good. It's just that, look, obviously on IG, things weren't clicking for him, and obviously Maker's now come back. Dre's good. I think he deserves a top tier team. When he was on FPX, it really was like a lot of his work was what made that team work for them. I want to see him in a team where he can succeed. Absolutely. I think that there are a lot of supports which are on the cusp of making something big. Their player of the series is Leave. I think that's fair. You know what? I think that's fair. And that's even more important because it is against a player like 1xN, who we have a lot of respect for. Not the best day at the office from 1xN today. But to be honest, quite hard for him to do so. No, Leaf had a couple of missteps, but who cares? Yeah, it was very, very good on the whole. Did they choose the wrong skin again? Lol. So, Leave walks away a player of the match. Good for him. A player who had massive fanfare when he first came into LPL. Somewhat struggled to live up to that. Well, more than somewhat. He very much struggled to live up to that. Zeus now is a thing of beauty. He was definitely one of the best in the world at it for a while. Struggled for a little while though on it too, sadly.
他要等闪，等一下慢点
Can we get some comments
慢走背上，
from
慢
the
走背
end
上
of，
慢点，慢点，慢点，慢点，能的，能的，能的，慢点，慢点，慢点，慢点，看杀王啊，没看过，没看过，没看过，没看过，没看过，1秒1秒，再推波中20秒呢，还20秒，来中来中来中，还有减 buff 呢。慢点，慢点，给我的。
Damn. I thought that. I mean, that was so close. Leave was very much. I mean, this. Oh my god, that's so loud. What the hell? Look at Croco, man.
Yeah, he's so.
冰药，哎，小心，小心，小心。冰药，哇 ，nice， 推中了，推中，
The headphones look so big on Shear's head, man. Oh, this was the miracle flank, right?
我再看。你们给他放了，开地网，开地网，
Yeah.
I keep forgetting.
Leave has like, yeah, he has like shade buns you could actually like cut yourself on.
可以看，准备看，准备看，不要在里面，看我，看，准备看，准备看，飞机死，看好子，人一波，
Insane flank. Yeah, that was good from Shaha. Like that was game winning. Although the rest of his game was a little bit mixed. That was obviously game winning. Zeus feels like one of the best coin flip players. I don't think Zeus is a coin flip player, no. I don't think Zeus really is a coin flip. I think he's just a carry player, no.
没事，我死不了，来了来。A 塔，继续 A 塔，一波，A 塔，一波了。
I don't think I would have ever described Zeus as a coin flip player.
Nice， 玩得好。
I'd call him like a resource-intensive carry player. That's what I call him. I wouldn't exactly call him a coin flip. I think he's actually very consistent when you give him those resources. One of the special things about Zeus is that he's actually very good at yeah. I think he has sudden games where he plays poorly. I don't think that's true for his career, maybe in his current run of form, but I don't think that's the thing. There was a fun fact from Vasu 8 minutes ago. We can check that. Did I miss a fun fact from Hitchless? No, I did get that one. Vasu, you still around? Saj, I like the thanks, Sam. Oh look, a caster and also some hands.
Oh, sorry.
Fun fact for Vasu, let me think. And a fun fact for Zera. Do you want this to be an unfun fact? Right, let me have a think. Unfun fact for Zera, fun fact for Vasu. Let me have a think. Fun fact for Vasu. Let me have a think. I'm trying. I might have to start recycling some and just hope that you've forgotten them now. I might have said this one before. There are now. It's now actually been officially distinguished. Killer whales, orca, used to be put into one distinct species. That is no longer. That is no longer the case. There are 4 distinct species of killer whales, and they do everything from having fashion. Some of them wear fish on their heads. They hunt in different ways, and they do have some different physical differences too. But there are very much like 4 distinct groups of killer whales, and they act very differently, and they learn very differently from it, to the point where there was a paper released in a number of years ago now, not too long ago, like maybe 2 years ago, which is now determined there for being like 4 different groups of killer whales. It's very cool. Unfun fact for Zerf. Yeah?
I have one.
What?
The only species that can get leprosy are humans and armadillos.
Armadillos and humans are the only species which can get leprosy. What? Okay, that is actually a pretty cool thing. Have I run ad break here? Let me just have to check. I haven't. I'm gonna have to print. Oh shit! I've just put the wrong thing. I'll do a fun fact, and then we'll unfun fact. Hung, drawn, and quartered, or hanged, drawn, and quartered, very different thing, was one of the most horrific execution methods of all time, where basically you'd have bits of yourself burned in a fire in front of you, then you'd be cut into different pieces and dragged in 4 different directions, which is why you're quartered, around the city, so people could very much see in the public that you were very much dead and gone. So hanged, drawn, and quartered is like is one of like the most horrific ways to go ever. Awful. It was used in Old England a lot, but yeah, it was nasty as heck. Anyway, I'm gonna go put on a quick ad break before we get into the next series. Zeus, before he met the Shy in 23, used to be a disciplined carry player, but ever since 23, he just tries to play with aura like the Shy. I still think Zeus in 24 was Wait, was ASN 24 was still pretty legit, no? I mean, Keen was more consistent. Yeah. And also, like, being hanged was very different back then too, whereas like actually you had a spike put through, which is it's horrific. Sorry, it is an unfun fact, but it's horrific, man. Yeah, nasty, nasty, nasty. Yeah. There's quite a lot of bad ones I've got up there. I'm just trying to think which ones are like bad enough to not get people to tune out of the stream. you know what I mean? We sanitize a lot of history, we absolutely do. I'll give you a fun fact for free. This one's fun. There are some things in history which are presented or just completely erased differently because we would think that they are too modern. For instance, Tiffany was a medieval name, but if you hear the name Tiffany in a medieval book, you think, that's not right. And JDG's arena in Beijing now as well. And also other things, gladiators used to advertise products. So there would be advertisements saying that this gladiator thinks that this is the best thing ever. Blah, blah, blah. It's basically recommended by gladiators. Gladiators were influencers, yep. And this is another fun fact. The richest person ever for a long time, or the richest sports person ever, not the richest person ever, was a charioteer from Rome who was literally like a billionaire in terms of the winnings he had. But yeah, gladiators were so not all gladiators were slaves. If you're a gladiator that was going to fight to the death, very different scenario. And you might think, oh, they can fight for their freedom. No. Gladiators who fought like the animals and blah, blah, blah. If they actually beat the thing, they just send another one out and go, well, try again. They were always going to cop it there, basically. Don't waste your fun facts for free. I'll think. I had some moment of inspiration, you know. I think he's still the highest earner if you're adjusting for inflation. Yes, I believe so. Yeah. I do have another fun fact, there's a fun fact for New Pass, and now I'll give a fun fact for that one, which is another very cool thing. So, the bloke who killed Caesar, Brutus, who was Caesar's like aide, the person who like his servant, his second in command, pretty much, committed a bit of a faux pas, which is very interesting. After Caesar died, the people who killed Caesar were ran out of Rome, and there was a big civil war which came out afterwards. There was a bit of a tradition back then, because this was still just after the era of the Roman Republic, and the emperors came after. Of course, you had the first emperor after Caesar, because technically Caesar was not an emperor. He was the imperator. He was the imperator. Oh, what was the name? Something Maximus, Pontifex Maximus, or something like that. Yeah, no, Pontifex is Pope. Oh, whatever. He had a specific title, but he wasn't actually known as the Caesar. But basically, emperors didn't print coins of themselves very often while they were still alive. That often happened after they had died. Brutus made a specific Ides of March coin, which there are only about 100 of left that were found that we know of. And he basically made a coin commemorating the death of Caesar, the Ides of March. Yeah, and we still have, there's still like 100 of them in the world, but very, very rare. But typically, a lot of the coins of emperors came around after they had died, actually, or were still around then. A lot of them, yeah. Yeah. Okay, on to JDG vs. Anyone's Legend. Of course, very important series here. This one is so important because, you know, these were meant to be these were two of our top 3 teams for the majority of last split. And then, of course, Anyone's Legend slipped to 4th. Now we see whether Anyone's Legend have overcome some of their shortcomings. And JDG coming back from first stand. You look at the recent history. Well, JDG have beaten them in the best of 5 and then one of the best of 3s in the regular season. They have gone the distance, though, for the last 3. We saw an interview from Tarzan saying that, you know, while we can beat the top teams, we need to be able to beat everyone. We can't, you know, we can't be lazy. And of course, they lost to top esports handily. So they lost handily to top esports. Yeah, Augustus was the first official emperor, of Rome. Caesar never actually declared himself that. Although he was the, you know, he was the imperator. He was the, you know, he was basically the thing in all things but name. But yeah. But yeah. Before that, you had consuls, which were meant to be like the balance of power in the Republic. Okay, Angie's heading off, folks. Everyone say bye to Angie as we get ready for our second series of the day here. I think Sam's actually broadcasting on the other room as well. So Sam and I are both casting different things as well. Good luck over to Sam on his own stream. Do you have keys? Cool. The emperor in German is Kaiser, which is just a mispronunciation of Caesar's. No, so it's not, because in Latin, Caesar was Kaiser. So it's actually, the German way of saying Kaiser is actually exactly the same as the Latin way of saying.
我们邀请到的是 L 的下路选手 Hope 来跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 L 的 AD Hope。
欢迎，今天你们的对手呢是 JDG。那大家也觉得说 JDG 的下路是有一定压制力的，所以在下路对位这个部分，你们觉得今天比赛的重点在哪儿？要如何去应对呢？
我觉得 JDG 战队是一支比较喜欢打下的队伍吧，然后他们也比较喜欢控龙，可能在资源的争夺上今天要多注意吧。
资源是今天峡谷关注的重点了。那第二赛段以来，其实队伍的整体状态还是有一些小小的起伏的。你觉得在之前比赛结束之后，队伍整体在调整这块有没有一些提升和改善呢？
我觉得我们就是上次输了比赛之后，就是大家都有做很多的调整和复盘吧，就是我相信我们的状态会越来越好的。
随着时间推移，希望你们能够逐渐的适应比赛的强度，希望你们今天比赛加油，我们比赛见。同样的，我们也邀请到了 JDG 的中路选手红 Q 来跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 JDG 的中路红 Q。
欢迎。那在最近的采访当中，他比教练其实有提到，在训练赛呢，希望去改掉你们以前的一些旧习惯，比如说希望新选手和老选手在这个前期进攻节奏方面有一些提升和配合。你自己的视角觉得这个部分磨合的怎么样了呢？
可能目前磨合的并不是都特别好吧，因为就是可能新老选手会有一些就是自己的一些想法吧，所以我们还在磨合中。
但对这个部分大家还是可以保持一些期待的哈。那上场比赛结束之后回去有没有做一些总结复盘？觉得今天哪个部分可以发挥得更好？
总结复盘就是我们就是整体上面的配合跟联动上嘛，就今天希望可以做得更好一点。
好的，那就期待在比赛当中看到你们配合和联动比较好的一些画面。我们比赛见，加油！
Hey, great to hear from the interviews there as well. Hey, Purple Orca, good to see you as well. Funnily enough, we had a fun fact about orcas just before this, about how on recent research papers, there are now 4 distinct species of killer whale, of orca. Rather than just the one that was assumed before, it's now actually been enough to declare 4 different distinct species. But of course, speaking of one beautiful beast to another, the pandas hit the stage. Anyone's legend. Hit the stage in Beijing, JDG's arena. Of course, Anyone's Legend, the best team on the average from the LPL across all of 2025. They've struggled to find their consistency, their form, their identity though. And against JDG, they will be pushed again. Lining up on stage, Shank's team captain on the inside. JDG, the demons from Beijing. Jingdong. Led by Gala, team captain. Went to first stand. Had a mixed performance. 5 games against Lyon. Is not what they would have expected, especially with their bot lane losing to Berserker and Isles in almost every game. Definitely had some worries there, but still made it through to first stand semi-finals. Sorry, 4 games. 4 games. Sorry, not 5 games. The 4 games. Multiple games against them. Lost to BLG, of course, but no surprises there, given the regional matchup. Hey, okay, good to see you as well. This should be a very important matchup, folks. Can Anyone's Legend find their form? Right in front of the camera. They wanted to join on the fist bump. We get closer to our first game of our second series of the day. Anyone's Legend had some interviews recently about how actually they need to kind of lock in mentally a bit more. How they, they can't just take things easy against easier teams, as they would put it. They lost 2-0 to Top Esports, got blasted by them. Jack Love and Tien had some awesome moments against both of them. I'll put the camera on as well. Welcome in, everyone, to our very, very important series here. This should be 2 of our very top teams in terms of seeing some comments from SCS over in Onivia's chat, and I actually very much agree. Thinking about teams that go to MSI, these are 2 teams that are on the shortlist. We are thinking that it kind of has to be BLG as one of our 2 teams. They are very, very good, and I think by my money, they would be the best team in the world right now. However, if Anyone's Legend regain form, they could very much contest with them. They haven't done that so far. JDG, a team which unexpectedly went to first stand, but definitely have the laning prowess, definitely have some of that star power to potentially reach top 2. We'll see. Depends on how the other teams come in. Top Esports are now a contender. There are some other teams which I can even see growing into that use. What feed are you using? It doesn't have the Hoya overlay anymore. This is the Huya clean feed, but yeah, there's a specific one given to the co-streamers, but like it's still on Huya. It doesn't have the... I'm using the Huya app to stream it is the big thing, so it doesn't end up having the bits floating across the screen. Yeah. I'm here to support my boys, but I'm at work, so stream is on mute. Well, good to see you anyway, Healor. Good to see you. Soyan holding up in place of 369 was my most pleasant surprise from Top Esports for sure. Is definitely a big factor. We're into our first draft of our second series of the day. As we were saying, very important series this one, folks. Oh, we got our Samba beats for the first one. Awesome. Let's get into that. Like, get a bit of that pep in the step. JDG, anyone's legend. Of course, the draft, huge parts of the current meta as well. The best teams in the world have found their early jungle decision making the best, and also found their drafting is the best too. No Ashe Seraphine, no Karma, no Pantheon Rise, no Jarvan Orianna. You know, those kind of duos. The Rise is still available and may still be a first pick. Champions like the Nocturne still around, and something that both these junglers play. We have Shinzao, that's a big one as well. Varus available. Although Varus has been a bit mixed on the actual priority. Still Yunara Lulu, there's still Rumble. Rumble may be... Rumble and Rise, probably the two picks which I'd be considering as a first pick from here. With the Scion ban, lock in the Rumble first pick, I think. Even with the Rise available, I think Rumble is just so easy. So easy for that. Okay, now Xiaoqu might think about Ambessa. It's a fine matchup into the Rumble unless he's been practicing a specific counter, such as the Onivia. Has to have a decent composition put around it though. You can't just plug and play that counter. You do need to plan the entire composition. You can still lock in something like a Varus. Thank you for the follows, by the way. If you're enjoying what you're hearing and learning from this stream, please think about dropping a follow through here on the main stream. I know it's restreamed on a number of other places. I don't mind that happening, but it's nice to get the numbers through here because this is the only way the stream stays live. The Rise locked in. Talked about that being a very strong pick. What do you pair that up with? The Shinzao might actually be an okay pick here for Junja. Could also Vi. You could Vi, because Tarzan potentially looking at that to combo up with the Rumble. Junja a very good Vi player too. It's a very big comfort pick for him. Wouldn't necessarily call it the strongest with the Rise in terms of the mid-jungle TV2, but still worth thinking about. Vi, Shinzao, those are the two which I've been thinking of. They go for the Varus immediately. Now, this might be a top lane Varus. We did talk about the specific counters. May end up being the Varus top lane into Flandra's Rumble. We've seen a couple of players, particularly Hoya, playing a lot of that. This has given over the Shinzao, though. Has given that. I suppose the other part was JDG really didn't want to give Varus Rumble. They're just very long-ranged, mixed damage, team fight duo. Very strong in lane 2. Shanks goes towards the Azir. It's fine in towards the Rise. Not fantastic versus the Varus, but again, the Rumble's going to deal with the Varus for you, because while the Varus counters the Azir, especially if it's poking, it always will be really in pro. The Rumble just drops an equalizer down the Varus' head, and you can't sit and poke really anymore. Seraphine stands out as available. Don't think you really want to go for that while you have the Ashe banned. The Ambassador, we talked about that potentially being a thing in top side. It's not going to be the Varus into the top lane matchup then. It'll be Ambassador into the Rumble. The Varus will go bot lane. They choose to keep the Varus bot lane. So JDG, I'd imagine they ban Nami, ban away something which can survive the Varus a bit more. They may also ban the Sivir. Sivir looks good into their comp right now. Good against the Varus in lane, you can spell shield and heal up, and then you can spell shield the Ambassador ultimate later into the game too. Anyone's legend would love to have either of those champions. Yeah, there's the Sivir, and then I think you ban away. I think you ban away the Nami maybe. JDG, what do they want? Well, the Vi's gone. We talked about that being a powerful combo earlier. Powerful for Junja. What else are you thinking about for the side of Junja? They have support and they have jungle. They ban away the Lulu. Okay, they ban away the Lulu. I was thinking about the Nami potentially being a better ban, but I suppose Yunara Lulu would have been okay. Last ban from anyone's legend. What does this ban tell us as well? What do they think they're afraid of from JDG? The Vi is just a good combo in general. Vi Ambassador point and click for everything would have made a lot of sense. Don't think you really want to pick something like a Skarner into an Azir Rumble. That would be kind of instant death. They banned the Nocturne. Okay, fair play. Ult out of Fog of War, double global, double semi-global with the Rise. Strong at fighting early too. The Bard locked in for Vampire had an excellent game and some awful games too. It's a very flippy champion for a flippy player like Vampire. It gives him the chance to impact the game though. At the end of the day, I want to see this player grow. Thank you so much for the sub there, RJC. It makes a big difference. Thank you for, the 5 gifts up from Purple Orca. Appreciate you so much. Corky Nami, pretty good here from Hope and Kyle. Strong early lane. Varus Bard, definitely strong in lane, but Corky Nami, definitely one of our best as well. Could have also been something like, you know, the Varus Milio, the Lucian Milio, or the Lucian Nami, but Corky Nami very, very bursty and helps with the poke later on with those rockets. Hope's Corky used to be a bit of a meme. It's become much more impactful. Last pick jungle for JDG now. I don't mind the Kha'Zix. It's good into the Shinzo if you don't get hit by the W. You need to not get hit by the W, but if you do, then you get to go invisible and you get to get some crazy isolated damage. Rumble hates playing against Kha'Zix. He's not tanky enough to shrug off that damage. I personally don't like the Skarner that much. I think that Nami very good into the Skarner. I think the solo laners have enough damage to burn you down. They do go towards it. They're going to have to be very coordinated. There's a lot of ways in which the Skarner gets outplayed here. I'm actually quite worried about that Skarner. Maybe they just thought it's the best of bad options. What would I have gone for here? Well, the Nocturne's gone. Could have gone Neferi, maybe. Could the Kha'Zix was actually low-key not bad, especially because you already had Ambassador Bard for engage and the Varus for engage too. There are a couple of options. In terms of overall team composition, well, the snap engage from JDG is really quite threatening. You know, the Bard, the Ambassador, the Rise, they can start plays very quickly. If they don't land the engage, obviously then at that point things go very badly wrong. You've got, you know, Azir and Rumble putting out crazy AoE damage. I think the Corky scales very well. I'm a little bit worried about the Skarner's place in this composition. Not gonna lie. Gonna put on a quick ad break, folks, just so you don't get anything during the game. And we'll get on with it. Why don't we put on a minute ad break? Let's go into this game. The coaches will bump fists. Let's get into it. Hey, good to see you as well. Let's get into the game. First game of the day between JDG and Anyone's Legend. A top team clash here in the LPL between two of our best teams within the region. Over here in Beijing, JDG and Anyone's Legend have gone the distance in best of 3s and best of 5s. Their last 3 meetings. JDG getting the better of 2 of them. First best of 3 and the last best of 5. Anyone's Legend unexpectedly not going to first stand after a magnificent 2025. Lost Tabe, their star coach, to JDG. Let's hear how the fans feel about that. Let's get on to the Rift and hear the Gyos. Bit of a tussle on the bot river. Electrocute was used onto Kyle. Not really changing that much though. Of course, the Nami very strong in lane and typically starts with the W, which gives you sustain and damage very early on. Laning phase from JDG has been often their calling card. We heard from Tabe on the first stand desk where effectively early on last split they tried to build a more intricate style play around, you know, jungle support duo, and it just wasn't really working. So they decided to say, let's just get everyone comfort, play to early game, let them play as individuals. That does have shortcomings, but they've managed to forge a style out of it. Strong laning phase, strong individual playmaking. Everyone on the side of JDG here has big agency. They're losing the level 1 shove here. Junglers are pathing opposite ways. Very important here as well. One of the most important things about the current meta is getting those level 1 wards down in jungle and figuring out where they're pathing. Tarzan has very good information on Junja, has wards onto his first camps and onto his top side of the map too. So he'll be able to tell whether Junja walks over to his side of the map. One of the big differences between AL and JDG, when actually JDG were beating Anyone's Legend last split, was Junja was very key to this team and getting ahead of the jungle matchup. Good trade there from Hope, lands both skills at the level 2 to level 1 mark. Vampire does get the level 2 there, must have picked up a Chime at some point. What's Tarzan doing? Just clearing bot to top. Not spotted here, actually. I think JDG should have enough information to see where Tarzan is now. And for JDG, realistically, for a lot of last split, Junja was their most important player. He's against Tarzan, you know, he has the peak to shut him down. Now, I say most important, doesn't always mean best, folks. He is the most important because when he's ahead, he does incredible things. When he's behind, well, it's very poor. Despite, I think there were very good players on JDG individually. The question is whether they can make the most of each other at that point. Tarzan, does he have the W cooldown, trying to get all of the camps at the same time? Yes, he does. Good start. It's very good clear speed there. Finishing at 245. Or just about. Both the junglers fighting at the same point. They're both going to fight over top scuttle, it looks like. Yeah, they're both angling towards that. We might get ourselves a top scuttle fight over this. Honky and Shanks both on similar points here. It's been started. Smited away by Junja. Won't have smite for bot side scuttle. Might be able to roll across onto Shanks. Great trades from Honky there. He's been keeping Shanks very low HP. Does have the teleport to come back into lane. Of course, the Rise doesn't. Bot lane prior... Vampire could go for a stun here. Doesn't manage to get the stun, even though the hitbox of the wall is pretty thick. Junja does have smite up again. So, bit of a misread from Anyone's Legend. Tarzan's going to get early double scuttled because of the early pressure from Honky, really. If they managed to get Shanks out of that river, it would have been big difference for him. So Tarzan is now going to be down, you know, effectively 2-camp swing. Tarzan jumping forwards onto Junja now. Not really sure it's that. He's getting good damage. Doesn't really change that much though. Maybe jumping onto Honky. Junja going for the wall stun. Can't drag him back completely. Do they force the flash out of him? They do. So extra farm to Junja, but does lose that flash. Now, does that mean that Tarzan can look at camp respawn? Because now they force Junja back and force his flash. Now Tarzan can maybe get himself some extra camps in the enemy jungle. No, the Raptor respawn only happening in a minute because of course Junja started on top side, and they did see that as well. They knew about that. Tarzan not going to go for the recall just yet. Wants to get himself a little bit more farm, maybe get himself a full tunneler back. Can't do that with missing the scuttle crab though. The lanes are going fine for AL in terms of CS. And Flandre a little bit ahead. And of course, Flandre, one of the big things is that he was destroyed by Tsuyan against top esports. The individual matchup was awful from that. Flandre's laning phase hasn't really been his calling card since 2015 to 2018 though. That was his real heyday. 2019 maybe the last of that. Junja going for the Raptor respawn. Junja is getting ahead of Tarzan. Junja, strong early game from him so far. Despite the fact that there was information on him. Gets the double scuttle, gets a Raptor respawn. He's very far ahead of Tarzan. I'm very surprised that with all the information that Anyone's Legend had, that they couldn't get any sort of trade for Tarzan, just instead giving up raw value. Tarzan getting that Krugs respawn. Hasn't backed yet. Giant spell there for Junja, of course, HP scaling on. The Skarner means that it transfers into damage as well. Honky puts a ward down onto the Raptors, important for him. Shanks actually putting a defensive ward just outside the mid lane bush as well. It's the one which Knight puts down a lot. A lot of teams have learned how to do that over time. Helps you spot people moving into your Raptor pit more easily, because if you put it in the river brush, it often misses that. Bot lane just trading bits and pieces. Vampire got out of that lane early. Of course, Kyle did as well to try and help that bot scuttle. Oh, Tarzan misses that ward. Ah, so they missed the one which spots his top side. Skarner's heading top side. They do have the Realm Warp. Vampire's here too. The vision control from JDG much better. Trying to Realm Warp up towards Skullcrab. They are gonna get it. Junja has level 6. Tarzan doesn't. Big advantage for Junja because he of course got that double scuttle earlier. This is a bad fight for Anyone's Legend. No, with the extra level 6 available. Honky walking forwards. You do have the sweep from Shanks. Junja doesn't have flash to force the fight completely. They do have Nami bubble as well. Not great positioning, Kyle. Yeah, they shouldn't be fighting on this top side of the map. The sweep back isn't bad, but realistically, Anyone's Legend had no right being there. It's a bad fight for them. Extra ultimates, extra ability to walk forwards. Vampire jumping forward. Maybe not best from him to use both of his summoners there. The first part. Of course, he said that Vampire is Bard very volatile champion. Doing quite well in this game so far. Got out of lane early on and managed to help bot side. But Anyone's Legend, there's no reason to go towards that. Tarzan has not really been... I don't think he's been making the right decisions about the farm across the map. He could have traded Scuttle Crabs, chose to fight it instead. Fell behind. His lanes aren't exactly doing the best at moving to him either. Anyone's Legend just look like they haven't got the read on this early game. The Flandre started burning down the Scuttle Crab, maybe thinking they could get the level 6 for the Shinzao. Honky gets some damage across the team, but you're just so afraid of the Skarner ultimate here compared to no ultimate on the Shinzao. Kyle mispositions. Flash from Flandre and from Vampire. They commit a lot of summoners for it, but hey, they'll take that. So it's 1,000 gold lead for JDG, and a lot of it has been through jungle advantage for Junja. As we've seen from JDG, Junja dice gaming. A lot of it is about getting Junja into a position of agency. And he does have that now. And Tarzan, the most important member of Anyone's Legend, perhaps, you know, top 3 jungler in the world, has been for the majority of the last few years. Struggling to get an inroad here. This is why we want to see the intricacies between these two teams. Anyone's Legend, can they find themselves, their form again from 2025? Get Tarzan showing himself on the form we know he can do. JDG on the other side, you know, they are first-hand representatives. Definitely had some of their flaws shown at that event too, but they have good matchups into the top teams in the LPL, besides BLG now, who seem to have really just destroyed them through likes of the top lane matchup. Flandra does have a good lane lead there, it is worth noting, even though Xiaoshu did get himself that ult and that assist into the play. Grub's now taken from JDG. And now into a point where, you know, despite the solo lanes being pretty good into Skarner, I think the Nami's good into the Skarner too. It's quite hard, really, for the Skarner to get into the play and get a clean ultimate off. I think they have the lead they need. Oh, Honky's in a good spot. Thank you for the follows, by the way. Big Panda! It falls into the abyss. Anyone's Legend need you. Panda, get on stage! Shang's working his way up to the 1 item. Dragon not taken yet. I'm really worried that Tarzan's so far behind. I'm really worried. There's no camps for him to do anything here. Good vision control from JDG. You know, that's one of the things which they had to work on the most was vision control. They were quite poor at that at first. You know, Junja and Vampire were losing to players like JJ and Erha on a new Weibo team who we thought, well, they should be beating them. They didn't. Jumping towards red buff, can't take that away either. I have very rarely seen Tarzan run out of options as comprehensively as this. Of course, Anyone's Legend now being coached by Big Way instead of Helper. Helper came from Gen G from last year. Only lasted a split with Anyone's Legend. Was gone after the failure of falling into 4th place. Can't even protect another Raptor spawn. Junja gets even more farm from this. Anyone's Legend, they're not warding well. They're getting it cleared out. They're not keeping it around. Tarzan is losing camps from his side of the jungle and taking nothing from the other side. Junja. This is when JDG were beating Anyone's Legend. This is how they were beating Anyone's Legend. BLG in the last split was through Junja getting a lead. It's a team effort, of course, to a certain extent, but Junja getting ahead. Now we'll see if they can keep that into the late game. One of the big problems was JDG were not as good team fighters as Anyone's Legend for most of last split. AD carries very even here. Hope and Gala just trading 1v1. Because if it becomes about that, it's the Nami on the Bard on the roam. The Bard is just a better roaming champion. You know, we talked. So On had an interview talking about how actually the big reason he can look so good is that Viper can just play 1v1 very well. He gets to roam, very similar to how Carrier plays for T1 or plays when they're at peak. Not always, right? That's not always the read that they have in the meta, but it's probably the most famous form of Carrier. And if you're going for that roaming style, then the Nami has less value. Hops around that vision there. Tarzan trying to get into top jungle, doesn't clear out a vision, there. Trading Dragon for jungle farm. Tarzan will finally get a camp on top side. I mean, there's actually a chance they could realm up to defend farm, you know. Choosing not to. Flandra going on to a Xiaoshu. Trading out some different bits and pieces of damage. Xiaoshu in the individual lane. Not really enjoying the Rumble matchup. Flandra, one of his best things, hanging on Honku, putting down vision, caught out this time. Does Shanks go for the shuffle? No, there's the phase rush. Flash hand goes from Honku. Maybe could have forced one of them, chose not to. Flandra, there's a chance of a realm up onto him. Here comes the ultimate. They don't track the rise. They saw him in the first part, and they just don't have the vision control. Flandra will die. It's a good ult from Honku. Pops that ghost as well. Flash from Xiaoshu, actually, to make sure that the kill is secured. Chinese Rumble is so loud, man. He goes down. Very good roam from Honky, but once again, like, Anyone's Legend are just not contesting vision well enough. They're not keeping the vision in the enemy jungle. In some ways, actually, it's a big problem that... Wait, is this going to be a third Raptor respawn in a row they haven't been able to defend? I think it is. I think it is. No, they're not able to spend money on control wards because Tarzan's too far behind. Shanks didn't have a ward in his trinket, I don't believe. But Honky gets to roam topside because there's no wards remaining there. JDG, very good vision control in this first game. Anyone's Legend really struggling to make the difference there. Vampire does have the ultimate. Blue buff now being stolen away. Dude, he's a level up and Smite goes to Junjutsu. 100 gold to him. I mean, this has just been jungle advantage the game. Junja has been playing very well. There's a reason why I call JDG Junja Dice Gaming. This is the best of Junja, getting very far ahead. We'll see if that translates into a fight later. He can wall stun here, look for an ultimate. Gala, Hope trading. The ult does hit the Corki, and that's a lot of damage. Trades pretty well on the whole. Tarzan, oh, flash away. Bloody hell, that was close. Hope onto single-digit HP. Can he get an extra rocket into the play? Tidal Wave pretty good into the Skarner. The Octobard ultimate pretty good defensively. Tarzan flashing away. Shanks onto Honky now. The arrows from Gala working their work. That's what they do. They work their work. Corki has to back. So, once again, nothing really comes of it from anyone's Legend, and, well, the sad situation is, everyone's blowing a lot of summoners, nothing's really happening in terms of advantages gained, but JDG are getting the farm advantage. I mean, Tarzan gets the Scuttle Crab. He realizes that his Raptors are gone again. He may think that his entire top side is gone. It's not. His red buff and his Krugs are there, but the fact that he doesn't know is a problem. The fact that he doesn't know is the problem. He has a Sundered Sky now. That's important to him. But Tarzan has just been locked out of this game. Ward's put down, Vampire clears it immediately. The vision control's been fantastic from JDG. ALF looks pedestrian on that level. Vampire gonna put down another ward in the jungle. One of them is cleared away. I don't think Nami can clear the other one, so warding mission successful from Vampire. Vision onto Tarzan again. You know, there's still a slight CS lead in top lane for anyone's Legend. The gold lead's not, you know, crazy in any individual role. It's 2,000 gold overall, though. Junja going to be double camping here. Successfully so, looks like. You juggle the aggro, you can just about do that. Tarzan finally getting a Raptor camp. Tarzan, so critical to his team, has been shut down comprehensively by Junja. Gala team captain, highlighting some of his stats there. Sadly, I can't tell you what all of them are. Equalizer to clear the wave, that's important. Won't die for it. Flandra, good ult from him, level 11, with lower cooldown. Has that Leandris built up, means that it completely burns away the wave. First dragon to JDG as well, they're very happy with that. That's an advantage for them. Hope and Gala fairly even as far as things go. It's not really been about the Corki Nami. Kyle's had to be on the roam, and if the Nami's on the roam, again, less valuable than the Bard. Shanks getting farmed from side lanes. He's doing okay there, has his first item. Vampire might look for an ult here if they haven't spotted him very well. They spot him now. Moving jungle support to his lane. Doubling up, actually. The Herald is taken by Junja. Tarzan getting something from that side. Honky is taking the top lane turret alone. Reminder that plates make it harder for grouped members to take turrets. First turret, I think, does go to JDG because of that. Herald is taken. First turret goes to... Okay, it does go to anyone's Legend. They take that first. Honky, even with the extra grubs, they're all 3 grubs of them, can't kill that first. Corki will back. It's shared gold between a lot of anyone's Legend. Gold lead goes from 2k to 1.5. Not crazy different. Dragon spawning now. To AL look to contest. If anyone's Legend contests dragons, for those of you that don't know, anyone's Legend like to do, well, if we're in a tactical shooter vocabulary, they like to retake the site. You know, they set up their angles, and they don't like to be on the objective first. They like to retake it, so sometimes they can confuse you with their contest. This is going to go down before they're in position, though. Anyone's Legend won't really be able to mount anything here. Can they push out mid lane and look for a play as JDG retreat to it? No. Rumble's leaving the play, going topside, farming that up. Vampire, he's on a warding mission. Flashed back onto. Vampire dies for the warding mission. Flashes and dies. That's a good pickup from anyone's Legend. Suddenly a bit of that vision control is off the table, and it only costs an Azir ultimate. It's not a crazy large cooldown. Kill goes over to Hope as well. The Corki scaling threat. Vampire, a little bit lazy on the return from that dragon. You know, just thinking that you get the dragon for free is not enough. You need to be wary of what happens on the retreat for an objective. Anyone's Legend are very good at punishing you around that area. Vampire still had largely a good game. The Bard very easy to punish like that. Many a Bard player has had a great game with 1 or 2 deaths like that. We can forgive 1. We'll see if it becomes a trend. That's when it becomes a problem. What it does mean is that the vision control from anyone's Legend finally becomes a little bit more solid because Vampire's died for a little bit. He's going to jump to Vampire again. He has no flash, by the way, so that is obviously very scary. Tarzan gets himself a Raptor camp. Again, take the little wins for the Shins out at this point. Hope Yoington. I think the Corki is worth giving the gold over to. I mean, the Corki is so scary. I like how this skin is pretty much the old Skarner colors. I kind of miss old Skarner, you know. I never thought I'd be saying that, but I kind of miss old Skarner. The rework was kind of disappointing. Jumping in towards a blue buff steal again, has the level 11. We haven't seen a single Skarner ult this game, by the way. Tarzan trying to charge up his Q. one camp off of that level 11. Junja is a full level ahead. Flandre not loving the whole side lane matchup versus the Rise. Honky is firing up a Storm. Honky's typically not been that good on side lane. It's a teleport from the Azir as he spotted coming through. If he gets the play out of Fog of War, he does! He gets him the ball. He's going to hold on to his shuffle, and Shanks gets 2 kills in a handful of minutes. Good play from him. We were just saying that Honky, his side laning is not his specialty. Thank you for the demonstration, young man. Yeah. It's a good teleport from Shanks. Does it cost them anything on the other side of the map? No. JDG aren't really pushing there. Anyone's Legend starting to stabilize a little bit. The early jungle read wasn't great from Anyone's Legend. JDG got very ahead through Junja. But you can see that JDG are not the most advanced side laning team. They might jump at Shanks with the Investor ultimate. No, not quite in range. Shanks had flash anyway, and he had the shuffle. Junja could still look for a flash ult here, by the way. Might choose to go flash for flash. No, choosing not to. Is Bard coming up? No. They're jumping potentially onto him. He has no flash. Hope Valkyrie's out the way. Vampire looks for an opportunistic play. Can't quite get that. Fighting over a Scuttle Crab right now. Rumble's teleporting in. Shanks is ulted onto, and he'll have to try and flash away. Does manage to do so. There is a flash for Ambassador if he wants to follow him, and they're going to catch out Shanks. Can Tarzan get there in time? Yes, he does, and Equalizer's really good. They managed to rally around him. Junja goes very, very low. Does he die? Tarzan is certainly trying to make sure of that. Vampire sets out a magical journey. I'm not sure it'll matter that much. Honkyu is well into the backline, and JDG are actually getting a lot of damage. The spell flux is insane. Hope has to flash forward, but doesn't get the final bit of damage. Battle Herald gets Junja into safety. It is an utter crazy fight in which Xiaoshu gets a triple kill and Anyone's Legend walk away with nothing. Disaster from Anyone's Legend. I thought they would deserve at least of 1 kill. That not the case. Anyone's Legend will lose 3 kills to Xiaoshu at the start of the fight, probably a 4th towards the end of it. Anyone's Legend disaster as Shanks was caught out on his way to the plate. I really think Shanks, very disrespectful with his positioning, doesn't flash out of the Ambassador ultimate and immediately causes his team the hurt. I think he actually could have flashed up into the pit, then shuffled closer to his team as well. Shanks, the big misplay of this fight. You know, Tarzan tries to go across the wall, stop Junja and Vampire committing anything left to the play. Shanks is dead to the right. You know, as soon as that initial misposition happens, you know, the damage has already sort of got done. Anyone's Legend tried to rally around the mid laner, and I wonder whether they should have just all-ined on the other side of the fight. I suppose the equalizer wasn't bad in the choke point. But really, Shanks' misposition after a handful of good plays just before that is the killer. How did no one in JDG die? Because their damage was out of position. No, Shanks was... And also Tarzan is so far behind. He has no gold. Remember, Tarzan was so far behind from the early game. Honkyu caught out, has no flash. Oh dear, he's going to get hit by that Q. I think just about... No, they didn't have the Q. Didn't quite manage to get it. I think Tarzan makes a mistake with the W. Instead of going for the Q3, doesn't get the CC, and he can't get through his auto attacks in time. Honkyu dies. No, just survives. But he would have died, I think, if the Q would have instead been focused on by Tarzan. Another slim escape from JDG. Inner turret taken by Xiaoshu. Dragon alive. They're going to take that, but how much are they going to lose in this top lane? This is 3 grubs. Xiaoshu just got 4 kills in the last fight. It's a lot of stats. He's going to take in a whole inhibitor turret. Anyone's Legend are going to get ran around the map. Mid lane turret goes down too. JDG far better at balancing the map. I think that, you know, the fact that Honkyu and Junja have been so easily able to walk around the map, push out lanes, get vision control, Vampire helping with that too, of course, it's made such a big difference. Anyone's Legend, the early game has not been it. 2.2k gold lead to Xiaoshu in that top lane. 2 items, that's the scary point for the Ambassador, of course. Not that Flandre isn't scary on his own 2 items, but, you know, Ambassador for Xiaoshu, very, very strong for the player. Hey Ruby, good to see you, and welcome to everyone in chat as well. I am paying attention to you. And if you're enjoying what you're hearing, learning, being entertained by, think about dropping a follow. There's no official LPL broadcast anymore, so it makes a big difference to myself as one of the co-streams out there, trying to provide a more professional broadcast experience for you. If you do follow the channel, it helps keep it alive. I'm only supported by you all giving me your time, likes, comments, subscriptions. It all makes a difference. This is my job, and I very much appreciate being given the opportunity for you all to do that. And again, SD, thank you so much for the follow. That JDG getting crazy vision control across the map. Tarzan has just been locked out. Pretty sure that struggled as well. Xiaoxu taking a heavy trade with the Repudiate. And then also the Eclipse Shield as well. Still takes some damage there. Pretty sure it low. Mowgli. Damn, is that the real Mowgli? LCK player of all. Perhaps a Jungle Book. Hope 700 gold behind. Not really been a game about the Corki. The Corki Nami's not really ever been linked up, as we were saying. Anyone's Legend, can they use their next round of teleports to use Shanks to get a good shuffle onto a side lane again? JDG, they're not the best around side lanes as we've been seeing. Or at least that's where their flaws most often show themselves. Vampire does have flash, does have ult. Tarzan could actually be in a bit of trouble here. Ginger could wall stun him. Not bad onto Carol, forces the flash. Nice to keep those summoners out of the picture. Shanks, always dangerous when you're walking off of a side lane like that. Doesn't have his flash up just yet. If you get, you know, Bard ult when it's up, the Ambassador out of Fog of War, the Flash Rune Prison can be a huge problem for you. Shanks has the Rylai's second. Trying to buy some time against the quite low top side, low range top side of JDG. We saw some Proto Belt second item onto the Azir at points, right, for the cheaper AP HP spike. Vampire spotted in his top side. More Krugs taken away. No, it's a full level lead for Jundra, as we've been saying. JDG doing a wonderful job of getting that jungle advantage. I think Tarzan's decision making in the early game really not helping them. Just not quite understanding where Jundra would be, even with the wards in place to help it. I think if Tarzan was more in the game, not 1,000 gold behind, because of that farm differential, Tarzan would have been able to turn some of these fights, make some more plays. You can see how close it was for him, shutting down a couple of his kills in both bot river and that top river skirmish. Hey Jolly, thanks for hopping into stream. Appreciate you too. I wonder how much Anion's Legend get tilted by that top lane, like Baron Pit skirmish. Felt like they were deserved of one kill there. They got nothing in there. Down 5,000 gold. JDG being very oppressive now. Of course, JDG has some good scaling threats in that Rise and the Ambassador. They're quite low range. The chance of a good shuffle or a good equalizer still causing issues for them. Anion's Legend still a very talented team fighting team. If the Nami ult is good and disrupts those solo laners, there is enough damage on Anion's Legend to cause issues. Problem is, I mean, if there's one good Bard ult, one good Skarner ult, Varus ult, kind of breaks open the combo from Anion's Legend. Anion's Legend have given themselves a hard job with this early game. The best team from the LPL across the average of 2025 have been brought low after the first split, and then start of this split not looking fantastic for them either. Now, against top esports, Tien was out dungling Tarzan too. Tarzan not been on fantastic form. Hope also struggling on the side of Anion's Legend. A lot of people have been criticizing him for a while. I've defended him somewhat, thinking that actually, you know, there are team-wide problems which come first, but Hope has certainly had some issues too in this game. He's not really done that much to warrant that kind of criticism, but he's not exactly been able to impart himself as a 2-item Corki onto the game. Dragon in a handful of seconds. JDG got the first 2 of the game. Anion's Legend stopped the 3rd one. So they stop and scale, try to get another item on the Azir before they fight. When do they think they're actually most likely to win? Maybe they're just waiting for a mistake. Poke from Gala, nasty at the 3-item mark. Tarzan walking forwards. Electrocute from the Bard, actually not insignificant damage. Jundra has that wall stun threat as well. Hits the Q. Xiaoxu trying to pin them into that. You can't fight this now. Not with a half HP Corki. They try and walk up. Anion's Legend love to do the retake the pit style. Not exactly working well for them. 3rd dragon for JDG. After good poke and terrain control from them. Very good at sitting on the objective. They are the team that sits on the objective and try and punish you for walking towards it. Much more towards your classic LCK style. Of course, didn't work out for them versus Gen G at the first stand, but no, formidable team they are, despite the fact that they fell in semi-finals. Anion's Legend, a bit more like your, well, say traditional LPL, traditional T1 style, I suppose, where you try and retake the pit instead, be clutch about it, but they couldn't quite find that angle. The magical flank, very hard to do, circles. Very advanced style of play, but lots of risk of put through it. Jundra is so tanky, they can tank this for forever. You're gonna walk up and check it. Need to be very afraid of this now. Gala, there for poke. They spot it. I mean, you gotta go for the steal. I don't think JDG should be flipping. This is actually how you lose a game. If you can suppress Tarzan, of course, with the Skarner ultimate, then you can't smite. Ult on Kyle, he doesn't have that flash. You can tidal wave, does manage to get the cast off. He goes down, it's getting low. This is going to be a flip. He jumps into the pit. Where is that Skarner ultimate? It's getting very, very low. They fly into the pit, and he dies before they can get the damage down. It's a bit of a flip, but JDG managed to execute on it. Shanks some good damage, but Honky more on the way back, going for the sweep backwards. Does get onto him, and the rise will not go down. Flashes away. Honeyfruit's there. Flanger burns him down, and Honky will at least be a casualty. But I don't think JDG care. Flash for the arrow. Shanks flash away. Low HP. He's going to die to Xiaoshu. JDG, much more organized play than anyone's legend who struggled to get their front foot forward in this game. Anyone's legend comprehensively beats him in the early game by Junja, and then late game around the objectives. Anyone's legends still have a lot to search for. JDG, much better play around moving around their jungler. Junja, really the key to success here, was everywhere on the map. Of course, Xiaoshu 7-0 on the Ambassador 2, been the recipient of many of those kills, has played well in the team fights, but for my money, the real hero of this game is Junja, setting Tarzan so far behind, stopping anyone's legend, and their very important jungle core member. Doing it. He's 3 levels down. I can't remember the last time I saw Tarzan 3 levels down in jungle. It just doesn't happen. Going to flip again. Tarzan went a little bit early. Didn't quite have the damage to burst down the dragon. Kyle caught out. Well, not much you can do there, right? And what I mean, I guess everyone else had flashes. Bot was good. Free kill there. And Tarzan did fly through. Huge damage onto him, though. Xiaoshu flew into the pit. Killed him after. Maybe he could have flashed out the Ambassador ult. Kept himself alive. Maybe didn't see the line on the floor. Hope not able to do anything. Xiaoshu, great team fighting from him. It's between Junja and Xiaoshu for player of the game. One of the two. Happy with either. Gala, solid game on the Varus too, but realistically, top jungle with the two, which I think had the most impact in this game. Hope has his 3rd item collector. Doesn't feel particularly useful here against the Thornmail Skarner. Not loving that build at all. Perhaps the Hex Optics would have been better item here. Xiaoshu potentially angling for an ultimate level 18. Has Flash, has GA. Allows him to go the extra mile. Has Death's Dance. He's not going to die easily. Why were people calling for Junja's head in split 1? Because when he was behind, he would lose very, very hard. You know, Junja, definitely a guy who redeemed himself through back end of regular split and really the playoffs run as well. I think Junja is so key to JDG, being that leadership figure, which they've sometimes lacked outside of him. Now, JDG doesn't make MSI without this kind of Junja leading from the front place up. Not MSI, doesn't make a first stand without Junja leading from the front. Great damage onto that inner turret, goes down within a single wave. So rare as this happened to Tarzan. Kind of happened a little bit last split though. Good damage from the Varus going forwards. Shanks, well, it's not great against that whole poke thing as the Azir. 10,000 gold lead. Anyone's legend tried some creative plays, just not really been able to get the damage in the right place. They've been disengaged from. Not able to hit the right people at the right time. JDG not clumping to allow the AoE combo. Teleport back out onto the map from Varus. They are running the extra one there. 2,000 gold lead in jungle, 3.6k in top lane, 1.3 in mid, 1.6 in bot, even in support the same as the AD carry. Very comprehensive game from JDG. No, the couple of deaths on side lanes, a little bit worrying. I think actually if that Baron fight goes different, or rather the fight around the Baron pit after things go very different in this game, if they could pick up those kills. That was on the back of actually a couple of good plays from Shanks on side lane. And of course Shanks gets picked off in that top side. Things fall apart from anyone's legend. Dragon in a couple of seconds would be Chemtech Soul for JDG. That extra amount of combat stats, I don't think that's possible to fight back from. They need to look for a Miracle Steel. Tarzan is not really fed though, getting poked out. Gala's been doing great at protecting the approach on the poke Varus. Dragon to half HP. Tarzan is nowhere close. Can they find a fight? No. Varus lock goes wide. I don't think it matters to them. They just need to delay, and they're doing just that. Honky protecting the bot side of this. They might even look for a play. They do manage to catch out the Azir. Doesn't have that flash. Doesn't get stunned here either. Nami tidal wave, not fantastic. They get the kills. Oh, Honky very, very low. Has a lot of shields though, and the extra heal and shield power from the Chemtech Dragon. Tarzan going forward, but he's taking so much damage from the rise. This Crescent Guard isn't bad. Tarzan going forwards for the extra dash. They're getting some damage onto them. Hope is trying to kill out Xiaoshu, but it's not enough. The Realm Warp save for the end of the play. JDG, too many combat stats. Too good play around the objectives. JDG walk away with game 1, and it is a convincing victory from our second seed to first stand against Anyone's Legend, who are still yet to find form. The early game read has not been there. Tarzan shut out comprehensively. JDG up on the board, 1-0 over Anyone's Legend on their home turf in Beijing. Convincing, as we said. Now, perhaps some worries at the end of early game, where Shanks managed to get a couple of kills in side lanes. But besides that, Anyone's Legend just couldn't pin together the map. Their vision control, their ability to get control over the map was just not good enough. Couldn't fight for areas of the map. Had to flip in these awkward skirmishes. That's not great from a team which we thought was very cerebral. They should be very cerebral. JDG, clearly a better read on the current meta. Anyone's Legend need a better coach? That is a conversation which people have had, because Big Way on BLG, many people thought held that team back, with both drafts and macro and early game understanding sometimes. Perhaps it's all Tarbay Def at the end of the day. The early game understanding from JDG, very, very good there. And the thing which surprises me is that in that game, Anyone's Legend had the jungle wards. They had the jungle wards to know what was happening on the map, and then still suddenly Tarzan gets double scuttled. Partly because Honky out-traded Shanks in that early lane and mid lane, but it shouldn't have led to that much of a difference. Very, very solid game from JDG. In terms of player of the game, it's either Xiaoshu or Junja. Like I said, I would probably go towards Junja. But, you know, I can understand multiple votes for Xiaoshu. Whose team is stronger? I think in terms of actual players, Anyone's Legend were better last year. JDG we thought were going to have to ramp up. I don't think Anyone's Legend are nearly at peak right now. Clean from JDG, mega clean. Yeah, they had like I think it looks so clean because that topside skirmish goes so well for them and they don't lose any kills. Yeah, I would probably vote for Junja just because like that game doesn't happen at all without Junja's crazy early lead. He is, look, I'm not always going to say he's their best player. Again, I make it very clear, I don't think Junja is always their best player, but he is their most important player. And in games like this, I think he was their best player too. How often is it you see Tarzan out jungle like that? Well, folks, I should probably do my marketing pitch. Like I was saying, I said it in game as well. There is no official LPL stream anymore. And what that means is that it's... no one is paid to cover the LPL. You might see a channel called LPL English, and they're a great channel. I love them. You know, a lot of my people I've worked with before that. But they're not paid to cover the LPL either. They are also a co-stream. All of us are in the same position. And what that means is that if you want people to broadcast LPL, teach you about the teams, bring you the entertainment of a broadcast that you love from the other regions, hopefully, then you have to support channels like this if you'd like that. And I would really appreciate it if people do drop like, comment, subscribes on the channel like this. I've cast, what, 2,000 LPL games? I've been casting since 2023 in the LPL. I would consider myself the most experienced LPL caster in the world. I've cast more League of Legends than any other caster in the world since 2023. I've committed myself to that. And I'm very much enjoying doing that too. Thank you so much, Big Mac, for the sub. Really appreciate that. Subs like that do genuinely keep us in rent, because both my brother and I cast on here, and it would not be possible to do this without your support. So every one of those subs means an awful lot to us. Do you reckon Anyone's Legend gets swept? I think that Anyone's Legend don't... the early game read is really worrying me. I don't think that read on the early game is good enough right now. Top Esports showed it. Anyone's Legends are showing it. I think that, you know, clearly Anyone's Legend are not reading the meta very well right now in terms of what you need from early jungle and how to move to help your early jungle. which is so crazy given that, you know, how good Tarzan has been at that throughout his history. I think amounts of that counter jungling was a team effort. Absolutely. Yeah. No, we were talking about the early vision control. Like, the Nami just wasn't getting enough vision control done. And I guess there is no replacing Tabe, I suppose. The whole roster re-signed, Tabe left. It's happened a few times, actually, that. Tabe tends to jump ship to a promising project every so often. Doesn't stay with teams that long ever since the RNG thing went, well, you know, finally fell apart, really. No Tabe, no win. Perhaps. And this is also, you know, like, hey, thank you so much for the sub there, K-Brown, as well. Really appreciate you. This is also why, you know, when people talk down about Xiaoshu when Bin dunks on him, like, that is just Bin. Xiaoshu is a good top laner. He is. No, I think he's a good top laner. I think that losing to Bin does not debase you too much. AL started split 1 poorly too, but you got calling the best team at the start of playoffs. Sure, but this is the problem, is these are the same flaws that we're seeing from them across the end of split 1 to split 2. There's some awkward drafting, not great early game read. So it would be irresponsible to say that anyone's legend will ramp up in the same way. You must call out the flaws in the same way, especially when a lot of the criticism is about their coaching. If your coaching is criticized, then actually you run the risk of not finding those solutions to those problems. You have to call it as you see it there. And also, anyone's legend didn't start split 1 this year too poorly. They actually did quite well at the start of it. I mean, no, they lost to BLG and they lost to JDG. Junji gets player of the game. He absolutely deserves it. You know, anyone's legend had a really good mid split, and then, yeah, they had a really good mid split and back end of regular season, and then start of playoffs was fantastic. Who has Fearless Pick? Everyone has Silas Fearless Pick. The entire region is Fearless Pick here. JDG, we broke the Weibo curse the playoffs last split. Yeah, well, you know, Weibo are allowed 1 upset every playoffs, and they've been doing that versus anyone's legend a bit. Yeah, really good game from Junja. Insane from him. Yes, Helper is out for Big Way. Yes, that is the coaching staff change for JDG. Yep. That's the big change for them. Helper went to IG. I actually didn't see where he went. I was more interested in what happened with anyone's legend, really. Yeah, Helper was on at AL at the start of the year. He left at the end of the split after things went south, and then yeah, oh, hang on. Anyone's legend lost, and they chose blue side instead of picking first pick. So they chose side of map rather than first pick. That's very interesting. We don't see that very often. I gotta go put my camera on because the advert's coming on now too. I gotta put an ad break as well. So thank you everyone for supporting me. We've got some really cool viewer numbers today as well. Appreciate everyone coming through. Let's put ourselves in an ad break. Just make sure you don't get ads in the next game. Did I say JDG? Sorry, I didn't mean JDG. Yeah. Anyone's legend had Helper at the start and then Big Way after. My bad. Yeah. JDG obviously had Tabe for this year. He left Anyone's legend and joined JDG. Yeah. What do they have cooking? Wait, who do be cooking? Yeah. But yes, I think, who do you think will win game 2? I mean, based on draft, a lot, no? I think it's a lot on draft. I think that both these teams are quite draft dependent. I'm going to sneeze 1 second. Let's get into that time of the year again. In fact, I should probably take myself an antihistamine. Watch out for your allergies, folks. They hit like a truck. They do. Ugh. I saw Helper go to IG, and now IG's doing pretty good, but I don't think it's a Sobro diff or not. I think it's mainly just a roster change thing, no? I think it's mainly a roster change. I think that Sobro was not great, and I think that Photic was not great. I think they got rid of their 2 most problematic players, you know? Not that Jachi has been the perfect solution, but yeah. What leaning they... I have no idea what that means, Segafax. I don't know what that word means. What lining they promoting or leaning? Leaning is the jersey kind of, they're like the clothing sponsor for LPL, so Leaning makes all of the uniforms. Cacao the best pickup for IG? Wasn't Cacao on BLG for a bit? Did he leave them? I haven't checked all of the coaching staff stuff. Like, I check the head coaches quite a lot, but I don't check the support staff as much. Leaning is Chinese Adidas. It's something like that, yeah, because it used to be Nike that did the uniforms for LPL, and then Leaning changed in about, is it 23 or 22, something like that. They do the shoes and they do the outfits, so they do the jerseys and any other kind of apparel they wear. Didn't Leaning also make the LCK jerseys before too? I have no idea. I'm not sure. Do they do it for the whole? Do they do it for the whole LCK, or is it just team by team that they decide that? Wait, you were joking about how Cacao could sub in as a jungle? That would have been very funny. Yeah. Whole LPL. Cool. Well, I mean, AL, they've still got a lot of soul searching to do, like a lot. Now, JDG, they look like they've managed to, come out to a pretty good point. Oh, I need to do my, hang on, I need to do my Uma runs still. Angie's at a cat cafe for people that care. I care. I'm gonna go meet up with Angie at the cat cafe when I can. I care about cats. I think you should all care about cats. Cats are great. I'm a cat person. JDG has chosen blue side. AS chose first pick. No. So Anyone's Legend chose blue side, and JDG chose first pick. So Anyone's Legend had the choice, and they chose the side of map rather than first pick, which I found very interesting. Found that very interesting, actually. And now we wait for that game 2 coming through. So if you were Anyone's Legends coach, what would you do? Genuinely, what would you do? Because I get really worried for Anyone's Legend now, out to various different points, right? But I think that they are genuinely in a lot of trouble. Now, what do you do? Because I think it's really hard to tell. JDG 2-0, I personally, I think that JDG are looking really good. I think they're looking really good. Sit down, review what's going wrong in the jungle. But the question is, like, what do they think is going wrong in the jungle? I agree, something has to change about the early game, but I'm so surprised that it's come to this point. You get winning top mid so Tarzan can actually play the game, but they did have a winning top lane matchup. Rumble was getting the push in. Mid lane should have been okay based off of draft, and it wasn't somehow. Which is very, very worrying. Alright, back on. Oh, I just noticed in your social cycles, you still linked to Nymaera. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to get that changed yet. I have noticed that, don't you worry, I have noticed that. When in doubt, you go easy front to back team fight. Well, I think the problem is not about the team fights. I think they're good team fighters. I think the problem is about early game. Yes, Time Lord. Yeah, I'm aware of that. Don't you worry about that. I am actually aware of that. I appreciate that. I draft Ezreal Kai'Sa for Hope and Alistair Braun for Kyle and make Tarzan camp them. That's honestly not a crazy idea. Yeah, I could actually get behind that. I could get behind that. I'm on a really good Uma run right now, folks. I've got like my medium S, I've got all the skills I need. I just need to max out speed somehow. Which actually could be a bit of a problem. I have not rolled good speed training. I need a good summer. I need a good last summer. Wish me luck. Come on, Saiyan, you can do it. Okay, onto the stage we go again. Let's wait for that second draft. Is Tarzan the best player on the team? I think that he may well be. Yeah, he may well be. He should be when he's at peak. At peak, he absolutely is. He's a miracle to the jungle role. He's fantastic. Tarzan on Maokai, I swear that he carries on that champ so hard. Do you remember the bush sapling? Do you remember the bush sapling incident? Anyone else remember the bush sapling incident? Wonderful. Okay, well, anyone's legend, the job is bounce back. Somehow, some way. Much easier said than done. Much easier said than done. That read on the early game is an issue. In we go again. Alright, let's get ourselves into that draft. Let me take my camera on real quick. And let's get to it. So, oh my god, my camera's in completely the wrong place. My bad. Oopsies. Let's take that way off of that. That's why we do it before the draft. Alex, good job. Okay, let's get into game 2. Big Mera briefly on the screen. Sion banned away from Flandra, one of his best champions, is basically perma banned away from him. Pantheon off the table too. We still have Jarvan in terms of our big junglers of the early game. Nocturne as well. Jarvan and Nocturne really good in the early stages of the game, and Vi too. So we've got Jarvan, Nocturne, Vi, and they're all something which I think both teams would like to play around. Corki Nami gone, Ashe Seraphine gone. Well, the Ashe version of that's gone. The Karma gone. We have Lulu Yunara. And then we have stuff like the... Well, Ezreal Bard's gone too. Not that Ezreal's bad by himself. Lulu banned. So in terms of your bot lane, you've got the... Well, what do you have at that point, actually? Some Ezreal lanes, like we were saying. Perhaps that favors anyone's legend. I think JDG... Look, when JDG's bot lane doesn't have hyper lane dominance, they do get a bit exposed. The Nico comes through for Vampire, creative engaged champion. Jarvan given over for that. Junja likely going Nocturne then. It'll go Nocturne Nico. Shanks can go for something like the Akali if there's a good enough lane matchup for it. Honk, you can go for something like an Annie. You can go for like Nocturne Annie Nico for triple really strong engage. Aurora also not bad at this point in the draft. Now you've gotten rid of the Orianna, the Azir, and the Ryze in terms of your like more top tier mid lane picks. Jarvan easily locked in. You know that the Nocturne's coming. You can't have people who are too at risk of that global coming through. The Ambessa gone too. Stop stuff like the Ambessa Galio. Haven't seen that much Galio, but still worth pointing it out. Sivir locks in for Hope. Comfort pick for him. Pretty safe versus the Nico of all things. Lots of hovers coming through. Just lock the Nocturne. We know it's coming. Should be an easy lock-in. Appreciate the follow there. Nunu Backins is a great name. What the hell? Oh, gosh. That's the easy one. Then, do you lock in the Annie? Do you lock in the Aurora? Do you lock in Akali? Ari? What flavor of mid lane you going for there? I mean, you've already got the Nico. You can lock in an Ezreal. You can lock in a Kai'Sa for Gala. Kai'Sa Gala. Pretty strong. You want an AD carry that can escape the Cataclysm, mostly. I mean, Ezreal Nico is pretty damn good with the poke. You know, then you lock in something like an Alistar for Kyle, and he feels a bit meh. He kind of wants the Alistar. It could go for the Rakan, I suppose, for the extra sustain, but it feels a bit weak. Gala Kai'Sa. We get Gala Kai'Sa. What a day. What a day. What a treat. Gala, perhaps the best Kai'Sa player of all time. Perhaps. One of the most famous. So you see the Nico Kai'Sa, a lane which has fallen off a lot, but was very powerful last year. Very, very powerful. Do you lock in the Alistar now? I think that's fine. Now you see there's no Ezreal. Now you can lock the Alistar. You can get through laning phase a lot easier. It's more comfort for Hope and Kyle too. I think the hyper pushing 2v2 just hasn't been Hope and Kyle's specialty. Going towards something which can, you know, survive the early game and then come online later is way more Hope and Kyle's style, really. The hyper pushing, hyper dominance has very much been Gala and Vampire. They've looked less comfortable off of that stuff, really. Do have double global zone, the Nocturne Kai'Sa. Nico opening up that too. Vampire does like his flashy engaged champions. TF banned away from Honky. The best late game TF in the world. His early game can be a bit skew-F, but his late game, you can't ignore that. Would have given you the extra ability to get that global online as 2. Nocturne TF, nasty as heck. I don't think Honky wants to lock a Galio into this. Not into Sivir or Alistar. That's not a great situation for you. What do you do with Honky? Aurora, maybe? Can hop around quite a lot, gets one-shot damage. It's very good into Alistar, because Alistar doesn't really want to use his ult onto the Aurora combo a lot of the time. Victor banned away. I was thinking about the Victor, but I think Victor doesn't follow up on the engage very well. It's pretty good at the poke against the Alistar. Can also just dump the grab field inside the Cataclysm for the Jarvan. Kind of nullifies his ult a bit. How is this split going so far? Any surprising teams? Top Esports are surprisingly a top team. IG are much better than they thought they were too. And Anyone's Legend are still struggling. They are still struggling. They lost the Top Esports. They're not looking like they've found themselves yet. Vayne and Jace banned away from Flandre, so they want to pick themselves like a Sante maybe for Xiaoxu. Maybe the Renekton. Oh yeah, I mean it is Xiaoxu. You might go towards that Renekton. What are you thinking about here for Shanks? Mel can reflect the Nico E, Kai'Sa W, Duskbringer. It's not crazy. I mean, it's not a bad champion. I don't think it's like... Is it good blind pick material? You can maybe Silas here now for Honky, by the way. I think it's a fine matchup into the Mel. You can actually Silas here for Honky, can't you? Steal the Alistar ult, steal the Jarvan ult. Renekton's an easy one. Yeah, I mean, Xiaoxu loves his Renekton. He's the best Renekton player in the LPL besides maybe Bin. That one's an easy lock-in. Then Flandre will probably divert to something like the Gnar, I guess. Or Cassante. Could be the Jax, but don't think Flandre plays that much of that right now. Mid lane for Honky, you see the Mel. Yone's pretty good hitsy. Yeah, I mean, it does leave you in more of an AD heavy draft. You need some AP, really. I think Sylas and Akali are both good here. Sylas and Akali are good. Sylas, you can get the Alistar ultimate, you can get the Geralt Jarvan ultimate. The Mel ultimate is meh, but your laning phase is fine versus the Mel. If she reflects the chains back at you, she just ends up in melee range of you all the same. And it really doesn't like that. So it is going to be the Sylas. We called that one out. Alistar ult, Jarvan ult, very nasty. Oh, it could be Flandre Rek'Sai. Flandre Rek'Sai is pretty strong. Pretty good in pretty much any 1v1 in this game, actually. But it is against Xiaoshu's Renekton. It is dangerous. He locks it in. It's a comfort pick. The best Rek'Sai player in the league versus the best Renekton player in the league. JDG, a very aggressive composition. Anyone's Legend. I think bot lane's in a better spot for them. You know, Kyle's on a very comfort champion of the Alistar. Tarzan's on Jarvan. The most important thing, though, is anyone's Legend must get Tarzan through the first 2 clears of the game in some semblance of even. He was so blown out that last game because of the great play from Junja. And anyone's Legend didn't know what to do about that. We're going to go into a quick ad break if you're on Twitch. If you'd like to support the channel, please think about subscribing. It keeps me doing what I'm doing. If you want to see more content here about the LPL, please subscribe and keep supporting the channel. It's the only way I get to keep doing this stuff with support from you. It makes a big difference to me. Into the game we go. Oh, level 1. Honky lines the chains onto Shanks. We did say again, scary matchup actually here. Vampire walking up. Gonna get headbutted. Trading poke for poke. Q start worth noting that. Junja starting on his Raptors is spotted. Again, anyone's Legend had that vision the last time too. It didn't really help them though, the way that they thought it might do. Junja walking in, has vision here. There's no smite on Tarzan, and Junja has his own one. Junja once again smites away, gets something over Tarzan. Junja's early gold jungle lead has been exceptionally good. No, folks, so many people were calling for Junja's head across the games of Split 1. He has been key to their success versus specifically anyone's Legend. He has been monstrous for them. Absolutely monstrous. Walking over Honky. Honky's even trying to steal the Raptors and he even gets it. Honky flashes away. It's team shut down Tarzan. Mission success. I mean, what does Tarzan do? What does he do? It is disaster for anyone's Legend star jungler. He has one camp. And Junja is currently clearing his 4th. He's had Raptors stolen away by an enemy mid laner. The CFO duo coming over from the LCP to the LPL in 2026. They didn't start very quick from JDG in this year, but they've ramped up magnificently. Doesn't even matter that Honky's lost some farm here. Shutting down the Jarvan is such a massive winner. Both Honky and Junja just saying, look, we can do something fun here. Hell yeah, we can. And anyone's Legend, I mean, they thought that they had the vision controlled, maybe to spot where Junja could be. I have no idea how Tarzan ended up, you know, losing that much. Puts a ward down in the enemy jungle now. Will at least get himself a Scuttle Crab. But Junja's now going to get himself towards a very happy level 6. He did use the flash, of course. But who cares, really? You know, so much of this meta right now is about good level... Oh, wait, are we really going to fight over this? Tarzan does not win this. Junja's hit. And look, again, Junja goes towards his right camps. I could be on bot side, but I'm not giving Tarzan anything. Tarzan waiting for that Raptor respawn. Once again, loses the mind game, loses decision making in that jungle matchup. This series may well be entirely determined by jungle matchup and early decision making on getting camps. And Junja has beaten Tarzan, one of the best junglers to ever play that style of gameplay. Junja, incredible early game play from him. Shanks blocks out the Q2 part of that damage with the shield. Honkyu down a little bit of gold. Nothing to be crazy concerned about though. Flandra trading okay versus Xiaoshu. Will eventually become a very good disruptor later on. Now, later this goes into the game, the more value we get out of AL's composition. I do think that they have a very good teamfight composition later on. Kyle is even going over here to make sure that there's no invade onto his Raptors. That is the mental damage that JDG have done to anyone's legend. Junja isn't even there. For once in Tarzan's jungle, there is not an enemy player contesting his Raptor spawns. That is the damage they've done to them. Kyle goes for the reset now, but Junja up. He doubled his CS briefly there. Good damage from Shanks onto Honkyu. Very nearly killed him, actually, with that play. Honkyu, the cost of him going into the enemy Raptors and stopping that camp has been his own lane pressure. He is not having a fun time in this lane. Shanks is ahead in terms of XP. Well, XP is actually pretty even. It's not led to a crazy amount though, Honkyu. It's manageable. 10 CS, whatever. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate you, Choi. Again, folks, I'm very happy to bring these games to you. The community we built around the LPL after the death of the LPL English broadcast was it's been great to see, honestly. You know, the dregs of us limping from broken ship to broken ship. The LPL broadcast is one which I have a lot of love for. It's my home for a number of years. I appreciate you joining me on my own personal channel here to follow up in the wake of that, really. Appreciate the Vichamo as well. Dragon potentially on the cards. There is the level 6 Scuttle Crab for Junja as well. Kyle, it's the clone there of Vampire. Tarzan. Instead, trying to look for the Raptors instead. Honkyu's going to be there. Honkyu can be there, and because he can steal the Jarvan ultimate, there's actually a chance in that he wins that fight. Honkyu going back towards the other side, though. Honkyu got himself the Scuttle Crab. He has level 6. Tarzan will get himself some farm for the enemy jungle. It's going better than it was. Better. Tarzan checking the Krugs. This is the thing, right? Tarzan doesn't actually have information on where things are. And I have to say, look, part of this is, folks, part of this is anyone's legend have not had lanes to push up and get vision. It's not all on Tarzan. In fact, we should really start continuing that kind of conversation now. Right here, Xiaoshu has a pushing lane. Shanks hadn't gone into the enemy jungle and helped with vision either in either game. You know, he was getting bullied by Honkyu on the rise in game 1, heavily so. Was that a missed minion there? I think it was. Right here, Honkyu's getting the vision instead. No, JDG has had the pushing lanes instead. Bot lane has been pushing in, mid lane has been pushing in, top lane has been pushing in. Well, no, in game 1, Flandra was pushing in on the Rumble, in fairness. Junja gets a Raptor seal away. Of course he does. Another one. JDG have played for pushing lanes, allowing Junja to invade. And it's worked a wonder for them. Xiaoshu might get ganked here. Is he going for the flash knockup? Maybe. He doesn't have any rage. Gets it anyway here. Xiaoshu's going to look for the E3 and goes for the Dominus. That's not going to be a huge amount of damage. Xiaoshu can kill. Hang on, they're diving bot side at the same time. Xiaoshu was very happy on the top side. It's not a powerful enough Jarvan on the other side. Stolen Alistar. Vampire will die, so it will be a 1-for-1, and the kill goes to Civis. It's actually only a 1-for-1. Not the best there, actually, from JDG. Although, I mean, Xiaoshu did get the ult out of Flandra, just traded it for himself. Didn't even have to get pushed out of lane, really. Kyle will spot Junja here. Does he look for the steal onto the combo? Oh, doesn't quite get it, actually. Tried to steal away that. Doesn't quite end up managing to do it. Tarzan on the other side, stealing a red buff. Has enough vision to make enough out of that. Vampire coming out of base. Gets the red buff. Trying to claw back that farm he's been losing. Grubs started on the other side. Junja, no ult, did just use it on the bot side. Doesn't have the hex plate yet. A little bit of Q damage onto Vampire, but not much. Were there any grubs taken there? No, none of them. Tylen couldn't finish either in the time. So kill to either AD carry. Gala, CS lead. I mean, a CS lead on a Kai'Sa is a problem, and we haven't really had the camera over bot lane for once for JDG. I mean, typically when it comes to them, it is about bot lane laning phase, a lot of it. Jungle advantage, bot lane laning phase. That's typically the way that JDG like to look. They kind of abandoned that a little bit at first stand, and it didn't work for them very well. You know, Kai'Sa's Gala, I mean, sure, why not? He's the best player of it in my eyes of all time. Gala's Kai'Sa. Now, with a CS lead early on, that's terrifying. It's going to go towards likely the Kraken Slayer first, then we'll see which build he goes towards after. He really likes AD Kai'Sa. Oh, he flips the chains back onto him. That's part of the reasons why the matchup's kind of meh, really, for the Mel. Tarzan going on to blue buff. Kai'Sa lands the W. Hope uses the spell. She's a good double combo. Vampire's still way too close to Gala there. Not that Gala can actually look for the ults. Gets the passive down instead. No level 6 for Vampire. Lost a lot of XP by roaming. No blue buff still from Tarzan. He had to back away from that. Shanks had roamed over. It means that the mid lane gets pushed in. Does get a Raptor spawn. Any Raptors that Tarzan gets, consider it a win, really. Shashi 10 CS lead on top side will be evened out to about 5 CS lead after this wave crashes in. Although the turret plates, of course, won't be recouped. Junja working his way up towards that hex plate, as we were saying. Still 20 CS lead ahead in the jungle.
Huh?
JDG, just their raw laning. I mean, this is one of the things which has really hurt anyone's legend, right? The removal of lane swaps really hurt this team. One of the big problems we had last year was saying, look, realistically, you know, anyone's Legends lanes are not that strong. No, Shanks is a good individual laner, but no, Flandra's not a specialist at 1v1 right now. He's not going to give you laning leads. He was very good at lane swap meta, very good at playing weak side, very good at playing low resources. And we see that now, right? He'll be going into a fight with like a 2,000 gold deficit, and he'll still end up having huge teamfight impact. Hope and Kyle, similarly. Like, Hope is not really a lane dominant laner. He's good at scaling up onto hyper carries. He's very good at, you know, playing things which come online at 1 to 2 items as well. You know, if you remember back to his 2022 days, when he was on JDG as their AD carry. But he's not really been the guy to, like, play hyper lane dominance. It's just not been his specialty, really. Cull on Gala, getting cashed in. Hope's one is about 30 CS behind that. He bought it later. Potential jump into the jungle. They don't land the chains. Tarzan will jump over the wall. If that had landed, I think that's potential flash or kill onto Tarzan. Shanks laning fine into Honku again. The early advantage gained from Shanks here against Honku is because Honku went into enemy Raptors. Teleport from Alistar. That is a teleportable time. I don't really know what he's going to do with that. I guess he gets wards down, which is important. Dragon's going to get started here from JDG. It'll be the second one. Indeed, it won't just be started, it'll be finished. Now, this is interesting. Sylas spots the play coming out top lane, has the home guards. They have an Alistar and they have a Jarvan going top side. They spot him coming through. Do they still go for it anyway? I think they go for it knowing he's not going to be at the play. Hope's here. And as we've seen, there's not going to be the Kai'Sa here that quickly. He has flash, tries to flash away. He tries to go back under turret. The Alistar ults here. Vampire does get here in time, and he'll be able to disengage the play. Flash away from Kyle is bad. They took too long. Vampire gets to the play, and JDG end up taking what I presume to be 3 kills from the total play. JDG they just outplay it. They outplay it. They see the play coming in advance, and AL take way too long. Now, typically JDG, they don't go to side lanes in time for that. They're pretty slow at reacting to that. We saw Honku though reacting well, Vampire reacting well, resetting, knowing there was a play on weak side to be had there. And anyone's legend, they saw it coming. They knew that in advance. You know, they had the vision onto Honku. They saw he was roaming topside. And look at this, they have full information of the Sylas going there. Surely you knew there was a problem with this dive. They popped the Alistar ultimate. Kyle chooses to flash anyway. He was always going to die to that tower shot. It's panic. It's a bad early game read. It's a JDG being much more locked in on it. Very good defensive play from JDG. But anyone's legend, there must be a question asked of them about what is happening with this early game. It's looking like a 2-0, folks. Not going to lie. It's looking like a 2-0. So what do anyone's legend do now? 3,000 gold down, failed their topside plays against Xiaoxi. They gave him Renekton. That's a mistake in itself, I think. Now Shanks is doing fine as in his individual, you know, matchup, but he's still 0-0-0, and he's not on a champion I think who can really solo carry this game, you know? You don't have a Shockwave, you don't have Rise hyper scaling. Kill one person maybe, but it's not like Mel's going to be doing everything here. And by the way, Gala wasn't even at that play, of course. You know, the Kai'Sa wasn't there. Anyone's legend, the early game lead has just not been there. Okay, jumping on the Vampire, use that flash on the top side, pops the ultimate. Not very useful onto everyone else. Hope, does he flash away? Doesn't have flash. He's going to get jumped on by Junja. Kyle wants the next combo coming up. Spell Shield, pretty good. The Alistar ultimate is stolen by Honkyu, and that's the problem of allowing a Sylas into the Alistar. Shanks has himself a fair amount of room to fire over the wall, but not enough. Ends up being a 1 for 2. Anyone's legend lose the play that they start onto the flashless Nico. Gala altered into the play. Didn't really get to do that much there. You know, had the 1 kill from earlier. Vampire caught out. It's a good pick off from Kyle and Hope. So what happens here? Hope misuses his spell shield, really. It's a lot of damage onto him. Thought that maybe Vampire would throw some more stuff at him. Out of position. Shanks couldn't really get any damage down. He's not really as bursty champion. Definitely not as bursty champion as someone like the Sylas. Herald. Taken down by anyone's legend at the cost of a tower on the other side. Will be first turret of the game. Flandra forcing a lot of Xiaoxi. He could actually die to this, and he just does. Xiaoxi just kills him. The clips, executioners, Flandra dies in the 1v1. Xiaoxi, great solo kill for him. Xiaoxi, his Renekton remains the best in the LPL. Fantastic player of the champion. JDG, you know, they went to first stand, they have leveled up. Tabe has made a team out of JDG, this new iteration, the first one to go internationally since Worlds 2023. Junja, level 11, has Hexplate, can jump forwards with Honkyu if someone shows up too far. What happened here in this play then? Well, Xiaoxi, what did he do here? He was full HP, did he just take a lot of tower shots or what? What happened here? What happened here? So he goes for a big play, just gets wave cleared out. And takes a tower shot. That was, well, that was Flandra making the mistake. Dragon up in 20 seconds. Anyone's legend. What a fall from grace from them. Individually, as a team. JDG on the other side, rising star, rising dragon. No, there's a reason to be excited about this team. This team was always going to be good at some point. They have too much potential on this roster and a coaching staff amongst the best in the world. The question was when that would happen. And I thought it would happen, well, maybe midway through this split. Maybe in playoffs last split, they'd get that uptick. They came online way earlier than I thought they would do. They had their issues in regular split, first split, and then some in playoffs as well. But JDG have come online a lot earlier than I gave them credit for. And they've done very well at that. I think the international experience will help them a lot too. Honky now 3-0-2. Tarzan taking some stuff away from here. Jumped on by that Jarvan. Bad damage. Of course, the W back gives the decent healing. Potential jump onto Hope. Ah, they used the spell shield. Does that matter? Perhaps not. Vampire does have flash and ult. Quite hard for the Sivir to protect against all of that. You can protect one part of the Nico ult, but not both parts. It's like the knock-up and then the stun after. You can block one of them. But what, you know, what does anyone's legend do? You know, their read as a team has just not been there. Their laning has not been there. I mean, Shanks, I suppose the exception. Even then, game 1, not fantastic from him. Shanks had a bad split 1 as well. Wasn't great from him. Especially if you look at their losses in playoffs, a lot of it was, you know, it was a multi-factor thing. Of course it was. I think Kyle fell off hard. I think Shanks fell off hard. Hope is definitely not great either. AL just don't seem to have a good philosophy now on how to play the game, whereas JDG have found that. I mean, you have to have a group vision of how to play the game. Or at least one even if you have a different vision of the game, you kind of accept someone else's to have the team kind of grow into that. Xiaoshu, a player who kind of always deserved a time at the top. First down was not a great look for Xiaoshu, demolished by Bin. Did solo kill Keen though, so I suppose that was better for him. But I think a lot of people walked away from that tournament with quite negative views of Xiaoshu, which I just don't think I don't think that should be the case. I think Xiaoshu's great. I think Xiaoshu's very good. You know, he, yes, loses against Bin, but to be honest, who doesn't right now? JDG, no, one of our absolute front runners going towards MSI. We'll see if anyone's legend can find themselves, ramp up throughout regular season, see what meta shifts there are. See if they can discover themselves. Top esports in the equation. Weirdly, IG are in the equation. See if Weibo can fix themselves too. Can tight contest the top of the pack outside of BLG, who just look far and away the best team in the league. Shanks takes the turret plate. 1,000 gold leads across the map for JDG. Bin doesn't lose to Bin. Well, sometimes Bin... This is the thing. Bin does lose to Bin. This is the funny thing. You say, haha, Bin doesn't lose to Bin. In fact, when Bin loses, most of the time it is to himself. That's the funny thing. Even in that case, only Bin can beat Bin in some cases, you know? At least within LPL. Exactly, Maka. Turns out when everyone spends time in the same kind of chat, when we're thinking about the same things, we end up having shared messages. It's one of the reasons, by the way, folks, why co-streaming has a negative impact on community in some ways, not always, because, you know, there is some great value to the co-streaming as well. When everyone watches the same broadcast and everything's centralized, you get to put messaging together much more effectively. It's a very cool way to, you know, learn things about players, but also like have the community all understand the same thing and be able to share in that experience. Vampire uses the heal there. Roots not going to land. The Protobelt from Shanks towards Vampire was a threat. Second item Protobelt from the Mel has become more impactful because of that Protobelt E. Herald in mid lane. 6,000 gold lead for anyone's legend. Almost at the Cloud Soul. Hope spell shields. Herald will charge. No stopping that. Honky takes a decent amount of damage. Can they kill the turret? Kill the turret, please. Someone's got to go hit it. They try and kill the turret and they don't get it in time. Charges into the backline. Gala's going in 2 kills. One flies into the back. And anyone's legend, they try to hit the turret. The turret says absolutely not. And JDG say, well, go on then. Gala gets involved in the big way for the first time. JDG don't even lose their turret. It stands on 2 HP. Anyone's legend once again misjudge a fight. JDG blow open the game and will take the they'll take the Herald, the Herald charge into their turret, and they'll take the Baron afterwards, you know? They'll say Herald charge doesn't matter. Big objectives what matters after that. You can see, you know, they thought they had the kill on Honky. He didn't have the Alistar ultimate. Combo him down. But they don't have the follow-up. Everyone else backs off. Vampire slaps him back. Junja slaps him back. No one's hitting the turret. Discoordination, you know, miscoordinated. Just take the chunk and leave. You're already not winning fights. Don't take a turret fight under enemy turret, you know? I think Kyle and team just make the wrong decision to go in on Honky. Even though the CC lands, you don't have to do that. 10,000 gold lead now. Dragon spawning now will be soul for JDG. I actually wonder whether anyone's legend have to give the soul and try and go for an Elder Steal. I don't think fighting for the dragon is worth it. Let them have it. Fight for the Elder. You're too far behind. You are not winning unless you get a freak Elder Steal. Who could change this team's trajectory? Well, I would have said coaching would have changed it, but that's clearly not been as easy said as done. In terms of individual players, has to be someone that subscribes to the same view of the team. I mean, I would have picked up 1xN instead of Hope. I think that he is a very versatile, very high-level player. I think I would have gone for him. But it's not like Hope is the only player with problems on anyone's legend. I don't think you can mess with jungle support in a mid-season. I think it's not when AL are so predicated. They're so, you know, dependent on it. Flandra's a weird one. I mean, get the Shy in for Flandra. Hell yeah, why not? Who cares, you know? Yeah, just throw the checkbook at the Shy and say, do you want to try and save a team? Do you want to be a panda? Clearly, anyone's legend though, they need to figure out the way to play the game in terms of their philosophy, their drafting, their early game read. For a team which was very, very good at early game, you would have thought they would have been able to figure things out, you know? Jundra is actually just fighting the Rek'Sai alone, by the way, because he has the global. Rank 2 of the ultimate, not rank 3. So they actually are 3-1-1-ing. 3 in the top lane, 1 in mid, 1 in bot. Riftmaker for Honky alongside the Rod of Ages. He is so tanky. Gull's got the Nash's Tooth third, so he is actually going towards an AP-ish build. This was the worry at the start of the Anyone's Legend product, and I think the lane swap meta kind of hit it for them. Where you didn't need to be as strong in lane last year. Folks, last Worlds had perfect versus Doran in the Worlds Finals, and I think that Doran definitely got... Hang on, they're jumping onto Vampire there. They steal the Vampire. Sorry, the Alistar ultimate. Honky going under the turret, getting good damage. He has a lot of tankiness, as he was saying. Jungja flying in next. Here comes Shashu on the side. Vampire's ultimate's okay, but it's not going to be the best. Garland, does he go downstairs? No, he doesn't. Garland lives, and they just dive forwards. They just have so many stats, and they're so fast with the Cloud Soul as well. JDG take 4 kills in the enemy top lane in a turret fight. They'll go through the remaining waves. Is there a wave stacked up that they can break an inhibitor? Well, the minions are dying in mid lane. There is a wave on bot side. JDG won't end the game, well, just on this push. I think with the death timers, that's all they get. Hunter actually even has to go golden because the turret's there. Flandra might even look for a tunnel forwards. He has the ultimate. I think he can actually look to chase him down. In fact, I almost think he should do. Here he goes. Honky puts the cowl down through, but he doesn't realize that Sharashu's there as well. Steals the ultimate from the Rek'Sai, and Flandra is left with a bit of egg on his face. Waited a little too long for his cooldowns. Honky got back to his solo laner, and Flandra dives in for his second death of the game. Well, words fail me somewhat, but perhaps less than the team fights are failing. Or anyone's legend. You know, you go back a handful of months, you go back 6 months, this team was the best LPL team, and it wasn't particularly close, especially internationally. A fantastic read on the meta, fantastic jungle support synergy. Shanks on incredible form. Flandra team fighting out of his skin. What has happened to that team? JDG on the other side of it, you know, incredible form. Now Honky's been on great play in this Silas game. I think Jungja, player of the series by far. I think Vampire's engages on the Nico, very clutch here. That top lane defense was a lot on him arriving to the play in time, which is a skill set which he hadn't shown before that point really. He was never really good at seeing the side lane play, but perhaps that's something which Tabe and Xiaobai, the coaches of the team, have instilled into him. Changes a lot if you can actually do that. Gal is at his Dusk and Dawn, by the way, on the itemization, so he's going to be very, very bursty with the Nash's Tooth and the passive. And the Rage Blade. God, it's just going to be everything going crazy in terms of the on-hit. This kind of build from the Kai'Sa does go kind of mental after a while. Xiaoshu controlled this game from beginning to end too. In terms of this game, I mean, his 1v2's topside might have even been more important than Jundra, actually. Just gave him absolutely no answer. Shanks, well, he's not really on a champion that can do that much here. I'm not going to lie. The blind pick Mel has done very little. Didn't help with the early prio. Hasn't really team fought well. Has 0 kill participation, but then again, only was have got 2, so it's not really that much, is it? I think it's difficult giving Shanks the, you know, the blind pick there when he's your best laner, but then again, you need the counter pick to survive in the other lanes. Anyone's Legend being forced into standard lanes for Anyone's Legend has not been their forte. JDG on the other side have very strong laners, and they have benefited so much. These are the two teams which have probably been at the negative and positive of the lane swap changes the most. The mid lane turret's still alive on 2 HP. That is just insult to injury. Baron taken by JDG. No contest. They're 15k ahead. Anyone's Legend, they are just going to very much hope that they can get an Elder Steel. 30 seconds. JDG, get the Baron buff. I actually wonder if they've reset at the wrong point. Now, they're 15k ahead. There are very limited ways for them to lose. The problem is one of the few ways they can lose is by leashing the Elder, making a mistake in the setup, and then, well, you know, losing the Elder. Vampire has flash. There's probably going to be a flash prop blossom, or Jun's going to fly, and it won't matter anyway. Xiaoxi's on the flank. Here comes the Nocturne. There you go. He's in. He's going pretty deep, actually. The GA is down. Here comes Vampire. He's headbutted out. This isn't the worst thing ever, but then Gala flies in, and all the questions, well, they seem to kind of end there. There's no follow-up for Junja. Even though JDG left the setup late, and Junja may well have died in a more even game, it's not to be in this game. Anyone's Legend can't thread the needle. Goes through their hand instead. JDG. Oh, okay, not quite there. Tarzan will go down. It is an easy 2-0 for JDG over Anyone's Legend. JDG clearly better in this meta. Anyone's Legend clearly struggling at early jungling, plus the laning. Is it all on Tarzan? No, absolutely not. Anyone's Legend's lanes need to step up as well. JDG, their laning is great. Their early game jungle read is great. And they're making themselves a team to beat here in LPL. It's them and BLG looking the best right now. They were the ones at first down. No surprises there. One last hurrah around the Nexus as JDG will take a clean 2-0 on home soil in Beijing versus Anyone's Legend. Thoughts on NIP this split? A very creative team. I think that Guon is a very fun jungler. He definitely makes mistakes there too, but there's the strong mid-table team here in LPL. JDG, though, definitely still top team. No, their individual laning's good. I think that it's good that they haven't, you know, missed a step coming back from first stand. Hongq, very good series from him today. You know, great laning in the first game, second game. That Raptor still away from Tarzan. It feels bad to be Tarzan, right? Because, you know, look, some of the decision-making from Tarzan has been bad, but also what can you do with some of these lanes which just don't move from early game? Just don't have that pressure early on. I think that AL need to pick stronger early lanes. I think they need to be more aware of what they can do when they're on the move. It has been a disaster for this team. Anyone's Legend has struggled so much to adapt to the lane pressure meta, whereas that is just JDG's specialty. Well, thank you everyone for joining me today. It's always special bringing you to LPL games. If you have enjoyed what you're listening to here, please think about watching it through on Twitch or on YouTube. It makes a difference to me. You know, the only way that third-party sites get to watch this stream is if I actually get the money to stream with it, you know? I've got to make enough to make rent. That's the bare minimum. I've got to make rent. And your support does make a difference, particularly because Sam and I both kind of share this place together. Both of us together are basically using this stream. So yeah, it's a hard ask. It's a hard ask sometimes, and I know it is. But genuinely, just liking, commenting, subscribing, you know, even if you've got a clip that you like, clipping it out, putting it on social media, putting it on Reddit, putting it on wherever, makes a big difference to me. It does. And you are a very supportive community. I'm very blessed to have you. That's going to be the end of my stream today. If you're on YouTube or on a third-party site, the stream will end here. If you're on Twitch, we'll go radio over to someone as well. Appreciate you all. I'll go see you. Well, I guess I'm not. So personally, I'm not going to see you tomorrow. This channel will be live. Sam will be casting here tomorrow, so we will see you tomorrow. I'm just not going to be casting because I'm taking Angie to the train station, and he'll be there to bring you. What games have we got tomorrow? We have WE versus IG, pretty good, and then we have top esports JDG. That actually could be a top 2 contest. That is huge. I want to see if Suyan can compete against Xiaoxi. I mean, Cream versus Shanks, 2 mid laners, which really came to the fore last year and the year before, I suppose. 24 and 25 were huge for both those mid laners. And then, of course, the bot lane. I mean, Shakila versus Gala, a classic, an absolute classic. That should be huge. I think top esports will be a very good foil to see how much JDG have grown. Okay, folks, thank you so much for joining me. If you're on YouTube, this show will end now. But if not, if you're on Twitch, we'll go radio up to someone. We'll go